Can anybody hear me? Just wondering if anyone can hear. I think it's kind of shitty that how can, you know, one particular thing be down, but you could watch videos on here, you can talk in the chat, but all live streams are buffering? I mean, like, that just doesn't even make sense. That means that, so the internet isn't down. It means that the live streams are down. Now, all I know is that I pay StreamYard, you know, or, someone pays StreamYard for, my daughter. But what I'm saying is that's pretty messed up. That I should get a credit for this from my StreamYard. Just like if I was, say my phone was out for whatever time, you know, you should get a credit from those people. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, that's great. I'm not even gonna post that on the screen. I don't even want people to know that, like as if it's like a secret, right? Big secret, right? You guys? Yeah. I mean, I find that really strange. Like, how is you know, one aspect of the internet down and having problems, but all the other ones, yeah, I can see you guys. Hi, Indigo. Hi, Lulu. Hi, Jeff. I mean, how can one aspect of something have problems and not the whole thing? I mean, that just doesn't make sense. Like, are they trying to like censor people by not giving them the ability to have live streams? Oh, you did? You went to other videos and couldn't see them? It's YouTube and not YouTube, not the internet. Yeah, but why is it? So you went to actual videos, like that chapter. Like, have you ever watched that chapter? Um, it's this Irish guy and he does like these crime stories. But the thing is that he's funny when he does like I like Ballin, Mr. Ballin too. I like Ballin. Mr. Ballin, I like him. He tells stories as well. Yeah, he did. Stop saying that. Don't say that. Remove that comment, Jeff. We don't need anything like that here. Um, oh, really, Indigo? It sucks. Because I wanted to tell a story about my friend that's fucking him and his wife are living under a bridge in Texas. Yeah, I did, XX. Did it work? I hope so. I hope you guys can still hear what I'm saying and everything. Damn, imagine if I was reading a book, how sad that would be if I was buffering. Ah, ah, all over the world tonight. All over the world. Na, na, na. What was that song? Oh my God. Dun, 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 dun. All over the world. Remember that song? Did they? How about that person putting that address? You know, how's that for that, huh? I know. Hi there. I mean, like, how about that person putting that address? Now, that's one of my address, okay? Uh-uh. But I'm not gonna say any more than that. But what I'm saying is, I think that was the V person. I know, but I know it. But I'm just going to tell you that by saying it wasn't putting myself in any danger when I said, hey, that's my, but I'm not going to elaborate on what I mean by that. Okay. But that, you know, Agawam, that's, if you look, if you, like I talk about I go to Agawam, that, one person looked it up that I know, and somebody who's a mod on my channel sent to me the information that that person had, and that was the same information. So, and that particular person that had, you know, they were forwarding the nurse. No, no, no. Yeah, I'm being stalked by a nurse. Isn't that so funny? No, I'm not being stalked by a nurse. It was the V person who had something like that. But who knows what it could be. Now, how come yeah, you guys know who. V person. V. Uh anyway, what oh my god, what the hell was I just gonna say? Oh snap. Yeah, exactly. Where's Vlad tonight? Is XX in here? Yeah. You know who I really, if she's listening, Pink Sam, please come back. Please come back. Because I'll tell you what, when people who you care about on YouTube, or even if you don't care about them, not that you don't care about them, but they're like a common person, a regular person in your community, and then they go, see, Menthol Man's gonna think that's him, Jeff. That's so funny. Um, but wasn't it funny last night about Prunelly? I love Pink too, and I don't, and I want her to come back around and at least say something so we know that her not being around is because she chose to not be around, not because something drastic happened. You know what I'm saying? Because when you don't see somebody around for a bit, you tend to think the worst because you don't want to think, oh, they're just not coming around because of something that, you did, not you, etc. Like me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying I want Pink at least to pop up and tell her she's okay. You know? I thought I was going to get blamed, but I was asleep. Are you talking about Prudently? You made about Prudently? Freaking falls asleep. And every time she rolled over onto the phone, she was blocking people, timing people out. Oh, is he really? Huh. And his isn't buffering, Jeff? Isn't that interesting? Yes, she is cool. Yes, she's very cool. So it was to be heard, I don't think Tom is like secular. I think Tom is like secular. Oh, I do too. Yeah. Did she? Yes, Lulu. She did. She fell asleep, and every time that she moved, she'd like roll on the phone, and whoever's comments were on the screen at that moment would yeah, no buffer for him, huh? That's huh. Yes, both curves. Yep. But I kind of think that, somebody was kind of following around his videos, somebody familiar with that area, somebody who would, um, you know, trust them when they said, "Oh, I saw you on what was that animal on video? Rat? No, it was a woodchuck." Indigo. Could you imagine a rat that big? That's why when it was under the truck, and I was like, okay, 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 this fucking animal, what is it? What is it? What is it? If that's a rat, if it came from under the truck, Um, if it came from under the truck with a long, skinny tail like a rat, you would have heard me die right on screen. I would have just ran. I would have ran if there was a rat that big. But my friend said it was a woodchuck. But see, I was like, it did kind of look like a rat, like when it was starting to like come out from under the truck. Did you guys see those no, yeah, Becky got his butt handed to him. Yeah, but even in here he would have he got blocked and everything because when we talked about it, he started talking about his Ted Baker t-shirts and he had just washed them and then he was hungry. I'm hungry. Ah, nom nom nom. Remember that? I did freak out. Did you watch the one though? Um, that had oh, are you talking about what about secular Lulu? You know how to the loop? Oh no, Lulu. He went to the V person's channel and he told no, I'll say it. They doxed his baby's mom because he's a perv. Oh, Jeff's talking about secular, yeah, but that's mean though, doxing the baby's mom. But anyway, because he's a perv, but she's obviously not with him anymore. But anyway, we're talking about the V person. He went and he told. I'll drop the link too, by the way, just in case anybody wants to come in. If anybody's out there and wants to come in, um, he told. Where's Rourke? Why didn't Rourke come? What's up with that? And where's Vlad too? Huh? Mm-hmm. No, sir. That was my sad noise. Mm-hmm. It sounded like a fucking what was Chewbacca? Finish the story. All right. The person, secular, went over there and he told him that me and I know where are these people? That me, Bobbles, Miss Passion, and Tiffany were the hacking gang. Were the ones hacking him, and I'm like, really? So isn't that weird? When did Tom go live? Just recently. So what was he doing? Watching Bobbles, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna try what they're doing, and I'm gonna go live, and blah blah blah, and then I'm gonna." So if he doesn't care what shit fucking people send him, then why the fuck would he block her if he doesn't care about what people send him? Why would he get rid of Amy? Yeah, but prior to the needle in the neck, he was Vlad Daddy. I'll be a good SG. Ah, that's what they were saying. Oh, tell the story of the needle. Okay, but so he went over there and then he said something about he should take a trip to what did he say? Somewhere and uh then drive by Flint and then cap it off with a trip to Massachusetts or something. Um, Lulu, he ran videos, secular did, of some woman in his car, and he was all gung ho about I mean, this fucker knew exactly how to get the best um screenshot and stuff. You know what? Maybe the buffering was like divine intervention for Miss Bobble's dog. Maybe, she was like her attention was split between the live stream and the dog, but now she can look and give the dog the Heimlich remover. I call it the Heimlich remover. Oh, you did see him? I always call it that, the Heimlich remover. Somebody licked my hand. I know. I have a friend who's living under a bridge with his wife in Texas. And it really annoyed me that I know he did sound bad. I hope he does be okay. He obviously ate something that he can't. If he's been doing it all day, oh my God, I would already have that dog. I've got to burn a G, J, G, a G, a G. You know what I know what I mean. Um, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, that SH guy is, you know, oh, he has a hairball. I know, but a big old hairball, right? Poor thing. And it's like not like they can like give the international signal for choking, which by the way, some people ignore, like my daughter did when she was like 15, and I was choking, and I mean really choking. I think I was gonna die. And fucking, and my daughter's not a, malicious or mean daughter or anything, but I think they all kind of go through some stage where they think they're teaching their parents a lesson. If she's listening to this right now, anyway, but where they think they're teaching their parents a lesson or something. So I know I told this story before, but I'm gonna tell it for the unlucky ones that missed it, and the lucky ones that missed it that I'm gonna retell for. Yeah, I'm not pinning anybody's comments because I don't want to give. You're off to bed, Jeff Spieling? Fine. Think about me. No, sure, don't. Unless you have lotion close by. But wonder if she can dive him. I don't know what that means. Wanda. That's right. Just kidding, exact. Night, Jeff Spieling. Scissoring. Oh, so just kidding. I was just doing the peace sign with my fingers and thought of it. You know what? Get out of the gutter. Is Babos here? Oh, okay. She's probably fucking watching Tom's. Maybe he still lets her chat on there, does he? I just can't. And yes, she did have a stream schedule, but she kept buffering and buffering and buffering, you know? And then when I came on, I was buffering and buffering, and I refreshed. Not refreshed, I'm sorry, restarted, and then it worked. So I don't know if it had something to do with whatever connection we were all on prior to restarting, but then it worked this time. I got some weird phone calls and texts from you today. Was that you? Oh, what they give cats for hairballs. My cats never have a hairball. Isn't that weird? Roscoe sometimes, the other day I gave him a haircut out on the lawn and he tried eating his own fur. Flaxseed. Flaxseed oil, though? Is it oil? So, I was, I had this, hi, Jen, 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 Jen. I sound like I'm stuttering. Um, oh, thanks a lot, Jen, Jen, Jen. Bob was buffered. That's why we are here. Thanks a lot. So just kidding, Jen. Thank you for coming in. Hey, you guys, make sure to subscribe. Please, please. Anybody who's not subscribed, and I believe that we should start a mission. Everybody should try to supersede the thumbs downer person. And I know it's one person with at least fucking 100 thoughts. I mean, there's no way that many people hate cancer vlogs. I mean, seriously, people hate cancer vlogs. I mean, come on. Nobody hates cancer vlogs or a little girl singing Amazing Grace or shit like that. People don't. That's one person, probably the same person. Oh, Vlad. Vlad. Who's black? Who's black? Vlad. Unfriend? What does that mean? What does that mean, you guys? Black, LMAO, unfriend, huh? I don't know what that means. Um, oh my god, you guys are fucking confusing me right now. I think you guys are doing it on purpose. Hey, Vlad, did you see prudently fucking deleting and timing out everybody in the live stream last night because she fell asleep on her phone? Isn't that so funny? Oh my god. I was like trying to figure out so hard who could be doing this. Where's Mr. Rourke? Why isn't Rourke here? Oh, you're leaving, Vlad? What does he mean, night? He's leaving now? What does that mean, you guys? Vladimir, what do you mean, night? Night, night, night? Hi there. What does that mean, Vlad? Night. Why would you night me? Not night me. Why would you night me? No, really, why? Huh? There's Mr. Work. Mr. Work. Hi there. What the fuck? XX, find out what is going on with Vlad. What does he mean by that, you guys? XX, what do you mean? Who said that? Unfriend and block. Who said that? I said prudently, I'm coming home. My baby wrote me a letter. My baby wrote me a letter. I'm a coming home. Something like that, right? I don't know who sings that. Well, I don't know about the whole thing. But no, but really, did they? Oh, it has to be him because it came from his. I'm a coming home. Oh, give me a ticket for an airplane. I ain't got time to take a fast train. Lonely days are gone. I'm a coming home. My baby just wrote me a letter. She said that she couldn't live without me no more. Bow, 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 bow. That's all I know. He's gone. Why? I didn't even do anything wrong. Did I say or do anything wrong? Did I? Yeah, did I say anything wrong to either one of them? I don't remember saying anything wrong. See, that kind of shit to me, that's kind of hurtful. You know what I'm saying? Like, same with, like if somebody blames me for something that happened. No, oh, okay. Expect somebody else? Who said something wrong? Give the dog what they want. I'm looking back and I'm like, oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I tried to, yeah. Oh, that's, oh, okay. All right, so I guess it's not me. Okay, great singing, by the way. You kill me, Adair. You kill me, and it's not you, X. No, it's not. It's not. I promise it's not, because you just texted me. Um, Great singing, by the way. Adair fucking cracks me up. And Adair is like modded on channels where, and you know what? It's funny because, uh-oh, I'm pinning things. Okay, I'm keeping it secret that we're doing all right here. Um, okay, let's just don't anybody block this person. Nobody block this person. Okay, I think that is something new too. That C6. So let's not block this person. If anybody has already or removed that comment, I would like to know who that is. Now, if you're gonna do something that brazen, right? Call yourself that and use that avatar. Tell me who you are. Don't do something brazen that you can't stand behind. So please, nobody block that person. I hope they haven't yet. 238. But tell me where you think that you can do something so brazen, not have me retaliate and post your address, which I do know, but I am more respectful. What makes you think that you can do that and hide behind that avatar and you feel like you're, you know, doing something that's going to hurt me, but it's not. I'm sorry to tell you, but anyway, let's just I hope nobody deleted that person. Did anybody delete that person or anything? 238, because I don't want them deleted yet. I want them to use those balls that they used when they made that avatar and that account to tell me who you are. Because when you can be that brazen, okay, so nobody's blocked them or anything. Okay, good, good, good. 238. So come on, use the same set of balls that you used when you made that account, which you evidently you did your little researching against me, right? And I know who you are, and I have your address and name and phone number. So, but because I'm a kind person, I would never ever do what you do. But right, right. So I just, instead of hiding behind some action that they think is so brazen and so detrimental to me, I'd really care. I'd really like to see who took the time to do that and what your gig is with me. What's your gig with me? 238. What's your gig? Seriously. Come on, Gardnerville. What's your, oh, you want me to call you that? I mean, I could. Could call you Douglas County. I mean, what do you want me to call you? 238. Or I could call you West Springfield. I mean, what do you want to be called? 238. Do you want to come out with, those set of balls that made you make that avatar? See? So there you have it. I mean, how many times have I said it now? How many times? Obviously, they don't have as big a balls as they think they do. And they're not doing as detrimental shit as they think they are, you know? Yeah, fucking stupid. They're using Google moderator team. Oh, did it get removed by Google moderator team? Hi, Bobby. Did it, Lulu? Because I can't see that shit from the stream. They did. They Is that possible that it could be somebody who changed their name to that? Or is it really Google moderator change? Deleted your Google or deleted whose Google? Yeah. But I would just so love for people who are actual assholes in real life. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Um, not mine. Bye. Oh, okay. Yeah. Um, yeah, I would like, people who are so brazen behind, avatars and shit that, but they can't be brazen in front of you. So, or with their own name or anything. Hi, Mark. How are you? How you doing, Mark? Yeah, that's really kind of funny. I know, but I just sent you a text message. It was the same person who was in Bobbles. Did you see my text message, Vlad? It says it was I didn't know that. Yeah, that's what I think too, Vlad. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um yeah, I think it's that V person. Yeah, and how would they like why would they well evidently, I mean it's quite obvious if there's an address in their avatar name, then you know yeah, that's so fucked up. Like just come out and say that you're you. Don't um hide, behind avatars that are brazen. Okay. Yeah, so brazen to put something like that and can't speak, any further, can't say anything, can't do it in their own. They know they wouldn't like that, right? They know that, but they think that that's their prerogative to do something like that. Now, here's the thing about that moderator team. I've been complaining about that person for so freaking long, but yet you would think you would have seen that wither away and die live stream with my face photoshopped to look dead. You would have thought that would have been gone long before it ran for 4 months. I mean, if there's a Google moderator taking time to be in this live stream, then I appreciate what you did. I really do. And I appreciate you taking notice and being able to recognize what that was an attempt at. But I would just like to know how a Google moderator didn't see somebody screaming for me to die, C word, die, die, C word, die. When I'm saying C word, you know what I mean, right? I'm just not saying the word. but like, see you next Tuesday, whatever. Okay? How somebody got to run a video like that, got to run live stream. What is that stuff you're talking in, Vlad? English, please. English, please. Um, hi, Debbie. I would just, if there is an actual Google moderator, right? And that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that that's anything wrong with it. Okay, that's cool. I just want to know why, when somebody did that, because let me tell you something. That's not the first time I've seen that in a live stream. Oh, I don't know anything about that. But that's what I mean. I've seen much worse, people say to you. Exactly. How is it that I can see things like when I said to Spaceman, I hope you will return in the future. Hi, Moonchild. That I see a response that said, C word isn't bad. Just kidding. You're funny, Adair. How is it possible that someone can send a comment saying, the future? You don't have any future. You won't even be around in the future. You know what I mean? How is that possible? That somebody could leave a comment calling me a cue ball or thank God you have cancer. How is that possible? And like I said, someone else had put that address somewhere else, and I didn't see them removing it then. So how is that possible? And I'm not trying to be mean because I appreciate that, what you just did. I just want to know. And I just want to tell you that that's a little too little too late. For 3 years, this person's been threatening. It wouldn't even have gone to the extent of where that person just came in here with that avatar named that. Okay? It wouldn't even be at that if they had nipped that in the bud immediately. When I kept reporting that somebody was putting my address, and this was like, I don't know, maybe even 6 months ago, 7 months ago, on a particular channel and putting my full name and address, there was no Google Mods there. And I would report it and it would pop right back up again on a live stream, my address. No matter how many times I reported it, it would pop back up. So I'm just really curious how it's possible that in the grand scheme of things, they're actually responsible for that person being able to make that avatar and feeling like they can, because there was never any consequences for their actions. You know? Was that your address in Alabama Dusty? Oh, they were just here too, Cray Cray. Yes, in a way, yes. Okay? But it's not as detrimental as you know? So anybody can feel free to go right to that address and see, come along. Come on. Come one, come all. Please. I'm just wondering why it took so damn long for, if it's a Google moderator too, and it's not a YouTube moderator, then isn't that the same company that when people are making avatars, like how would that avatar even got through? You see what I'm saying? So as opposed to nipping it at the bud when the avatar was being created, like some of the clones that get out there. So basically, that person didn't say anything rude. They knew I wanted to address that person. So suddenly, then they want to exercise their control. Not when I'm asking for their help, but when it means that they're exercising their control. So when I say, hey, can you please delete this? They say no. When I say, hey, don't anybody delete this, I want to hear this, they delete it. So I believe, like, what is that? Like control freak? Is it? Because they wouldn't be here had Google and whoever is, you know, checking out their fucking shit that's going on had never made that person. Let that person make that. Yeah. If they did their job from the start, you wouldn't have to lurk around and throw your control in people's faces. And although I'm a nice person and I say, well, I appreciate that, but I'd also appreciate a response. Nobody's going to know who you are. They're just going to know you're the Google moderator. Because I got some questions. I got questions. I want to know how it's possible that people can use your likeness, your face, and your name and go out there and say shit like I'm fingering myself right now in live stream. And no matter how much reported, it pops right back up. Now, if at the very beginning you guys would have said, hey, wait a minute, this is the same person, same name. I get it that there's this many people and that many people using the internet and YouTube, but then that same thing goes for that comment saying, hi, SG. Yeah, an evil twin. Exactly. Except for prudently, the clone was absolutely nice. Okay? So, and then my clone ended up being nice too, so that when people were going, or when, I'd show up and I'd say, hey, that's not me, that's a clone. People in the room are, this clone's going, oh my God, that's my clone, that's my clone. So I'd be getting deleted from channels and blocked from the channel owners. In the meantime, when I said, and no matter how many times I reported those things, when I said, please nobody delete that comment, I was undermined. And I'm really shocked. If you have the time to sit here and watch my live stream and delete something that I said, do not, just because I wanted to get to the bottom of it, then I don't understand how you don't have the time to delete that comment. Any ideas I ever had from what it's supposed to be? I've seen more drama here than in real life. Exactly, Lulu. That right there was a complete control issue right there. Because when I'd asked for things to be deleted and stuff, when I saw my address somewhere months ago, it just kept popping right up. It wasn't in violation of their, when I saw somebody running a live stream with it on the ticker on the bottom with my full name, wasn't deleted. The other night when Jose, supposedly, I don't know if it was Jose or somebody else, uh, posted on Bobbles a phone number that didn't get deleted, and yet that did. Hmm. Very, very surprising to me. Very. Yeah. Maybe he's been working a lot, but yeah, he is. He stopped in a couple of times, a couple of times. I'm just really in shock about that. And Google, that's the one who runs the Gmail, right, Debbie? I mean, to allow somebody to even continue to harass somebody, um, through email constantly with the vile, vile shit is disgusting. Who always posts his info? I mean, Debbie, I never like used to, there was only one, Vlad, and it said, hello, SG. And I said, um, it was what I told you in the Google pages too, not YouTube. Uh, and I'll tell you what, um, Debbie, you were, oh, yeah, oh, okay, he always posts his info. So let's do that. Right. But let me just tell you something. Um, no, I don't think that. I don't think that because Jose has never called me. And if Jose had that, um, I think he would have called just or texted or something. I think he would have. Um, I feel like, oh, I was gonna say Debbie. I honest to God, I almost feel like using fucking that CW name in my shit just because the way he talks about people is so ridiculous. And yet, it's okay that he sits there, the V person I'm talking about, sits there saying that's like the major one who runs the spy ring and this and that. And yet, he never, his mods can go over there, people from can go over there, and he's all fine with that, you know? I know, me too. No, I can't see him pulling that either. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. He was way too open to do such complete switch. Exactly. And I feel kind of bad, like, because I almost kind of do think that it was that person that I thought it was in the first place. The one that reported. And I know that people think, and you know what too? I wonder if I was live then and that person. I'm just saying, yeah, Vern's working with Tom, I think. Do you think so? You know what kills me is that I had no clue that he was actually literally going to every fucking room. I know. Oh, let me just tell you about that, Debbie, too, right? What you just said, is that me and Prudently one night were on the phone. It was really late, and Prudently all of a sudden said, "Oh my God, what is he doing?" Right? She was talking about that V person, and um, I looked, and he had a voice changer, and it was coming out exactly like that Janice Dickinson. What he was saying, everything was exactly to a T, exactly. And me and Prudently, like when we're like saying, oh, who could it be? We forget about that, but you can. I don't lie. Um, and Tom Reed is Janice. I'm telling Lulu, if Prudently was here right now, she'd tell you. We saw him, the Vern guy, using a voice changer and was absolutely the same voice as that person. But the only thing that makes me feel like it's so fucked up, Debbie, is the shit they were saying about you. But I think that particular person could go from being nice to your face to saying vile stuff, trying to make it sound like somebody else, you know? Even though it didn't sound like anybody but him, because he's that vile one. I think he's behind the emails too. I really do. I think he's behind the emails too. I just have to say. Because, and I never gave him my email address, and I don't give my email address out much, but TR could have, or the JWJ could have. I did hear her pretty much. Good night, Willow. Over and saying he'd think, and then I stopped on shit. Right. He's turning Japanese. He's turning Japanese. Do you know that? Do you know that Vlad Babos was the one who told me? No, 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 no. I don't. I think that he's been doing it for 3 years. No female wrote those letters, Lulu. Mm-mm. Right, Debbie? I don't know if you received ones as vile as I did. I'm pretty sure you did. And they weren't like always directed right to me, but they were so vile, so vile. They were like about, fingering buttholes and just vile, 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 disgusting words that only someone who's screaming, die, see where die, die, see where die. And to find out that that person had been, no, I don't think secular is, no, I think it's fake. Yeah, he does it all, apparently you're not the first I've heard of saying that about 3.5 weeks ago. See, that's what I'm saying, Indigo. Isn't that, oh, I was saying to you, turning Japanese. Babos was the first one who told me about, oh, you have seen, right, right? Yeah, I did. And I never would come out about it, but, oh, I didn't even want to call you cricket. Want to come up and talk about him? Let me drop the link. Um, but basically what my mindset is about that whole thing, I didn't want, oh, she was forwarded the email to you. Or I never asked, have you had a threesome? Oh my God. A Blavy needs a fantasy for tonight. Oh, sorry, just kidding. Ha ha, 2 lives during one day talking crazy. Today? Ah, find the link, Indigo. Um, that's interesting. See? Now that person, that weirdo has more credibility to TR than I do. Had more credibility to people who claim to be intelligent than I do. They were buying into that I was LARPing a hospital, that I literally was paying actors, Oh my gosh, you guys know I took care of myself tonight earlier. I am good. Good night, Willow. Are you sure you are? Bobby, are you sure you're quiet recently? I know, but he didn't. Oh, that's so funny. She's good. Adair. Oh, Adair and a Blobby. That's such two nice names. Um, everybody's got Willow. Barry's got nice names, quite frankly. Yeah, my thought I can't come up. I'm in the room with Kristen and she's asleep. Oh, I got you. Okay. Um, well, if anybody wants to do Rourke or anybody, did I post the link, you guys? Did I? Can't even tell. Oh yeah. Um, but yeah, with that person with the emails, I wasn't gonna give them any kind of publicity and let anybody know that I was getting those letters too. I'd see you make videos and I'd see everybody else make videos about getting those emails, and I just wouldn't do it. I refute. Night. Well, yeah, paying actors, doctors, and renting out hospital to fake cancer. Isn't that crazy? Oh my God, Ablavi, you're too funny. Well, Jen. Yeah, I'm gonna just call you JJJ. But, yeah, I was LARPing. Like, that's what he would say. I was faking cancer. And I never faked cancer. And what I said was, hey, I'd gladly. He said, thank you. I appreciate that, Willa. Thank you so much. Did you see what happened here? Were you here for that one, Willa? No, no, he hasn't said anything, actually, Debbie. He just said something way back. I don't know where it is. Way back. He should be here, but I know he watches from afar. From afar. He's probably on stilts outside my window right now. I'm just kidding. uh, right. Isn't that weird that a Google mod would delete something but not there at Bobble? Isn't that crazy? And not crazy like loopy. I'm not trying to be insulting to any Google mod. I'm just saying that when I ask the question, can you tell me what the difference is of, them leaving it there at Bobbles, but deleting it here? When I said, nobody delete that, I want to get to the bottom of it. The only difference I see is that I said, don't delete it, and wanted to try to exercise some control over the situation. And so I was undermined, right? Undermined by Google Mod. But in Bobble's channel, and when I would report things, are we covering more topics than the Google Mod? Yeah, basically we're covering like cyber stalking and trolling and clone accounts, because and Gmails that are vile, because of the fact that all of us have probably at some point, like Lulu was cloned, and when they got up into a chat room, Mr. Rourke was cloned, when they get up into the chat room because they're posing as somebody that is known to the channel, they porn bomb it. Now, I would much rather see those people who could be doing that to children's channels as well, okay? If it's that easy to clone an adult's YouTube account, then it must be just as easy to clone a child's YouTube account. And that's where my concern lies. There's no real phone number to call, and he didn't hide everyone. Uh, well, you will be. You will be. You will be. Ah, oh my God. And I'm just kidding, Jen. It's not about being important. You don't want to be phoned. Trust and believe. I was in places where I wasn't only cloned. My car was cloned, but they should be. We should all be allowed that, you know? Yeah. He didn't. He's not even talking. The last thing he did was threw tomatoes. But I think he said hello to you, Debbie. But mine doesn't even go that far, like to where you first came in. Rourke, would you just say hello to people, please? Rourke, come on, stop holding off. You know we love you, or at least I do. I have a poster of Rourke. I blew up that picture of him chained to the mattress with the dad too. No, sir. Blew it up. It's all like one of those wall murals, a big old curse, yeah, like whatever. I think it's so funny that he drew that. I love it. Hysterical. He showed me a couple other drawings. I was like, no, that has my face. Don't even change your avatar right now, Rourke. Maybe he's checking out CWs. Rourke, damn it, show yourself. There he is. I got a new mattress today. There he is. I know, right, Lulu? Nothing worse than getting blocked from the channel and you're the real one. You're the real one, Lulu. Remember that night? You were there. You were saying, that's not Survivor Girl. And everybody was like laughing. And Frankenmuth. What's Frankenmuth? Is that a place? Is that a place? I wish Amy would come back because I feel like um Rock, damn it. Hello, Debbie. There, see? There he is. That's my Rocky. Nobody else gets to call him Rocky. Okay. Oh, it's a real place? Frankenmuth? Oh, that sounds so weird. Is that how you spell it? You guys are so funny. You say something, you go, "Oh, I remember," and I'm like, "Remember what?" Oh, okay, I know. When you were saying I wasn't, that the other person wasn't me, and nobody would listen to you, Lulu. Nobody would listen to you. Yeah. Hopefully you cheers the bed in the best way. What is that? Is that a chicken? I can't see the little emojis. One time, I put this for praying hands. Okay, you guys, look. Because to me, it does look like praying hands, and thankfully, my friend told me it was not praying hands. I would put this, so but I'm gonna find it for you guys. Nobody guessed. Yeah. Hold on, you guys will see, and you will see it does look like praying hands. Oh, here we go, right there. Does not look like praying hands. That's what I heard through the grapevine. Oh, it's a big torrent. Oh, see, if I was going there, I wouldn't have chicken. I would have bratwurst or like schnitzel. Ooh, schnitzel. Schnitzel's good. That's like a pounded, fucking pork chop, breaded. It's good with some kind of like gravy on it, isn't it? I like German food. I was looking for a good Polish restaurant. Oh, during all the earlier buffering. Oh, wasn't that a TV show? No. Um. Oh my God, Amy. Seeking Amy. That's not what it was called though. It was No, it was a movie. Desperately. No, no, not desperately seeking Amy. It was Chasing Amy. Chasing Amy. I know that's a nose now, but I thought it was a praying hands before I got my cheaters. But no, my friend, she said, Jackpot Queen. I wish she was still around. I liked her. She said, that's a no. Finally, somebody told me. Every time people be putting the fucking praying hands, I'm putting a nose. Wondering why mine didn't have blue cuffs. She no, Seeking Amy was not. It was a movie with Silent Bob and Jay or whatever the hell, and Ben Affleck was in it, and that girl from Big Daddy, Joey something, and the guy from My Name Is Earl. Oh my god, it was a good movie. No, it's Chasing Amy, not Judging Amy. Oh, Judging Amy was the TV show. And they did. Oh, she hasn't been booted from CW? Oh, so everybody just kind of assumed it? Oh. She was demodded in front of everybody? You made a video? Oh my god, I gotta check it out. Oh my god. OMG. Roar, come up here so I can go look at Quaker's, not Quaker's. Oh, he reminded her now? Just now? No way, Debbie. Are you kidding? So he proved that he had been watching Bob's live stream. And yeah, didn't that to have that girl with the curly hair on it judging Amy? Was she a judge? That Greek lady? Get out of town. Oh my God. Uh, I got it. You got those videos up right now, Debbie? Because I'm gonna post them here. I'm gonna post the link. You have them up now? Uh, no, he reminded her in a live. Today, though, what I'm saying is like today or tonight after Bob was live when she had to get off because it was buffering. Get the fuck out. Like a fucking award ceremony. Oh my God. Mr. Rourke. It was very fast. He was on the phone with her. What are you multitasking? What are you multitasking? Who told him? Who told him what? Is Rita still on? Rita. Come on, Rita. Come on. Come on, Rita Rourke. Yeah, it's fast. It's just proof she was demonic. Oh, your video is? I'm gonna drop the link. Hold on. Okay. If you can't hear me for a second, don't panic. Woo, his work won't come up. He doesn't love me anymore. All right. Let's see. Oh my God. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, okay. 35 minutes ago. I hope that's the right one. Okay. Okay, so you guys can hear me? Get the hell out. So he proved that he was watching. He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind that drama, does he? He likes drama. He's the drama king. That's why the Chosen One community is probably filled with the most drama of all the fucking communities, appears to me. Every other community, they're all sweet and nice and stuff. Not all of them, but most of them. For Amy, but maybe she doesn't care. Rourke, go on his hand, do a little reader. Yeah, I mean, is that the right one, Debbie? Um, I'm dying to watch it, and Rourke won't go on the panel. I know after 5 minutes they'll end my live stream thinking I left, and that's messed up. That Rourke won't help me out here. She wants to be in his spot. Let her shaking my head. See, that's what happened when, like, some of them I saw. Oh, you know who else do I saw was that lady who used to sing the, like Tom and Daisy, ba, 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 right? And I'm not gonna say the name. and I noticed that she was unwrenched. And I'm just gonna say that if anything does occur between her and Tom, she's welcome here. Yeah, Rourke, but still, you could come up so that I can, because she was here, Moonchild. Oh, and because she made that video about Debbie. Yep, she made the video about Debbie. See, I thought she was blocked because I saw that video where he won't watch him. But I did watch today because I just wanted to see, you know. Rourke, you could just come up and let me go watch the video so I can comment on it. Oh, good night, Adair. Are you tired or is it too much drama, Adair? Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, but it's not drama that wasn't already going on. We didn't create it. We're not the creators, we're just the commentators. Yeah, Rourke, lighten things up. Apparently I'm a heavy load. No, sir, Moonchild. Just kidding. Yeah, but he also said something about making a video towards somebody that he had problems with. So I thought that she had already kind of screwed it up after she made that video about Debbie. That's what I thought. Rourke, can you just do me a favor, please? Come on. Garcon. Garcon. No, sir, I'm just kidding. Text your ass. I'm texting you right now. That was supposed to be me and him on the motorcycle and in the sidecar with my dog. I'll use that for the thumbnail tonight. All right, so please come up with a cherry on top and whipped cream. Please, please. Oh, all right, good, Adair. I'm glad. Good night, Ablavi. Ablavi and Adair sitting in a tree. No, sorry, I'm just kidding. But I just like your names together. And your baby could be called a Blair. Right? Or okay, so that or a Davi. A Davi or a Blair. You could have twins, a Blair and a Davi. That's so cute. The way she was trying to get my number from people is weird. I know. That is kind of weird. It's, oh, thanks, Debbie. He's such a baby. Rourke. Lulu called you Rourke. Lulu called you Rourke. Just kidding, Lulu. What will be your next avatar? Why did you have to get a new bed? What have you been doing in the old one? I want to know. Was it all like hard and crusty? I hope not. Cause no, actually, I don't care if it was hard and crusty. I'm saying I would. It's better and nicer that you got a new mattress, just in case I ever want to do the chicken walk down your freaking driveway, right? Just saying, you guys. You guys ever see me doing the chicken walk down? I know, I know. I was like, yes, he is. That would be my next. The mattress? The mattress. Yep, Rocky. He said Rocky sleepy. I know. He's laying in bed right now, you guys. Thinking of us. Especially since, oh, hi. Hi, Minnie. Zombie Queen. Rourke, Rourke, do Rita. Now. Now. No more. Come on, Rock. Rocky. Oh, wait. Encore, encore, encore. Even though he hasn't been up once. Is this buffering still? Am I buffering, you guys? Am I? Am I buffering? JG 877 cash now. Oh, God. What you see? Peer pressure him. LOL. I know, right? Aw, Minnie. Minnie's one of my first friends on YouTube, by the way. Everybody from a long, long time ago. What is the name of my live stream? What is the name of my live stream? What is it, you guys? Thumbs up it, whatever it is. Oh, it was buffering. Oh, I get it. That's the name. And then you know what? If you said to me, okay, all right, and then you'll come up if I ask. Okay, okay, okay. So, everybody, this seems. Oh, yeah, but you heard her say she can't because I know, Moonchild, that's the name of my live stream. Isn't that so funny? And if she said, no, buffering, ti I still would have probably came back with, am I buffering? That's probably what I would. Thankfully, I fucking got it. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, that's funny. I know I miss you too. We don't talk as much as we used to. We were in a live stream one night when this bear and a wild boar. I honestly believe that they were putting on an act for us because I mean it was really strange how the boar was like looking up at the camp. Were you there? I know what Tropa was. Zombie. Oh, I'm still buffering Lulu. I hope not. Oh, oh, I forgot about the deal. Wait a minute. Rourke says that if Debbie gives him a reading, she'll come on. Ah, for women, it's lingering and fingering, not lurking and jerking. Just saying. I made that up myself, zombie. Um, that if Debbie would give him a reading, that he'll come up. Just saying. You do mean that, right? You don't mean like a braille reading, right? And it's a braille reading. You guys know what the worst thing? No, the scariest thing ever to read in braille. The scariest sentence ever to read in braille. You guys know what it is? Oh, no way. Really? That's horrible. That is awful. I got blocked from that channel too before, but luckily I went in there like a lunatic. Thing was, I thought they were calling me a frog or a toad. No, it was a toad because I was behind in the video. Mr. Rourke does. Mr. Rourke wants a reading in braille. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. In braille. I said, what's the scariest sentence to read in Braille? Um, yep, and then like it was like one of my first times kind of in the bear chat. And so I was actually behind. I know it's hard to believe, but I was behind on the live stream. And so whenever on the like this on the screen, So when everybody was talking about toads, I thought they were talking about me. And not that I think I'm a toad. I'm just saying, like, then they started talking in like some kind of foreign language and stuff. And oh, here we go. Hold on. Read what? She said. Read what? Link. Link, please. Okay. So I was like, there can I be? Turns out there was really toads on the screen, and I was behind in the chat. So always check that red line is the moral of that story, just to see if you might be lagging behind. The moral of the story is don't accuse everybody of calling you a toad on a nature channel. It's a good possibility there's a real toad there. So, fortunately, when I went back as, like my sleep it up, and I was like, madman, madman, madman. Turns out her name was really Mad Mom, but she was nice to me, and she was the mod there. Hi. Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I was just about. That is really Vlad, right?
No, it's the fucking fake one.
Well, you never know. You didn't say anything at first, so I
I
didn't
didn't
know
know
if I
I was on.
put
To
it
be
out.
honest, yeah, I didn't know I was on because I had the comments already tiled up, and I don't get to see the video screen right when the comments are playing in Streamyard. So yeah,
Yeah, who's this now?
Pork, get on
No,
here.
I don't think that's really Bobbles. There's no fucking way she would come in like that. Mm-mm.
I don't
No way.
see that. I don't see that comment.
Oh, yeah, but no, there's no way she would come in like that. Now,
What on what Streamyard?
just now, in my back room.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I know. It was like it was a, but I don't know if it's really her, and if it is,
No. Well, didn't she say on your other stream there the other night saying like if I'll fucking tell you it's me. Like you'll see me on cam. You
yes,
know what I
that's
mean?
what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I'll see her on camera. Yep, exactly, absolutely, Vlad. Yep, that is what she said. So that has to not be her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
She said I think she meant like she'll let you know in the chat and
Yeah,
she'll
I'll
also
be
have
able
it
to see
in
her on the camera. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. And that was just such a derogatory. But yeah, see, and that's what I mean. Like for them to delete. Yeah. I'll tell you about that later. Like the text. And
fucking
Debbie, he said about the reading to me like on text. So that's how. Yeah, I don't fear either. So
I'm
I don't think
smoking myself into fucking oblivion right now.
cigarettes or pot.
Fuck, what do you think?
Well, how, yeah, I know you were like stressing yesterday. I found myself stressing without it. Isn't that awful?
Well, it's not that I don't sleep good when like I well the thing is I remember more dreams when I don't and like not to get in too many details, but I get my nightmares and stuff when I don't.
Right.
So
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I haven't had a dream in a long time. Isn't that weird?
it suppresses me remembering dreams, and because a lot of the dreams I have are bad. So I guess that's probably like hand and foot, hand and glove, I should say.
Right.
Yeah. But so I've been all fucked up. I was up at 4 o'clock this morning, and then I was trying to doze back out, and then I ended up having to shoot up to St. Lucie County, and then I had to shoot down to Miami, and then come back. And fuck, man, I just smoked. Tired,
I hear
not
ya.
sleeping well. The sleep I do get, you know what I mean? It's like really shitty sleep. So I was like, fuck it, man, because I was gonna see if I could take a break, from smoking for a bit.
Yeah, I remember you said that last night.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
and
quick, right?
yeah,
I said,
no bueno, no
Lulu
bueno.
said, no, it equals nightmares. And that's what I used to get. It was like, I used to also, I mean, I used to smoke weed, you know, I've
Yeah,
smoked weed, pretty
mine are a
much
bit
throughout
more
my life.
in depth than just like normal nightmares, but yeah,
But I mean, like,
definitely.
it used to make me paranoid at one. At first, it used to make me laugh. Then it used to make me paranoid, kinda. And then I became just okay. Then it would kind of like what Lulu said, give me nightmares if I smoked before I went to bed. But now it doesn't do, any of that. It kind of makes me laugh, but I feel like by now, after these, um, you know, uh, what do you call them? 10 years, you know what I mean? Like every 10 years, like, so if you start smoking weed at 12 and you're still smoking it 40 years later, what's that? An era? No.
Yeah,
What is
I
a
find
10-year span?
like I don't know if it's like one of the active ingredients or whatever in it, but I mean it for me at least anyway, it suppresses them. Maybe for some people it makes them dream more or what, but for me it actually suppresses them. Like I rarely will wake up and remember what I dreamt, because we
Right.
all dream, right, every night, like regardless, right? And excuse me, but I mean, like for me, I mean, like these like 3 days, like I remember everything. You know what I mean? It's like a film, a replay in my head. It's like fuck that, dude.
Now, I would feel like, Debbie, you're probably, isn't that like, yeah, because isn't like nightmares is that caused by rapid eye movement? And if somebody is in such a
Well, that's when you're in
sound
dream
sleep,
state. When you're in REM, like you'll
yeah,
say on an 8 hour sleep, right? There's only maybe about anywhere between like 45 minutes to 2.5 hours, usually maximum that you'll be in REM sleep. And that's when usually you're supposed to be having your most vivid dreams, the ones
now is
that are.
that when you're most sound asleep or when you're,
Yes, that is in your deep sleep. That's correct. Yeah.
so I wonder, like, because Debbie says, like she takes a lot of sleep medication, that she doesn't
Mhm.
remember dreams, right?
Yeah, that'll
Um,
suppress it. That'll suppress it as well. It's a depressant, right? So, sleep medication as well is a depressant of some kind, right? Like even Ambien, you know.
yeah, I would feel like when I woke up, I would be more depressed, like that bubble feeling of,
Ambien don't work on me at all, at all.
well, Ambien's a benzo too,
Yeah,
right?
I don't work on me. I don't. To be honest with you, I don't know. There'd probably be
Yeah.
people that would know better than me on that, but I know it doesn't work on me because I got prescribed them. I think they were like 10 milligram, whatever, and I took them. And I remember one night, man, I took like fucking 8 of them bitches, and I was still awake, dude. you know.
Mm, yeah.
So yeah,
Some dreams I remember like vividly, but they're dreams from a long time ago, and I still remember. Like I've woke up crying before, and it was just one particular dream that I remember waking up crying from it, and
I used
I
to
still
wake up.
remember it.
I used to wake up with my arms up in the air as if I was fast roping out of a helicopter.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
like
Like
together?
my wife would tell me, like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "Look up," and I look, and my arms would be up, and I'm like holding a rope that's not there. And she goes,
Mm.
"You were yelling shit, and I woke you up." I was like,
Wow.
"Oh, okay, cool."
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I don't
scary.
do
Could
that
you imagine
anymore.
being in somebody else's nightmare?
Yeah, I don't do that anymore. But I mean, like, it's pretty intense. You know what I mean? Like, because
Yeah.
wouldn't really recall it, but I know because how my hands would be. You know what I mean? I'd be like, "Oh, well, that's how you come out of a fucking bird." So I put two and two together. So
Yeah. I can't believe that your doctor is. Did they tell you to take that? Debbie, the only reason why I say it is
no,
because,
no, 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 no.
no,
Are
no,
you
I'm
talking in
talking about
reference to
Debbie's
me?
comment. Do you see it?
Oh, 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 I'm sorry.
Yeah. Debbie's. And the only reason why I say that is because I don't know myself. I only know from what happened to my sister, but I don't know that she wasn't doing those. It was different ones, and I think in the small print somewhere it said that they wouldn't mix well with other prescriptions. it could cause, heart failure. And these doctors, they just don't even care to read what could cause heart failure. And like I've said, like many times, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but in 84, when they told my family that the computers weren't capable of, knowing what another doctor had prescribed them, but you would think somebody's medical records follow everywhere, kind of. They easily could have called and asked for facts. And, there was computers way back when I was, 19 in 87. So they must have had the ability. All I'm saying is, what's their excuse now? It's almost like we accepted that reasoning, Vlad, too. As a family, we accepted that, okay, maybe they didn't know that this prescription would create, with this other prescription would create, her heart to fail. But, taking them just as prescribed, mind you.
Well, in my opinion, the thing with doctors today, they're all about treating they're all about treating the symptoms, right? They're not about finding solutions. With
And seeing what the
cures,
cause
correct?
is,
You know
too.
what I mean? Yeah. They want to treat the symptoms, right? Because if the symptoms are under control, then there's not a problem. That's how I think modern medicine has that's the direction I think it's taken. It's more
Right.
focused on treating the symptoms than focusing on finding the solution to the problem that is
Yeah, like what
causing the
it
symptom.
is, what caused it, and, talking it out. That's why sometimes I think, as much as people say, oh, YouTube is YouTube, but I've heard like a lot of people's, backstories, and, and I've told mine, and I feel like that helps people to talk about things like we teach best what we most need to learn, kind of, like, and Debbie said that, her body is used to it. And plus, I heard you say that you're 5'8", so you have, like my daughter was, not my daughter, I'm sorry, my sister was like 5'3". She was short, and she had also had quite a few medical issues, like a heart murmur and stuff like that. So, all of that could have played a role. But um, I think, yeah, if your doctor is the same doctor, then that's okay, because you're just like you said, your body's used to it. I can't, now that you say that, I wonder to myself if some doctor had added a new prescription to my sister's, you know, slew of things they were already. I remember the word Xanax, that she was taking Xanax, but back then they didn't call them Xanny bars. I had never heard that.
I've only I've only tried Xanax, I think maybe two, maybe three times maximum, and it was like a
Yeah,
quarter bar, and I was fucking out cold in like 15 fucking minutes. I mean, out, and I would sleep
yeah.
fucking for like 10 hours, dude. Forget about it. You weren't waking
Even
me.
that
The
Seroquel
house could
out
have
like a
burned
light.
down with me in it, and I wouldn't have woke up.
It's just when you wake up though, it feels like it's a bubble around you. Like you're
Like a
not,
fog or something.
well, like you're like not really attached to what's going on around you. Kind of, you're foggy. I feel like it's hard to come out of it.
Like in a
Hard to wake
daze,
up.
right? Like a haze, like you're that like that early morning haze of
Yeah, but all
your
day
head's
kind of.
cloudy and yeah, I
Yeah,
guess I can't
yeah.
remember. Like I said, I've only done it maybe two, and I don't even think it was three times to be honest with you, because I did it once and I was like bam, and I was like, oh well, maybe it was just because it was that. And I had tried it again like a little bit after, and it was the same effect, right? So I wasn't interested in that. So
Yeah.
uh, yeah,
Now,
I
have
just
you ever tried, Debbie, taking the Klonopin when you're having a panic attack? But see, this is the thing with Debbie. If she's been on them a while, then they're benzos. And like I was talking about, that Ministry of Truth to my downstairs neighbor, um, I never knew that there was an actual different, because I've always stayed away from pills because of what happened to my sister when I was 16. So I've always stayed away from them. But I didn't realize, I would just think that maybe, my friend's daughter downstairs was kind of out of it. Like why the hell would she act like that? Yes. exactly what, yeah, the lowest dose. Yep. Yeah, not in the real world. Exactly. But I'm wondering now if when you don't take them, Debbie, if that's what causes the panic attack. Because my downstairs neighbor, her daughter, one time, like, I was talking to her about what ministry had told me about when she was trying to quit benzos cold turkey, and she felt suicidal bad. And so she called the hospital and told, not saying she didn't feel suicidal, she just felt very depressed.
In a dark place,
And
basically. Yeah.
yeah, like she felt like she was going crazy, like, you know. So she called the hospital, told them that she'd been trying to quit cold turkey. And I don't feel like I'm telling anything that anybody else can't see in the comment section on my, on that video. She told her testimony very honestly. And she said that when she got there, the woman had kind of like betrayed her and said, called the police, and they tackled her at the hospital and
Oh
locked
wow.
her up in, like,
Like a
a
Baker Act, right?
huh?
Well, I don't know what they call it. I think the name varies from state to state, but I know in Florida it's called like a Baker Act, where you get like locked up for 72 hours for mental evaluation.
Yeah, like section. Yep. That's
Yeah.
what they
Oh,
did
is
to
that what
her.
they call it up there? Okay. Yeah. Down here they
Yeah.
call it the Baker Act. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what they say. Like, what is it, a 5150 or something? I don't know, but
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
you know that's
certain.
funny you said because I've heard that term before, 5150.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, she said that's what they did to her. And not I think, but she said that. And so I never knew that if somebody was taking a pain med,
Oh,
it's
I bet.
different result from a withdrawal than it is the withdrawal of a benzo, which is for like mental health issues. So I don't know how the pain meds affect people, right? But the mental health issue pills that they seem to subscribe, or like the sleeping or panic attacks, seem to make them feel like they're going crazy if they they call it being formed in Canada, 72-hour hold. Yeah, I once took
What
Amphotericin. I
what
don't feel.
Debbie was saying there too. I bet she says, you know, if you miss your dose, you'll know within an hour.
Oh, yeah.
You could even time it
Yep.
within 15 minutes of when you're gonna start to feel fucked up, you know, for not having it.
Yeah.
I
This
remember
is
that was
Vlad on the panel.
that was years ago, but yeah.
Yeah. And,
I'm
and
lucky,
that's
man.
what
You
it
know what I
is.
mean? Like I haven't taken any type of pain pill or anything like that since like 2014. The military had me on them for 4 fucking years, man.
Really?
Yeah, keep you
While you were in
deployed.
the military, and they put you on them while you were
Oh
in the
yeah,
military?
yeah. They got to keep you deployable, man. You ain't no good
Wow.
to them if you can't go over overseas and deploy. You know. Yeah.
Now,
So,
I
oh, you're
wonder.
hurting? Here, take this shit. Take this. Here, we're gonna renew that script there. There, take this.
Yeah. And that is so, messed up that they are trying to like control people's thoughts, actually, when
Well,
you
it's
think
not
about
that.
it.
It's they need to keep you in a deployable status, right? So,
Hmm.
when you're not in deployable status, you're kind of like a burden to the system, basically. You know what I mean? They still got to
I
pay you.
do.
They got to, equip you. They still, yeah, but you can't deploy, right? And right now, we've been in what a 20-year war, so
Oh, I know. That
like
one, yeah.
like the unit I was in, it was always accelerated. You're supposed to have a certain amount of time to reset. Never saw that, you know.
Do you
So
remember that movie Jacob's Ladder?
you know what? I have seen that movie Jacob's Ladder, but it has been so. When I saw that movie Jacob's Ladder, I believe it was like on a beta or a VHS fucking cassette,
Yeah.
man. So I don't. I like.
That's what made me think of it. What you just said made me think of Jacob's Ladder, because um, I've seen how, people can get with a benzo withdrawal is almost homicidal, to themselves or the people around them. Homicidal, or I don't know if I'm not pronouncing it right,
The
but
withdrawals from the benzo is homicidal. People
yeah,
die.
that's what I mean. The withdrawals from it.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that movie Jacob's Ladder was
That's
about
not true.
these.
That's not true, Debbie. They never did, but they did do testing with acid back in
Yeah,
the late '60s, early '70s. They did test dosing soldiers with LSD. They did do that. There's actual footage. You could actually watch it on YouTube. You could look it up, the U.S. military LSD testing and stuff, and you'll see the soldiers all fucking wasted on acid trying to do operations and maneuvers. It's funny as fuck.
yeah, and that's like that Jacob's Ladder where they ended up thinking that enemy was there, but when it came out, it was just that they had
There's
killed
Spaceman.
everyone
Get up here.
around
Drop the
them.
link to Spaceman. Get Spaceman up here.
Hi, Spaceman. All right, Spaceman, you heard the request. Here you go, Spaceman. I'm dropping the link.
That's
Come
my
up,
fucking, that's the my down under alien right there.
right? I know, right? He's a good guy.
Yeah.
For all the shit that we were hearing over there on that other channel, don't you
Yeah.
think that
What do you call it? I'm sure
basically,
they did. I'm sure they did give him some type of like epinephrine or something like that. Like a pharmaceutical grade methamphetamine or something.
yeah, if
Like
you get any chance, go back and rewatch like Jacob's Ladder, and you'll see that that was what it was going on. It was like they were tripping and they killed each other because of their anger. And they had also, I think that somebody had tested it on like chimpanzees and stuff, and that they would kill their own, you know,
you want, well,
little
the
group.
Manchurian Candidate, right? If you really want to
Oh,
get into
okay.
some dark shit, look up the CIA and their experiments with mind control and everything like that, Manchurian Candidates and stuff,
The
where they
Manchurian
program,
candidate. Yeah.
they take
Yeah.
people and they would program them and they would have a trigger word. The phone would ring, they pick up the
Yep.
phone, hello, and
Yeah.
somebody would say,
That was
the
with Liv
blue
Schreiber,
ball
the
fell
newer
down
one.
the stairs, and that guy would go fucking kill somebody and not even
Yeah.
realize he was doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't even realize they did it. And that's what I think sometimes that it's when we see something go on like that, I feel like at some point maybe they had something placed inside them, like that chip that Denzel Washington took out of himself
yeah,
in the Manchurian Candidate.
yep.
Remember, and Liv Schreiber was the one, and I think they don't even know that they're doing it themselves. What they're doing, and
MDMA. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just out reading out loud Lulu's comment.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
what is
Hello.
MDMA? Was
It's like that's like I might be wrong, but it's like ecstasy, right, or something like that, right?
oh really?
Yeah, but
I didn't
they've
know
been
that.
using it for PTSD therapy, and it's been doing really good in the testing. And so is psilocybin as well. Psilocybin is doing really good.
Yeah, I
Diamond
don't take any of that.
is doing really
Only
good.
because you know what happened to my sister that she died. Hi, spaceman.
Hello. Oh, did I
Is
get?
it the real
Oh,
spaceman?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Who else would it? Who else would it be?
take that fucking voice.
I know what
I mean,
spaceman. You're the only one who's been hasn't been cloned. That's funny.
it's funny, isn't it? Since we're all clones. I mean,
They
us
can't
greys.
clone him because they can't get a fix on his DNA.
We're the ones.
See,
We're the ones that do the cloning here. Thank
That's
you.
right. Yeah, I was gonna get to that. Yeah, exactly. You better watch out. You don't fucking probe you.
ecstasy. I think I did hear that some like particular husbands and stuff would say, "Hey, let's do ecstasy." And I want to watch that movie where the guy
Planet of
saved the
the
monkey.
Apes.
At the end, he goes
Planet of
free with
the
all the
Apes.
other monkeys. I forgot the name.
Yeah,
What
Planet of the
movie? Hmm?
the remake of the Planet of the Apes. That's what it was.
Was it?
Yeah, yeah, because the guy rescues the first monkey there, Caesar, and that's how it starts. Yeah, you
I read a book like that called Hurt Go Happy, where the chimpanzee could sign language, and the girl she was deaf,
read.
and so
Yeah,
she understood
Jane
what
something,
the
right?
chimpanzee
Gorillas
was
in the
saying.
Mist. They killed
Oh,
her. The
my daughter
poachers
did a
killed her.
report on that on Diane Fossey, Gorillas in the Mist. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was so sad.
What a
I'm
tragic
telling you, she
story.
got an A+ on that, and the teacher said if she could have given her more, she would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was such a
Tragic
sad
story, man.
story. They killed her on the day after Christmas, like that night. The
Yeah.
poachers killed her.
Yeah.
She's still buried up there with that that silverback gorilla Digit
Yeah.
and her dog. Yeah,
That's
yep.
terrible.
She had gotten raped and everything in the Congo, and she still kept trying to help those silverback gorillas.
Yeah.
And that was where I learned, and that researching with my daughter for that report was where I learned that those silverback gorillas that are, pretty intimidating animals,
Oh
but they
yeah.
get so scared, even the male ones, when the poachers come, that they shit themselves. That's how scared they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Mankind's
fucking
Yeah.
sad.
horrible. Aren't we a horrible species though? Like we say we're the most intelligent species on the planet, but really we're setting up our own devastation, really. We're destroying everything that's valuable, and
Oh
taking
yeah.
over, killing all the trees, reducing our
Yeah.
oxygen.
Something big has to come along and fucking smack us the fuck down.
Hell yeah,
We'll
man!
do
I I, re- I
100%.
pray for it every day, man. That,
Yeah.
some alien,
Oh, I know.
advanced alien race comes along. But that the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah.
That was apparently based on a true story. Like in the
Yeah.
early days,
That's only been recently leaked too.
Yeah, it was leaked a while back.
Well, yeah. I mean, like in
The information.
when in relation to when that film was released. Like it's been a couple of years, I know, but I mean,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah, there was several years after the fact that like
yeah,
everybody
yeah.
thought it was just like
But
a
they
That
were
everything came about. I know. Like sometimes
well,
things all fall right into place. Like even those Sumerian tablets and the Bible. Like even like prudently. Oh, good night, Jen Jen. Um, I think it helps people
have a
sleep.
good
But
night.
okay, so even prudently said something to her pastor. She said, "Does Bigfoot appear in the Bible at all?" And he said, "Wow, that's luckily he's a type of person and pastor that doesn't just laugh stuff off, kind of, I guess, or doesn't, you know."
yeah.
And he said, "Oh, that's interesting. I'll do some research for you and see." And he said that he feels like that story about, is it Esau and Jacob? Is that it? One is covered in hair, and that's the one that he was covered in hair. So the other one, who wouldn't have inherited the father's land, put his mother put a goat skin on him, and the father, who was hard of sight, could touched him and said, "Oh, okay, you're him, so I bequeath you everything." And the other one came back, saw what had been done, and kind of just ran away into the wild and never was really seen again. Right? So
Mm.
that's kind of odd. I mean,
That's kind of funny because you could take that story that you just said and
yeah,
you could directly transpose it to the TV series Lost.
Yeah,
lost.
I knew
Did
that
you
was
know?
going to be a religious sort of take on that show from the start. It was going
Did
to
On
be
Lost?
something.
Yeah, Lost. You
Mm.
know the two brothers
At the
Yeah.
end.
that
The
that that that,
evil
that
and the
run
good.
the island. They run the island.
Yeah,
The two
yeah.
brothers.
The good and the
Yeah.
evil. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
loved that show Lost. Actually, I'm
I
gonna
was
tell
fucking.
you.
I've watched that whole series like
Me
3
too.
times, man, and I catch new things every fucking time.
that Close Encounters movie though, that the story that was leaked about it, the guy had said it was based on. Remember, there used to be pictures everywhere on the internet about those 5 glowing orbs going over the White House.
Yeah,
Yeah, they were really big. Well, that's where they made contact. They actually made contact with telepathy to certain people, and because that's how they communicated. But they apparently had the meeting in France because the French people are more susceptible to telepathy, apparently. So that's why in the movie they were showing all these people getting images and stuff to go to this mountain. as they flew over them and all that sort of
French
bizzo.
people are more susceptible, really?
Well,
Well, they're
apparently
kind of
that's
soft
what
in the head, right? So let's be honest. I could
that's
say
what.
that because I'm half French, so fuck off.
No, but it makes me
Well,
wonder if like the Eiffel Tower, you know how like there's vibrations, like, and if there's too many of those power lines near somebody, you can hear it in the air, like the
oh
electricity.
yeah, yeah, the
Yeah,
ions.
Yeah,
But
it just makes
electromagnetic
me wonder.
field.
But the thing I wanted to point out, they were given 60 years to prepare the human race because apparently those aliens that arrived claimed themselves as the traditional owners of Earth, inhabitants of Earth, and they wanted to return back to Earth. And the government told them, no, no, you can't do that, because people will freak out and kill themselves and do all sorts of mayhem. So they gave the government 60 years to prepare the human race for their return. But they said to our governments when they do return it, they're going to remove all militaries and governments from the face of the earth. All right. And bring us into the intergalactic realm and start trading with other worlds. They want us to go back into trade with other worlds.
I
See,
just
so
feel like the word
That's
alien gets used to describe, like someone from another country, right? And unidentified flying object is pretty general. So these people, aliens, could look like anything.
oh,
what
there's
do you
many
if
many
you
types of aliens though.
have you seen have you seen the alleged leaked KGB film, the black and white old film, looks probably in the 50s, maybe early 60s, of Skinny Bob the alien. Have you seen that video?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Mm-mm,
yeah. In
I
Okay.
the
didn't.
he was in the
Do you,
Captain
do
of
you,
Dome
do you believe there's a guy that tries to do a debunk on it? He's a special effects like fucking like
person. Yeah.
guru, and he says it's fucking legit.
Oh shit, yeah. I got to see the real live recording of the Roswell crash that the farmers took before they told the military.
And
All right.
check this out. Now, have you also seen the alleged leaked footage of the aliens walking in for a meeting with some, I can't remember.
Yeah.
I think it might have
Yeah.
been Roosevelt and somebody else.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
like you could see like the person was secretly recording it because they said they didn't want to be anyway. Even if they did,
Yeah. I think
you
the
know.
politician at the time was shaking hands with him or something. Had his
Yeah,
photograph
exactly.
taken and all that
And then
too.
you see another clip of them like walking, two of them together, walking in with people and stuff. But
Hang
do
on, my
you
phone's
what
ringing.
do you think of that? Do you think that is authentic? I think it's authentic too because it's right along the same time frame as that Skinny Bob, the film. I mean, if it is a reproduction, it's a really great one. But that same guy couldn't debunk that one either. But the breakdown of the Skinny Bob analysis is amazing. He
Yeah, I
really
do, but
explains it for the layman,
I
like
sort of don't
with
organise
CGI,
them and
this is
what.
what it is. You know what I mean? You get this and this and this. You don't have this with the video. Like you can see it moving with the eye. You could, I mean, he says,
Sometimes I think like that we're more in danger of our own
oh
kind,
fuck, absolutely, absolutely.
than any other. I'm more like I haven't seen any, but we don't even know if those people who are that, say, 1% that are
We
like,
we
okay, yeah, destroy that entire rainforest. Who
we
cares about
slaughter
the
each
animals?
other. We slaughter each other for material things.
It's crazy, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, not
And
even
that's
like to eat, like the animals, like
Yeah,
they're,
yeah.
yeah,
what really I hate too, though, is how the military suppress everything and claiming it
We kill for
military
sport.
purpose only.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand the military suppressing things because if you give everything out and every secret, then how do you have a one up on the other side? So I can
Yeah.
see that. I mean,
But
if
I
they were
mean, most of them have got weapons of devastation anyway now. Nuclear weapons and crap. So,
right, but
I,
I think
I,
even just wiping out all the trees, which create oxygen,
mm,
is devastation for the whole human race. I think,
oh yeah, definitely.
yeah, I think creating those GMOs is devastation. You
Well,
know, all of that.
they said if the oceans stop well, if we lost all the forests, like we had no way to produce new oxygen in the air
Yeah.
because mostly nitrogen, right? It's 70% nitrogen. But I mean, that we would still have enough, like at the population that we're at.
Do you know most
We,
of the oxygen actually comes out of the ocean?
yeah, yeah,
It's created from
would-
the
yeah,
plankton and
because it
all
breaks from the hydrogen molecule.
that. Mm.
But
When do you
Right,
see?
but it's sometimes throughout history they've dried up oceans. They've dried
yeah, but
up
that's
lakes.
fine. If they're dried up, that hydrogen's got to be in the atmosphere.
You
It
know,
doesn't,
Yeah.
it's like
you know what I
they're
mean?
just, they don't.
But the thing,
Uh,
what I was
yeah, go ahead.
getting is that like there would be still enough air for everybody. I can't remember, man. It's some exorbitant amount of time, and I was quite surprised. I want to say it was like something like 9,000 years or some shit. Like we wouldn't like.
Right, but they probably maybe that report was made to make people feel secure about something that we learned in school. Remember, like in
Oh,
school,
then
they
you
would
need to
teach
look at
us that.
then you need to look at the suspicious observers YouTube channel and look at their catastrophe series.
Mm. Do you know?
You
Do you
want
know?
to listen to that? Go watch that catastrophe series from Suspicious Observers,
Okay,
and then we could talk about it in a few days, man. Because people's
I'll look it
mind
up.
will fucking be blown because the
Yeah.
government's covered up shit in our
Oh
history,
yeah.
and
Do you know? Do you
yeah,
know why they went to the moon? Why they really went to the moon?
yeah, to see if the sun micronova,
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
on a
Exactly.
looking it up right
12,000
now.
year,
Suspicious
on a
what?
12
Suspicious
suspicious
catastrophe?
observers. They do a daily morning like news thing, and then he also
Oh,
has a
observers.
And
catastrophe thing.
we're sort of like they figured out that it's every 1,500 years the sun goes supernova and
12,000 or so, they
puts
said.
out. Oh
Yeah,
well, it's
a micronova.
anywhere between 1,300 to 1,500 years, and we're at 1,150 years towards the next one.
Well, micronova. Yeah, because that's what they collected the glass beads
So
and the
yeah,
vitrified rock on the moon. Yeah.
yeah,
But I
and the
mean, it is
glass
a
and
fact, though, that that trees do produce oxygen, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
Listen
yeah,
to
they
yeah.
this.
do. Yeah.
My
They
friend's
scrub. They
son, he
scrub
was in
the
like
air.
sixth
They
grade,
scrub the air.
and
Yeah.
the assignment was draw a picture. It's like one of those worksheets, and it was in first grade to draw a picture of you doing something to help the environment, and then write a sentence explaining what it is. So he draws a picture of himself planting a tree, and he makes a sentence saying, "That's me planting a tree because trees help put oxygen into the air,
Yeah.
help people breathe." And the teacher marked it wrong and said, "I don't think you understood the question."
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Trees put the air in,
But he,
put the oxygen in the air, and the ocean
Or
pulls
put,
the
help
oxygen.
people breathe, something like that. He might not have used oxygen because that's for, first grade, but still, his answer was right on.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
it's still
And
helping.
she marked it wrong and said, "I don't think you understood the question." And I'm thinking to myself, another one that she marked wrong was, what, draw a picture and explain what you do when it's cold outside. And his answer was, the picture was him inside, and his answer was, go inside. If it's cold outside,
Go inside. Yeah.
go inside. Yeah, which to me, yeah, that's a good answer. And this teacher was just marking this shit wrong. And I'd be like, damn, if that was my kid,
I'd
I'd
like
be at that school.
I'd like to know what her answer was.
Exactly. That's what I'd be at that school saying, okay, tell me what your answer is. Because at the end of the day, they ended up sending home a letter to my friend saying that he was evidently, to them, had ADH or whatever they call it, and
ADHD. Yeah.
yeah, and they wanted to put him on Ritalin. And I'm
That's,
like, he's smart. I said, well, those answers are smart. This kid can read,
mm,
and they were just like, Yeah, I saw that.
They're
Glad, by the way.
really
But
trying to
whatever, you know.
create, really trying to create a hive mind, aren't they? Force everyone to think like they do.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just
exactly. It's like,
ridiculous.
yeah, like they do. Like and I told her, I said, you know what I would do with that? I said, right now, I'd shred it, throw it in my kitchen sink, and set it on fire in front of my kid and tell him that's what I think about what they're trying to label, right?
Mm.
And I would I would have already gone back even with that. That's what I used to do. I was just like I was on them because I can't tell you how many
You
times.
your fucking head would explode then if you had to like monitor uh young school children now, man, because they are really bringing the
That's
woke
what
into
I said.
classroom.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. I would be.
If it
I
was
say
bad for
that
you
all the
back
time. If
then,
my
yeah.
daughter had done as well as she did all through school and then got cheated out of that whole thing of the graduation and the experience of walking across the stage, wearing the cap and gown, be all that. Oh my God, I'm telling you,
I would have,
this whole shit would be over now. That
I
whole,
would have,
yeah.
I would have demanded an answer from her if she had said I was wrong. I would have just said, "Well, why is it wrong? Can you explain?"
Right.
And
Well,
let
I wasn't
her,
that parent. I wasn't that parent for that
yeah,
kid. But that
yeah.
was what I suggested. When she showed it to me, I thought, she said, "Oh, what would you do?" And then when I said, her answer was, "Okay, can you come with me?" It's like, come with you. What is
Mm.
that going to do for these? You need to walk in there and say, wait a minute, in the future, this is going to be detrimental to my child. If everything my kid answers is going to be wrong to you, because evidently this kid's making good answers and is, you know, she's focusing on him for some reason, that teacher.
Yeah,
But it
yeah.
can
Well,
start as early as first grade. When a teacher sent home the progress report for my daughter saying she did poorly in math and homework and quizzes in math, I had all those papers. I had them from the beginning of the year. I went right in there before the report card came out. That's a progress report before it comes out. And I said, look it, do these look like core test and quiz grades? Do they? Because they weren't. I said, you don't get to blanket my kid because you got tired that night.
yeah, they're not always right. When I did a TAFE course, I had the teacher marked a couple of my questions wrong, and I
That's what
did.
I suggest
I
that to anybody who's got kids in school right now. Lulu, I think you do. Anybody else who has kids in school, don't just take those teachers' words for shit.
Well,
yeah,
isn't Lulu in Canada, right? Canada
Yeah,
is
but it
going like
doesn't
full
matter.
fucking
Teachers
woke.
everywhere
No,
could
but
be the
no,
same.
that's what I'm saying. Canada is
well,
going like
I
full
I
fucking
proved.
woke in the school. Like,
I
yeah,
actually proved the teacher wrong because I researched everything I questioned, like gave the answers for, and I actually went to the place of origin where the question, where it was about wine because I was doing a bar course or something at the time, and it was about where the wine was made and how it was made and all that. And I went to the place of origin where it started, and found out the history there, and I anyway, so I actually proved her wrong, and she said, "Oh, where'd you get your answers from?" And I actually had the same book she had, that I'd bought from a news agent or whatever, and it was actually more updated than her own. And when she tried to mark me wrong, I would, said, "No, that's right," and I went to my book and had a look. I said, "No, look here," and she shit herself. She said, "Well, where'd you get that book?" And I said, "Well, from the chemist. I mean, from the news agents." Why? And she goes, "Oh, well, that's more updated than my own." So she had to recorrect my answers and mark them right. So yeah,
I'm
you
just
definitely.
saying. I mean, even if you got a kid, just off, the piano. I know neither. I don't know. I don't know if Vlad has a child that's in school, but
yeah, yeah,
I know Spaceman doesn't anymore. But I mean, Lulu, I know does, and if anybody else has school age children, and I know your whole situation is different now because of homeschooling, but consistently watch their work and the teacher's corrections. Because here's just an example where I'm not saying my daughter was always right, but here's an example of that. she was in high school. She got honor roll. Okay. Now she's been good through classes and everything, but honor roll was, because she worked as well in high school.
Mm.
So she gets honor roll. She puts it up on the wall for me to see when I come home, but she spelled honor HONNOR. Now, if she's watching, I'm
Honor.
very sorry to give that story. But if she's what I'm saying is, you'd be surprised at how, not you guys, I'm sure you already know, but, or people with adult children, because I'm surprised. I am surprised myself how much kids are change, as they're growing up. Like they might have a stage where they're mean or they don't want to be around you or they're this or that. But my daughter has, I remember her telling me when I said to her, I go, Rachel, I'm proud that you're on the honor roll, but I want to know who these teachers were that put you on honor roll if you can't spell a 5-letter word, right?
Mm.
And she knew she could because she had always got accelerated reader awards. Plus, it was right on the paper that said she was on honor roll. And she said herself, I knew what it was. It's late. It was laziness. But if you don't correct laziness, then the laziness continues through their life. You
Mm.
know? She said that to me herself. I was so glad when she finally said that to me. She
Yeah.
said, oh, and Mom, I realized that time about the honor stuff, she brought it up. I was surprised. And she said that was sheer laziness. That
I
was
had to laugh.
on, yep, she said
I,
it herself.
I had to laugh when I did my courses, and they like everyone was cheating and cheating off each other and cheating through the course, and they wanted trying to give me their answers and stuff, and I said no. I said, what's the point of cheating? I said, if I get a job and I need to know these things, who am I going to cheat off then? Like that's just
Right.
crazy shit.
Yep.
I said I'd rather learn it, and if I don't succeed, well, it's my own fault. But that they all cheated off each other, and they all failed because they cheated off someone that had the wrong answers. So they screwed
Right.
themselves over in the end, and
Like
and
reading
I
is so fundamental, like they used to say in the after school specials and stuff. In our generations, reading is fundamental.
mm,
Remember that?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's
Um,
like reading means a lot. Like always have your kids reading. That is because I don't care if
mm,
somebody's a rocket scientist and can do some math equation that, to be quite frankly, I don't even know if it's right to begin with. You know what I mean? They could tell me all day that 10 to the power of 8 is 6. I don't even know what
oh,
the fuck that means.
good night, Indigo. The power of
Good night,
6,
Indigo.
6 times
Have a good
squared.
night.
I don't know what it is. I'm just saying you could say any of that shit to me. And I don't know what it is. But I do know that I learned in high school, about balancing checkbook, writing checks,
You
is
use
a
you
product. Yeah.
you use those sort of mathematics when you're trying to find out the volume of something.
Is
So
that's the field you're going into. That's why I think they
you
should
know,
focus more on that kind of shit in a college if you're going to go for engineering or mathematics. Don't
mm,
take that away. Don't take reading away for that.
yeah. I always had a hard time reading stuff off the chalkboard, though. I always I just always get distracted, or something. I don't know. I just read so far and I like get lost in the words and sort of,
So
oh
you
shit, where
needed
am I at?
glasses.
No, no, I just couldn't. I was more of
Oh, I'm
a
sorry. I didn't see that. Good night, Indigo. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. I didn't
yeah, you're
want to
right.
be rude.
I'm more of a hands-on sort of person, learning the
I
sort
have
of
trouble
practical.
multitasking.
But
Did you
I mean,
graduate, Glad?
Of course, I had to. You can't be in the military without.
Oh,
mm,
you can't?
No, no. The minimum requirement is a GED.
GD, yeah.
Yeah,
Now, did you
and
graduate,
even with
Spaceman?
that, you need a waiver.
yeah,
You don't.
yeah, I
Yeah.
passed all my
I've
classes.
gone. I've gone to university.
Really? I wish
Yeah.
I would have.
Look at the
You know.
fucking big brain on Vlad, man. No, but
I didn't go to
Yeah,
university,
but look
but
at how smart I think I'm smart, and I didn't graduate from high school because
maybe.
when my sister passed away, then my mother sold the house and we moved to England. And in England, people were out of school at 16. So I was already out of school over there. And then, like, my life got uprooted. But here's the thing, that's not my excuse. I don't have any excuse,
Did
okay?
you
I guess. But I was 16. I mean, what am I going to do? Live here by myself and go to school? I guess I could have, but you don't think of that when you're
did
who
you see
wants
what
to
Lee
be.
wrote?
see the comment, yeah. Put on Rattle and
Oh, I put on Ritalin, Children on
yeah,
Event. Look at all the famous authors
for
and
thinking because
You're
he
musicians.
thinks
fucking
for
100%
himself.
correct right there.
It's same as these kids that they reckon have got A, D, and D. They're just people like bullies. Bullies they act up because they don't want to seem stupid. To their classmates and stuff, so they'll play up instead rather than be exposed for not understanding the question or not being able to work out a sum or read a sentence. So they'd rather just play up and be the goat, so they don't look
But it
stupid.
can be the parents too sometimes, because that
Oh yeah.
kid that I was telling you about who wrote those things, eventually, as he got higher up in school, like third, fourth, fifth grade, he was a bigger kid, right? Like, because his
Mm.
father was, so he kind of took that genetic thing. So kids in school would pick on him.
Well, they
And yeah, but listen, his mother said, "Oh, you've got to learn how to protect yourself and fight these people." And he said, "Mom, I just want to go to school and learn. I just want to go to school. I don't want to have to fight when I'm at school. I just want to learn."
well they
And yeah,
Well, they found out, how they were drugging everyone, that they reckon were mischievous and that, and they started, prescribing, like Ritalin and things like that to kids. They found out, because there were schools that thought, no, we don't want to drug all our kids, so they worked with these children to find out what their issues were, and found out that not everyone's the same. Not everyone can read a chalkboard and learn from it. Some people need to have a one-on-one sort of teaching,
well, where
or
did you sit in the classroom, Spaceman?
usually at the back.
I
Right,
used to get,
that's what it was. You needed glasses.
I
And
got,
No,
that's a
no, it
common
wasn't
thing
bad.
that happened in
Nah,
school, was that some kids needed glasses and the teacher was saying, "Oh, they're not, they do this, da, da." And it turned out that when they did, eye tests on these kids, they needed glasses. Do you wear glasses
no,
now?
no.
I,
I've always had good vision.
I got placed apart from the rest of the class in the back corner because I was such a fucking troublemaker, man. In the last 2 years of elementary school, and then the first year of like high school, I guess, because in Canada it goes like elementary school, high school. You don't have like elementary school, middle school, high school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm. So
uh,
You
what?
grew up in Canada? Is that what you said?
yeah, in Canada, yeah.
But
I
what I
didn't
was
know
going
that.
to say, right? What they found out though, when they got these kids and they found out how they like to learn, and they ended up getting special teachers in to teach them
Yeah,
to
calling it
learn.
special ed, though.
Well, they got these kids to learn in situations they were comfortable with, and those kids
But they called
surpassed.
it special ed, and that's the stigma.
um,
That's the
Yeah,
problem. It's
well,
the
I don't know if
stigma.
they called it that at that stage, but anyway, but these kids excelled, right? They actually ended up surpassing all the students in the next year's classes. They actually finished all their work for that year earlier than they would have done normally. They just breezed through it all. And then they ended up starting to do the work of year nine as well, and actually got all through that as well. And when their scores were higher than the grade niners themselves. They actually beat them in their um, s- you know um, studies and that, and yeah, they just excelled like tremendously,
Yeah,
and
but
really,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Spaceman. Let me just ask you:
mm,
when you, like when you had your stepdaughter, right? Okay,
Me.
yeah,
what grade was she in? Yeah, special ed. Now you get an IEP, right? That's what I'm saying. And then the stigma of it. So if you don't have a child, then you don't think about the long term, the long term things that can happen from being um,
well, it was
labeled.
It was like with mathematics, like I was good at maths. So when my daughter, she was struggling with her maths, and I sat down to help her work things out, to see what her problems were. And the way they were teaching her was confusing me even. And I thought, what the hell? I
Right.
mean, I
That's what
thought,
I'm saying.
I said, when I
And
was taught
Vlad,
to
how
do
old is
these sort
your
of
your
maths,
stepdaughter or your stepchild? I don't know if you have. How
Yeah,
old?
16. She's 16. So
16. Exactly.
mm,
yeah.
So, and
so,
you've been in her life for a long, long time. And that homework, that math homework was like the prevalent homework. And it wasn't so your parents could even sit down and help you with it.
Well, I'd like to
And
see them. I'd like to see them like place emphasis on more like uh, practical maths, right? You know what I mean? Like maybe
yeah,
more focused towards like accounting or bookkeeping of some kind.
yeah,
exactly.
You
Yep.
know that
That's
type
what my
more
daughter said.
functional math. Like
Social economics, like she
but
said.
but
Yep.
still have that option, right? To for like say
People who wanted it.
advanced math, like physics or
algebra and all
you
that.
know, advanced maths,
Yeah,
like
Right, right. Give
functions,
people a
algebra.
choice.
physics, shit like this.
Mm.
So, I mean, in the general educational system, like at the high school level, at least, you know what I mean? Maybe make
I
those.
asked my daughter what she would say as being a recent, not recent, but she's 25, she graduated when she was 18. I asked her what she thinks would be an essential course that they don't have in, school now. She said she feels that my daughter still keeps, believe it or not, a checkbook and check. Now she's only 25, but she still balances her bank account. She does the checkbook thing. And if she does uses her card, she writes it down, because that's a dying, let's just say, for lack of a different word, a dying art to be
I,
able
I didn't
to,
even know. I didn't even know they still had checkbooks.
yeah, right. She does though. Yeah, they do. If you request them and you're
Yeah, you got to
adamant about
request
it
it.
enough, they'll get.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, no, I think we're going backwards in some cases, eh? Yeah, but kids today don't
Um,
realize.
that say what we can and can't use. That's why I think it's sickening. The other day I was at somewhere, used a card, and they said, and I went the cheapest thing on the menu or whatever, and because I knew I didn't have a lot of money, and it said this machine charges you 350 for this purchase.
Oh shit!
Yep, the
No,
machine,
Oh, yeah, the
it's
AT&T.
ridiculous, isn't it?
the credit card machine. Yeah, the store itself.
I don't
And
pay
And if I go
AT&T
to a
here.
different bank than my own, those banks charge me 350.
but you know the banks aren't recognised as banks anymore. They're called financial institutions, and they're not backed by anything anymore either. So if the banks crash and they lose your money, that's stiff shit. You got no comeback on it anymore.
Exactly.
You
Yeah, and
know.
they'll say, "Oh, we have no paper trail to say how much you had in your account." Yep,
That's why I don't agree with that Bitcoin thing. They're just setting up their own slave race, really. Yeah, it was leaked by the CIA anyway, the Bitcoin code, and then they brought it out, but they made it out to be like a freedom sort of currency and that. But when it first started, like they said that any Bitcoins that were sold, they would buy gold with that money so that it was backed by real value, but they can't track where the money's going. the people that purchase these bitcoins, they don't know where the money's going.
Right.
So
And you know what kills me is that if we said this 5 years ago or 10 years ago, that shit we'd read on it and that's what they were working on and that was what happened, people, the majority, would say conspiracy theory. Oh, you're a conspiracy
oh
theorist.
yeah,
Oh, you're a
yeah,
conspiracy theorist, right?
yeah,
We would get late because we read in depth about things
mm, yeah.
and try to spread that knowledge, conspiracy theorists. And that's what the people who are doing those things can bank on.
People really need to do their own
Yep,
research.
they do. They absolutely do.
Mm,
Because even those, here's something so simple that people will fall into. And yet, if they just read the small print on
yeah.
the letter that they get, any collection letters that you get,
I
they
guarantee
say,
you. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
yeah, any collection letters that you get, they will say, if you call the number, they'll come out with some kind of like story that they're going to take you to court or this could this, da, 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 da. But
Yeah,
if you read the small print, they will say that by law, they are required to tell you that they really can't take you to court for it and that they're just a collection company basically that bought the debt off the company that you really
yeah,
owe the money to.
yeah,
So that company, the other company, has agreed to write that bill off
yeah. But those
to,
debts are
for a
never.
50% pay. And
That,
so that company is just basically gambling their money, hoping that if you respond with one phone call, even one phone call to that letter, that restarts your whole 7 years again.
but they've never forgotten those debts. They take it out of your inheritance when you die. Or your mum dies or whatever. They take that money away from you. You know, it's never forgotten.
Not all of them can. If
No,
they're like a
no.
school loan, they can and stuff. But I mean,
Debt's all recorded on the stock market. You know, and they do. It's just tallied up and put to the side until you go to claim your inheritance, and the government will say, "Oh well, we've got to take these fees out and that." And
oh,
give
you're
you
saying
what's left.
taxes? Are you saying?
Well, whatever debt you have,
But
they'll make sure
yeah,
they get that
debts
money
that
before they
stay
give you.
on the books, or if you've called them. But there, it
Hmm.
has. Vlad, have you heard of that 7 year thing? Are
They
you there,
stop.
Vlad?
They stop chasing you, but they don't forget the loans
Say that again.
owed.
The 7 year thing where they end up supposedly they have to forgive it or something after 7 years it's wiped off.
The 7 year itch, you mean? No.
No, with credit or if you owe
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know what
It's
I mean?
yeah, it's 7 years.
Right.
Over
But
in
if
Australia here, they got what they put it into this thing they call SPUR, which is like a government credit
It's
recording
the statute
system.
limitations.
Yeah, and then they just deduct it out. If you end up on unemployment, they'll just deduct so much out of each fortnight to pay off that bill. You so yeah, that's you can't go bankrupt anymore. They just put it into this debt agency, that's run by the government.
do you know where
So,
that 7 year thing comes from too, which is kind of odd to me, is the Bible.
oh, yeah.
In the Bible it says, I think it's in Deuteronomy, and it's is that Deuteronomy, is that the one that gives all these like laws and how everybody is supposed to act and what this is. The 7 year thing is they're supposed to forgive a debt after 7 years. That's also like the indentured servant kind of thing. 7 years of an indentured servant, I mean.
Yeah, well,
So, oh, I have stock in a few cryptid ones. They're down right now. Is it like that? Tesla is up. Yeah, I imagine it would be, right? Because I've heard that name a lot lately.
I keep
Tesla.
like I for some stupid ass
Do
reason I
you
keep
try to look at the
talking.
chat room and then do you try to
Yeah,
look at the
I
comments
for
and
some
then you
and I
hit the
know
back
better. And I
arrow?
know better. Yeah, and I know better. You know.
Yeah, don't hit. I know. I do the same thing. I hit the back arrow instead of the X.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uh,
you have to hit the X in the right hand corner
fucking
as opposed to the back out. Yeah, yeah.
And Lulu's saying she's trying to save for a down payment for a house, and I'm so annoyed. But same here. Like every time I would save up for a house loan, the interest rates would go up, and oh shit, I got to get another 30 grand, and I just it pissed me off. I just never seem to get there. Always struggling to get the money saved
Yeah,
up,
it
and
seems good people. It always happens to good people, right?
yeah, I
I wish
just
I would have bought Bitcoin when it was fucking less than $15.
yeah, yeah, at the beginning, and
Bitcoin,
then
yeah, but it went down and then it came
Who
back up.
cares?
Like,
It's still like fucking $12,000.
I think it's 50. No, it's 50 something grand now.
Is it?
but what is
See,
that?
Yeah,
Is that like a
digital
digital
coin.
money?
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Bitcoin could be broken down to like I think it's like whatever, like 6 or 8 decimal points or some crazy shit.
but the
Maybe not be
reality
that
is
bad,
though,
but
it's all on your phone, and the government controls the phone networks.
Controls it,
You know what
right?
I mean? They can just turn it off any time, and now they're attacking.
Anytime, or if somebody like attacked the electrical grid,
Yeah,
would be done.
and now they're attacking Bitcoin because there's no bank, no middleman, and so now they're saying, oh yeah, they're not paying their fair share
they're
of
trying to
taxes and
regulate it.
blah. They're trying to regulate it,
Well, why
right?
wouldn't they already be regulating it if they
Well,
put
they
it
are.
on the
Well, they are
fucking?
because they're introducing a federal
Yeah,
digital
federal
currency now.
Bitcoin. That was
Yeah,
the whole purpose in the first place. You know what I mean?
yeah.
They'll just
You know
ban
what's
those.
funny
They'll
is,
ban them, and then they'll
And
all
that's
lose
why
their money.
Elon Musk, that guy with a tweet, changes the value of a fucking Bitcoin.
and I don't even know who that is. I hear that name all the time, and I don't
That's
even
He's
the
the
know.
one
guy
that
owns Tesla and SpaceX
electric
and shit.
Yeah,
cars.
and I don't even know who that is. I
He's the
mean,
world's greatest fucking business con man there is out there,
yeah.
man.
And here this is gonna sound funny too, but years ago, like my daughter was young, okay? She was like in second grade, first, second grade. So that's how long ago it was. I was over a friend's house and they had this huge white Bible, okay? And in between each book of the Bible, it would give a like the person's thoughts on what they thought in interpreting it, okay, in modern times. And they started talking about the mark of the beast, okay? And they
Mm.
were saying, and the other day in here, I heard people talking about it, about the the ability to in your phone, everything that you buy, say at some store, you could swoop the code yourself. So by the time you got to the cash register, which isn't a cash register, it's
Yeah,
just
it's
one of
all
those
paid
automatic
for.
ones,
Yeah,
you don't even have to ring
yeah,
anything in anymore. You
yeah.
rang it
You just
all
walk
in.
straight out the shop with it. You don't have
Yeah,
to do anything.
and it can run your thing. Now, here's
But
the irony of it,
that's how
where
they'll
everybody,
make
if
it.
I brought it up before about this Bible saying that, the fast pass, the Bible said, this Bible, this particular one, not the Bible, but it was the in between writings that the person had
Mm.
given their own theory.
I
And
got
it,
one.
not the person who, owned the Bible, it was the person who had created this particular thing. It was huge.
Do you
And
remember?
they said, wait a minute. And they said, it's going to be something where like all toll booths are gone, where you can go just drive through it. And when I saw Fast Pass coming years later, I said, wow, that's weird. And then the other night, when somebody said that about being able to do that and then walk out with your character, that was another thing that the person said. And I'm saying this was 20 years ago that I read that in that person's particular writing.
Well, like they
So,
say, history
yeah,
repeats itself.
yeah, it wasn't history. It was a prediction saying
No,
they felt that the
well,
mark of the beast was going to be a
I'm
computerized thing that
I'm
took
just
jobs
saying.
away from humans and everything.
Yeah, I'm just saying they like humanity's been on Earth more than once. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
We've lost our past. We've had intelligent life here before, and that's what I mean by history repeating itself. We're just following. We're digging up ancient artifacts and then recreating
Right.
them into our own
Hmm.
society again.
Oh, so
But
just today I was watching a documentary about the Vikings and
mm,
how they had discovered like Martha's Vineyard in like 1000. you know, the year
Mm,
1000. I didn't hear if you said AD or BC. I think it was AD. But
mm,
I just, you know, and how there was these indigenous people here, you know, like on Martha's Vineyard, but you know, and
mm.
um I just thought, wow, because it's odd to me how we never find, I mean, we do find like very minimal artifacts like that in America. Like, how long do you think Australia has been inhabited? Have they found any
Well,
ancient?
they found a rock that's been hollowed out like it was just a big boulder and it's been hollowed out to make a like a dwelling or whatever.
Isn't that
And
crazy they could do that?
yeah, and they found in the floor of it though, in the dirt, like it had built up over a long time, but were digging around looking for fossils and actually found a black fella that was buried in the dirt, and his DNA dated back 50,000 years.
Wow. Would
I
you two
like
take over?
Penny
Because I have to go
Cash.
to the bathroom. So, Vlad and
Yeah.
Spaceman, can you just take over
But
for a minute? I'm going to mute my mic.
there's another one I want to tell you about. Remember the show I was talking about
I'm
it's the
gonna
most.
hop into the chat.
All right, yeah. Oh, I just used the other page, but anyway, there was a um, TV series called in Australia here that was called Towards 2000, and it's the most suppressed thing you'll find on the internet. You'd be even lucky to find out it really existed. You know, like there is couple of series of it, and the titles sort of screen on Internet Movie Database to confirm that it is was a series that used to exist, but anyway, on that show, they showed this technology where they developed this camera that could put a barcode on anything it took a photo of. And they put a barcode on the skull of a goldfish that was swimming around in in this fish bowl. And then they took it out and killed it and skinned it and showed you the barcode they'd put on its skull. But they first off, before that, though, they wanted it and showed you there was no barcode on it. Then they showed you the number they were going to put on it, and then they took a picture of it and scanned it again, and while it was swimming in the bowl, and showed you that it now had the barcode on it, and they took it out and showed it to you. But the thing was, the very next year, our licensing photo cameras when you went to go and get your license was the same camera. It looked like exactly the same camera these scientists were using to do the barcoding. So how do we know we're not already barcoded? You know, when we get our license photos taken. You know, and that's ancient technology. That was back in the 80s. I was doing that shit. So yeah, you don't know. You know, like they could be barcoding us in many different ways with the science they got now. You know, with nanotechnology and microchips. You know, I mean, they even got smart dust. You know, that is capable of relaying back to the phone network, sending information. When you step on it, it produces an energy that relays it back to the network. So yeah, we got no idea of how much. I mean, I've had people say things that like they've been in my head. You know what I mean? They've had my memories or something. You know, like they shouldn't have known these things, but they somehow it's like they're watching you. You know, from some location somewhere. You know, and they can read your thoughts. You know, so who knows? You know what they're really the technology they got hidden away. You know,
What happened to Vlad?
oh, he's gone into the chat.
Oh, he went into the chat?
Yeah.
Huh. Huh.
I just wanted to get in
Hear my
there, I
cat.
guess.
Meow, 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 meow. I think
Yeah.
one of the characteristics of people that are good people, and that's what I'm going to say, because no matter how many times people will say to me, oh, it's YouTube, right? But if you say it's just YouTube for the bad things, then that means that you can't, that you would have to undermine the good things, which I don't. And I feel like right here, we're
Mm.
regulars to this place.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
And yeah,
I used to hate that when people would say, "Oh, that's just YouTube. No, you can't trust anything on there." Or, well, I thought bullshit, man. You know, if I wanted to find out the truth about anything, you used to come to YouTube. I mean, not so
yeah,
much
but I'm
these
talking about
days.
this live stream, like for
Yeah.
instance, you know?
No. Yeah.
I feel like um, I've found, and even though maybe like Spaceman, I've never seen your face, but I don't care because
Mm.
it doesn't make a difference to me
No. Well, I'm not out
about seeing
to.
your face. I think of you as a friend for years,
Mm, thank you,
you
Jess.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, I know people want to see people's faces and that, but I'm not out to
Yeah,
be
but some, not here. They
recognized.
don't continuously say to you, Spaceman, show your face. You've never really even
No,
heard that, right?
no, no, not
Right?
really. But some
Because
people feel like they can't
people
trust.
that are, who see past an outer thing and into a soul, good people who are, good people, they
Mm,
can, they can be a friend without having to be a physical thing to somebody's eye. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah, loyalty is the main key in
Yeah,
it. You know.
loyalty. That's what, yeah, loyalty, stuff like that. That's what
Mm.
makes a friend, not how somebody looks.
I'll never, I never hate anyone or insult people. You know, they can insult me all they like. I couldn't give a crap. You know, they're the ones with the issues. You
But
know, but
sometimes, like, say for instance, me and you becoming
mm,
friends, or me and Vlad
mm,
becoming friends from an incident that I could have continued to think of as one of the worst experiences in my life. Okay? And
yeah,
the V per not you guys becoming my friends, but I'm saying the reason why we became friends was that person. So it's
mm.
all in how I see it,
Well,
right?
I enjoyed it when you used to get on there and chat. And yeah, I thought you were a nice
Right. But
person.
regardless of all of that in the past, here we are now, still
Mm,
friends,
that's right, and
right?
that's because we are
Are good
caring.
people.
We're caring
And I'm
people.
not
Yeah.
saying anybody's bad people. I'm just saying that if you look at it like, okay, so maybe we had to endure, a little crap with the bad person, at the end of the day, we met each other, and it can find the pearl in an oyster,
Mm,
like I always think of oysters. I've seen people who shuck oysters and they're
yeah.
really hard to open. Lots of people hurt themselves opening them, and that's with today's tools to shuck an oyster. But back in the day when the first person was, trying to pry open an oyster, something that looked so ugly,
mm.
and they
They-
like probably cut their hands all up trying to pry it open, and there was a pearl. And I think
I think they would have smashed it
sometimes,
with a rock in
right,
the
but whatever the
early
case
days.
may be, even then, it's still, if they smashed with a rock, then it defeated the purpose of being able to eat it. So that pearl inside of it, though, was worth it. Giving up something to eat, the
Mm.
pearl was very valuable. And that's
But
how I like to liken things like a bad experience. I try to pick it apart to find something that was good in it. Because,
positive, yeah.
yeah, because I used to think, for lack of a better word, okay, that
Mm.
God must hate me because I go through so many bad things. This was a long time ago. And I remember feeling that way. And then I
Yeah.
remember watching, I was like 22, and laying on my couch and for some reason um, feeling sorry for myself, right?
Mm.
And watching a Phil Donahue. I don't know who you know who that is,
Yeah.
Spaceman,
Yeah.
but it was a Phil Donahue like anniversary special of some of his last shows. This is a long time ago. This is 30
Yeah.
years ago,
Yeah.
and uh, the kid Ryan White was on the stage, who is the first kid who got AIDS from having a blood transfusion. He was just a young little boy, when he got it. But the schools like kicked him out and people treated him badly. And it was an audience of his peers, and they were asking him if he questions. And one of them said, if you could be free of, AIDS and not be doing what you are now and just be a regular kid, or the choice between, your situation now or not having the disease and not spreading the word of what's happening, which would you choose to be? And he said, of course, I would choose to not have AIDS from a blood transfusion because he was only 12 when he got it. He was about 15 when he was saying that. And he said, but I don't have that choice. So this is the hand that I've been dealt, and I'm going to play it the best way I know how. And I remember that epiphany. That was just one of many epiphanies throughout my life, that here I am listening to this boy that was dead now. He had passed away. He did pass away. And I'm 22 years old and healthy, feeling sorry for myself. And he's 15, been dealing with, something that since he was 12. And he is saying, this is the hand I've been dealt, and I'm going to play it the best way I know how. And I'm feeling
Yeah,
sorry for myself. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. That's
it
right.
totally, it was an epiphany.
Yeah, yeah. There's always someone out there that's got a worse off, and you know, uh, we're
If you just
lucky.
think about it, some people say, oh, people think too much or they analyze too much. I would say it's best to think too much, or think just enough to find that pearl in an oyster.
Yeah, there's always
Yeah,
a way around things, You just got to find it, And I've always said that, like, because I left home at 13, so I I had to survive, and I didn't rely on anyone, I was always taught to work for anything you need or want, so I was
yeah,
always willing to go out and do that extra mile or do the shitty job or whatever it took, to survive. So
to survive. Yeah,
I,
that's
I
why
mean,
when
I never
people will
sold
tell
my
me,
body.
oh, well, it was their circumstances, I think to myself, yeah, but if I can say that, hey, I've lost a job too. I didn't have a great upbringing either. I wasn't raised, but
Hmm,
I also never, you know, did
gave up.
this. I just did what it took to survive, and I've survived. Then I
But
can't accept,
I couldn't do jobs like I've had offers to do managing jobs and different things, but to take on that job, I was required to lie to people, deceive people, and I
yep,
just couldn't. I couldn't do that, I'd rather
yep.
not be part of high society if I have to do those sorts of things, I'd rather not care, I'm happy where I am, I'm glad I'm healthy and um, I may
Well,
not
here's
be.
the thing that I was thinking about, Spaceman, is that although somebody may say that I'm not healthy, and I could say it myself, but
Mm,
here's the thing, that I feel the same
mm,
as I always felt, other
yeah.
than a little bit of the neuropathy that's left over in my feet, which sucks, and I'm hoping it's working its way out, right?
Mm,
And my hair growing back, and the fear too of it coming back, but I don't think about that because I've convinced myself that um having your health, you may think that you're healthy, but anybody at any moment could be healthy as anything and walk out and get hit by a car.
oh hell yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Like I'm past my halfway mark, So I'm lucky to be where I am at this stage, So well, I've got no complaints,
yeah, I'm 53, and to be honest with you, I don't feel 53.
No,
um
it's funny, isn't
yeah,
it?
I don't think I look 53. Even, when I look at I'm able to better look at myself now, and um but I can tell you something, that I don't feel like I don't have my health. Isn't that odd?
Mm. Yeah, well, I wish you'd stop eating packet foods. They're not good for you,
What? Eating what?
packet foods, ready-made meals and things. You should always
Well, yeah, but what I'm
try that.
saying is I could eat, vegetarian smoothies every day and get struck by lightning and killed.
Yeah,
So so I think that, you know,
yeah,
but
live
when
life.
people say, "Oh, okay, they're gonna die," and they say, "Oh, I've been a vegetarian my whole life. I've always wanted to try a steak." Okay, so that's
Mm.
their last wish. So all their life they denied themselves something that
Yeah,
becomes one of their last wishes, right? Where in the
yeah,
meantime, I eat whatever I want, and um,
yeah.
either way you look at it, any one
You're
of us
like
could go tomorrow.
you're like me. Live you only live once, so like take the chance. Enjoy life. Do what you want
Enjoy
with it.
life, yeah. Like
Mm,
live like you were dying every day.
mm. Yeah,
You
hell
know?
yeah. You
Yeah.
know, and we're
Yep.
we're lucky we're in the countries we're in too. Like we could have been born in some shitty little, you know,
Yeah, we could have.
shitty
I
sort of
think that's
country.
just part of like humanity that's still letting that go on. I've seen
Mm,
documentaries where I'm wondering how can this camera person or the person interviewing know that this it was a documentary. It still sticks in my head. A documentary they're all talking about no water sign. No, Libra's not a water sign, is it? No. That's those scales is Libra,
yeah,
right?
talking about astrology.
Yeah. I fight with Pisces, the head. Oh, come on. Are you a Scorpio, XX? My sister's a Scorpio. Um, Gemini. And what is XX? Does she say?
I think people though that read astrology and that, like they talk themselves into believing that certain people don't get along, or I'm not meant to get along with those people, so they have a negative outlook at the start.
Right.
um
They might think they don't get it. Right. Exactly.
you know
And I'll tell you what, me and my daughter's father are one day apart, same
mm,
year, one
yeah,
day apart. And my daughter is also a Pisces. And each one of us is different.
yeah. Well, my
Yep.
my my ex and my stepdaughter, we're all cancers. We're all born in July. My daughter was
Yeah,
a
and
kid.
my sister
My
Carol
wife.
is that as a Cancer, and um, like I don't usually get along with her. I probably get along better with you than her. You know?
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
different
we're all
personality traits. Like
well.
we were saying.
We are all kind um, individuals, though. Like that was one thing common about us all. We all are caring, love animals, love people.
Love animals. That's absolutely because they say that like need people they don't even want to take care of a plant or an animal, because
Mm.
they can't even really take care of themselves in a way, or they're just selfish. But I was when I was just a couple of minutes ago thinking about it.
Well,
We
that's
all
why.
love animals. You with your magpies and Vlad the duck and Lulu has a pet. I'm not sure if XX does, but I know that XX cares about all of us greatly. Lee, he's a wonderful guy. Everybody here is
Mm. Yeah.
so nice, you
Well,
know?
empathy. You got to have empathy, and that's the thing. Too many of the kids today just don't. They don't wouldn't even know what the word was. I don't think. They just
They don't
lost
what?
touch with the word empathy. For life. For other life. To
Yeah, but that's a blanket statement if you say kids today, because really it's what's taught. It's just like
yeah,
those
yeah.
tribes and stuff where they would
Mm,
say you have to plant the
seed.
seed
Yeah, yeah.
when
That's
it's
right.
this
True.
time of the moon to
Mm,
have a good crop. And then the next generation would pass that on to the next generation, to the
yeah,
next, and they'd
yeah.
always have a plentiful
I can
crop.
agree with that.
But if somewhere that got lost along the way, then their shit was fucked up, right?
Mm.
So I think that it depends a lot on the
Some
parents.
yeah, but
And
some some people are selfish too, though. You know what I mean? You can't teach them empathy if you wanted to. You know, they're
Right, but you'll
more
find
about them.
usually you could tell those people because they won't.
They're assholes.
Yeah, because they're assholes. And I understand, like, for a while, a subject of, is it contention or something with me and you was because both of us are nice and we were, for a little while about a certain person, right?
Mm.
But eventually now and I was so afraid that you would not come here anymore
Oh no.
because I get
Oh,
so afraid when I see people and they think it
oh,
has
look,
something.
you have your right to your opinion. You know, like if you don't like something I do, I expect you to tell me. You know, because
Right.
I don't want to upset you, and I don't want to repeat it. You know, so I think
Yeah,
honesty is the best policy. You know,
it
and
definitely is.
I've got
Absolutely.
broad shoulders, you know, and I'm not perfect, you know, I know that, you know, so I'm willing to be corrected or, yeah, that's how you learn, you know,
Right.
to
But even like a couple of times when I'd say something like honesty to you, um, you would say that you weren't coming back, but then you would say, I'd leave you a note and say, please don't do that. I'm just telling you because, and now you see that you're like pretty much, where for a while there, just like me, you felt like you didn't want to go on live streams or anything for a while, right?
I just didn't want to get caught up in all the arguing and stuff. I'd
Right?
never not come back. I'd
No,
always,
not here. I'm talking about before I went and started doing live streams.
oh yeah, yeah. No,
For a
I'd always,
while, I never saw you doing live streams or anything anywhere.
no, I don't
But
do
me and you
live.
kept in contact, right?
But yeah, Burn was the
And
first
now,
live.
you're like, if you're not around, people literally say, "Where's Spaceman? Where's Space?" See, look, Lulu said Spaceman said he wasn't coming back. When? See,
Yeah,
that's what I
no,
mean.
I
So
never
from
said I.
coming from where both of us met and how we were made to appear, this
Mm,
kind of stuff, is it's hard. Like you feel it in your heart. You know what I mean, Spaceman?
mm, yeah,
Do you
yeah. Look,
really?
yeah, I love everyone, you know. I feel sorry for some people, the abuse that people are getting, and that, you know, and it's just misunderstanding, you know, a
No,
lot
but
of
I'm
the
talking
time.
about what happened to you,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
with
and how
Rambo.
you and I met because we stayed friends through when
Mm,
both of us, me and you,
yeah,
were kind of ostracized,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right. We stayed friends. We
Yeah,
remained friends.
well, I took your side because you were being ostracized, and I thought, what
And
assholes,
you
you
were
know?
too, but you were being made fun of
Well,
too. And
in the
they were
end,
saying we're offering, not they, it was just one person.
yeah,
But
in
what I'm
the end it
saying
was because
is,
I stood up for you, you know, because I didn't like this shit, you
no,
know.
but their complaint no, no, he's here. He's here. Oh, what happened to him? It was about the first, how it started for him was about he talked too much, which,
Oh, well, that was his excuse for kicking me off because
no, no,
I
no,
was,
no. You did talk too much
well, I got asked to
here,
talk.
even. But look at
Oh,
you now. You obviously don't. You know why? Because you're an adult. And when given to you in the terms of a friend saying to you, sometimes I might interrupt you. Don't take offense, but I know you have great stories and people love to hear them, right?
hmm,
They're true too, not stories like you
yeah,
pay.
I
True.
never lie to you
But
guys.
you get a little off on talking and telling us all at once. Hold some
Well,
back, right? We talked about it and we fucking
yeah,
iron, yeah. And
I
look
try
at now,
to.
yeah.
I just try to get the story out there because, when you break up a story, it sort of it loses its
I hear you, but then you go into another one, and
attraction.
then another. But we all do that, all of us.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what I'm saying is, for a while, you felt like you didn't even want to go to live streams after that particular one we met on because it was consistently put out that. So when finally, all that had to be done was just to tell you. right?
Well, I was starting to question myself. The day he kicked me off, I seriously wasn't going to be going back there anyway because I started looking at it like I didn't like their attitude. I didn't like the things they were saying and the way they were acting. And I thought, I'm doing myself harm being here. I don't want people to associate me with these people, because that's not who I am.
Yeah, but only
Yeah.
that if you hadn't like been the type of person who, as an adult, can get the ball put in their court and then weigh every equal thing out. If you would have listened to what they were, because all it took was to say to you, and for you, you knew that about yourself that sometimes you might
Mm.
keep talking. So it was just a matter of talking with each other. Those that person just went on for years about they would talk Australian and think it even bad Australian. I'm saying too,
It
right?
was
They
funny
would
though,
think me and
because
you were like dating, right? The
yeah,
channel, Vlad. That was
yeah,
on. Oh, see, Vlad wasn't. Vlad had left YouTube for a while, and so every time that V person would talk Australian, he was making fun of Spaceman.
but
Yeah,
he's a dick. I did. It really didn't bother me. Like I said, I was trying to say to you, just don't
I'm just
go there.
saying. I'm
Pay him
happy we
no
have each other.
attention. Yeah, hell yeah. We're in a better place now. So, you know,
Exactly. Yeah.
and we don't, I don't miss him at all. And
Oh, me neither.
I didn't even like going there to look at any of the things when you used to tell me about things he was saying and that. Like, I didn't want to go there because I didn't want to support anything he was doing. So
I
I'd
know, but I mean,
I'd
you
go
have
there
to
quickly.
remember it. For me, I lived in the same country as
Yeah,
him. I
yeah,
know you
yeah,
didn't, but you just never
yeah.
know. Like that woman, that astronaut who wore that like diaper and drove all the way to somewhere to kill her ex boyfriend's girlfriend or something. Yeah, he berated him at every
Yeah,
opportunity. See, yeah, oh hey, he berated him.
yeah.
And now,
That's,
so here's this: it's like because two good people remained friends, me and you, through that hard time. Now here is what is a true story. People were asking about you tonight.
oh,
Right,
hey, listen,
right.
I've got a real estate, guys, because the house is up on the market and they're having a showing at 4:30 and it's 4:17 and they're sitting out the front. So I might have
Oh,
to, yeah, I
are you
might have
saying
to
you have to
just,
go?
well, just for a few minutes. They usually just walk in the house, have a quick look, and piss off again. So I won't be gone very long.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just sorry though. I have to sort of maintain. I mean, they're supposed to be here at 4:30, so yeah, it's sort of a little way off
So
yet.
you're
But
12 hours ahead of us.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. Well, I'm
Oh, okay.
4:17 p.m. at the moment, so yeah, that another 13 minutes. But I just got to get rid of the ashtray.
Okay.
I'll
All
back
right.
in a sec. I mean, I don't care if we stay on here chatting while they go and show everyone around the house either. I don't have to entertain them
Right.
or
Whatever
anything. So,
you do that not bad went
I,
visiting to shoot the breeze. I don't know if Lee means he went to the V
hmm?
channel.
Hang on,
Went
I'm
there
back
to
in a sec.
shoot.
Hang on.
Okay. Not bad went visiting to shoot the breeze. Trying to finish this book, John Hart. What's it about, Lee? I know. I've been trying to start the book, The Art of Racing in the Rain, and it doesn't have anything to do with racing. I mean, it's not about racing. I mean, they might reference racing sometimes, but it's told from the eyes of the dog. So 15, 3 hours behind the 15 hours. 15 hours? What do you mean? The next case was on. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong to have gone there, Lee. Oh, talking to Ace. Oh, much love people went there. Where did he go? That he went there. No, I'm saying I originally went there myself, so I'm not like berating anybody for going. And you know what? The thing is this. for all that he's done, I kind of feel like he, you know, definitely somewhere along the line, someone who's his friend should tell him, his physical friend should say to him, you know, hey, buddy, I'm worried about you. Let's go out. Let's go hiking. Let's get out of here and go hiking or something. You know, I always like that song, 1980 something. Hi, Ace. Book about growing up in the 70s. Pretty good. That song, 1980 something or whatever, is that what it's called? It was 1980 something. And they talk about Elvis dying like in the 70s and Stretch Armstrong. I remember Stretch Armstrong, and then like parachute pants. Remember that was the 80s, and the Challenger, the Space Shuttle Challenger. I remember seeing this clip of that where the parents were there for Chrissy. Is it Christy McAuliffe, the one who was the teacher, and she was like from New Hampshire or something, right? And she was gonna get to go up on the Challenger, and the parents were there for the takeoff, and when all the astronauts were going by and waving, and when it exploded like within seconds of liftoff, and her parents' faces were like confusion, not horror, not any. It was confusion. You could see that they were looking up, just saying like in their mind, was that supposed to happen? Or did that just happen? I was listening to that Ballin one, and he said that there was some story about some Russian guy going up into something, and the people who were the head people were saying, oh no, even though we know that there's problems with this craft, you still have to go. And he said, well, I probably would die. And then people said, well, then just refuse to do the, you know, um, assignment. And he said, no, because then they're going to send my best friend. So he did it. And,
They were brave people, weren't they?
huh?
Brave people.
Yeah, he did it. And then he ended up dying, of course, because it said 18 times he tried to enter the Earth's atmosphere. And
Yeah.
because of the stuff that was going on. It was some
Well,
Russian guy.
you can actually bounce off it, like deflect off it if you come in on the wrong angle and everything. And I don't think
Yeah,
they knew
it
all
said
that
that it was
stuff back
something to
then.
do with the craft, you know, bad things that had going on. And then the 19th time, he actually did enter, which they were amazed. It was after like his wife had come on and said goodbye. Oh, and one of the stipulations that he had said, when he said, all right, I'll do it, even though I know that the chances of me coming back, I want to have an open casket. So, and that was something that was signed off on and agreed. No matter what happened, he said he wanted an open casket.
Oh,
And then,
sorry. They're at the
so
door. Hang
when
on.
he finally entered the Earth's atmosphere after the 19th time, then he tried to deploy his parachute, right? It wouldn't deploy. So, uh, he ended up burning inside the craft. And so that particular, like, there's a real picture of a whole, like, just charred body. It's not even, doesn't look like a body even, just like kind of this, thing all charred. And it's a picture of all the the Russian people that were head of the space thing that forced him to go. and looking at it, because he said in his thing he wanted them to see what, he had done. I bet it is beautiful by the lake. Do you live by the lake? See, obviously, if you're saying that. I wish I lived near water. Do
But
you live near water?
don't you live near the beach?
Me? No. Mm-mm.
Huh?
Close enough. I mean, like I could drive an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but if I had a lake right outside, oh my,
I love living on the ocean. Like, when you sort of live in a city or whatever for long periods of time, and then you sort of end up moving to the oceans or the beach or whatever, the air is so much cleaner and different. Like it's like a breath of fresh air. Like
oh,
you
I
just
love it.
you just hit it. It hits you in the face when you get close enough
Mm.
to the shoreline.
The ocean, yes. Oh, no
Mm.
question mark. Yes, Ace. No question mark. I just sent her like she said, "Is this a real story, Bob?" I said, "Yes, Ace," but then I hit question mark by accident. But yes, it's a real story. Um,
And these people
yeah.
think
I
it's
mean,
crazy.
all that nature and all this. I just, I kind of, hope that the good souls people that no matter how many cycles people's lives go through, I hope that for some reason we always end up knowing each other, so that we can keep,
Yeah. It'd be
yeah,
lovely
positive.
if there was an afterlife and we could all meet up.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
that, maybe one day we'll be in that fucking live stream in the sky. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'm like, who are all these people? And they're like, these are your friends from YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember me?
Yeah, one by one, like you show up, but it's like you
Yeah.
and you talk like you, but it's not your avatar. And I'm like, wow, you sound just like someone I used to know.
Yeah. You would know me
Yeah,
straight away.
yeah. And you're like to me, oh, you sound someone I used to know, you know?
Mm.
Yeah. And like
Hey,
nothing, the bad stuff that we remember will even be anything we remember. It'll
hey,
just be anything good.
hey, Tracy, I'm just going to go and follow these people through because I don't like them
Okay.
opening up cupboards
Yeah,
and
do
shit
that
like
and
that.
then come back. Yeah.
All right. Hang on.
All right. Bye. Yeah. I mean, really, some people you just make connections with and you don't necessarily know, why, but I feel like it's a good thing. Ace and Lee and Spaceman and Vlad. Oh, what is that? Let me go out. I'll look and see. Hold on. Vlad, you want to come back in while Spaceman's doing what he's doing? Do, 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 do. Let me see what that is. I want to look. Is it just an image or is it hold on a minute. Sorry if like I lose sound. I just burped. I'm so sorry. You guys. Meow. Okay. Give me some- Ew. Whoops. Burnt coconut. Oh, yeah. Wait, I was just saying that. Sorry. Yeah. Right. Oh, I just clicked into my own StreamYard. What a weirdo I am. Did I do that? No, 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 no. Oh, yeah. Yep. Right there. Yep. Isn't that fucking weird? Look at his first name, Vlad. Vlad, isn't that weird? Those are the things I'm talking about. Weird shit like that. To me, I find that weird. Wait a minute. Okay, I have to go out and then come right back in. Hold on. Hi. Oh, that's Spaceman. Okay. He burned up trying to re-enter. Yeah, but Vlad, did you see? Aw, that's awesome, Ace. When I start facing the cage, I need to get out of the house. Burned up trying to re-enter the earth. Even myself, like, remember, the other day when I was on the phone with Vlad, and I immediately got up and went out and went for a drive with, Roscoe. And, I ended up kind of little, like, just going on unbeaten path, driving, not hiking because it started to pour out. But, as quick as I was out of my house like that and everything, and then today I went out with him, with, I'm saying you can listen. Oh, really? Do they? Oh. But did you see the name of him, Vlad? Not weird. Um, Vlad. His name's Vlad, everybody. To me, I find it hard, like what I'm saying. So normally, I used to say to myself, if I would sleep through like a nice day and everything, I would say to myself, oh, there's going to be plenty of nice days. That's what I would say to myself and justify staying in. Now, I don't know. I just get up and I'll go, you know? And that's something I find that no matter how it happens, like I'm thankful for all of you guys in my life. My daughter is in Chicago right now. I keep saying to myself, I gotta try to call her because she hasn't called me. She went there for a wedding. Well, I was watching it on Mr. Ballin actually. Glad, yeah, I'll watch his and his that chapter. There's a couple of them I like, but on Mr. Ballin's, I noticed that between every story, like usually he'll do 3 stories. In between each story, though, is an ad, and if you don't hit skip ad, it's not. I wonder sometimes if they know that it is good to have quality time with your kids, no matter what age. Um, if you I wonder if like that AdSense, I think you have to like apply for AdSense. Is that what it's called? And then that means they can run ads on your stuff. So I don't know if that means that even if you're not monetized, they could run ads. I'm not sure, but I don't know if they have the. Oh, I wanted to give you just. Ah, thank you. I know, and I feel like sometime we will meet in life. As a female in her radio, she was really. That sounds interesting. I'm gonna go to it and I'm gonna go to it and see. Did they ever find her? I'm gonna save that link. Hold on. I'll be right back if for some reason you guys don't hear sound. Oh, and then I'm gonna have to go out and come back, I think. Hold on. Just let me try it. Hold on. Oh, I am over there. Can you guys hear me still? I just saved it to my watch later. Oh wow, that looks pretty interesting. That whole entire channel actually. I'm gonna watch that later. I wish I could play things on my you know, come back and stuff. No, she's still traveling through space. How long ago was it then? I know because you've already watched it, but if I watch it, then I'll lose you guys. So how long does it say? Can you tell us about it? Because I'm gonna watch it definitely. But that's that's so well. Well, like how long ago was so bad? Is it possible she's still just? Well, no, she'd run out of food. Yeah, she'd run out of food. At a certain age, she'd be dead. But she was just lost in space. Oh my God, could you imagine? Mm-mm-mm. I think I'd rather. Okay, all right, let's do a little. She went up near the beginning. Well, I still don't even early days. So yeah, she probably would have started. So they never found anything of her. Not even when they went up there. There was nothing floating. There's nothing about her. And when I missed, I was thinking, bye, Lee. Much love to you. We love you. Decades before the one they say is now. Well, they say it's like some Russian redhead, right? Isn't that what they say? Even though Christy McAuliffe was. You know what? I have a really poor taste. It's in poor taste. This joke. XX? Where's XX? Yeah, I hope she's still here. Do, 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 do. I know I saw her somewhere. Do, 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 do. But there. Oh, she was looking for Vlad. You know what? You two are so funny. You guys remind me and Mr. Rourke too. But I do that with all of you guys. Like right now, I'm really wondering like where Pink is. Like Pink, if you're here, have a good have an excellent time with your baby girl, which they'll always be babies to us, right? Pink, if you're here, please talk because I don't want to keep thinking. Even if you never want to talk again, just say hi. So we know that you're not here because something drastic happened. Oh, she does. Oh. Yeah, she's a worker, huh? I like it. She's nice. I like all you guys. Now, did you ever think that would happen between me and you, Vlad? Right? Right? I know. I know. Or me and Lemon, who hasn't been around. But yeah, Pink, if you're here, if you're listening, and Cheryl, we're Cheryl the Enforcer too. Yeah, Pink, Cheryl. If either one of you is listening to this live stream right now, just say the word, hey. She's super cool. She stuck up for you. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like we all stick up for each other. I sometimes get between a rock and a hard place because I don't know if you've seen it, Vlad, but a lot of times I get labeled like I'm difficult. Like I'm the one not giving this person second chances or third chances or fourth chances or how many chances. So, that I'm the one who's supposed to ignore things someone says, but they can keep blasting. You know what I mean? Like, so because I know that people tend to, not you, I'm not saying you, but that people in general tend to, think I'm in the wrong if I say something. Then, but I do say all the time, I say out of these people here are who I will always back up to anybody, you know, and if, what Pink said was so logical to me when she said, um, you do you. Sometimes things are black and white. Right, black and white. But they weren't always black and white to people for me. Like for me, I would think people would realize that a community that I was in long before that V person ever was in it, right? Then how would it be that I was stalking him if here he was in a community that I frequented, right? Yeah, and same with the being totally out of line, all those other things. And those people are blocked now, but I hate to think that Pink won't come back because of that incident. Like, things have to be revealed in order to make some people see, you know? Just like that V person turning on everyone. It took that, I guess, for any of those people to see that, you know, I wasn't stalking that person. This person was thinking he was breaking some, huge firing apart and was infiltrating it. He was just like I told everybody. Okay, it's not a you know, it's not the point of ignoring them. The point is like Rear Window, that movie Rear Window. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that night, like she had said in the live stream that she just didn't want to be around all that drama and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but I agreed with her when she said that more of those people were concerned about the mariachi band comment than the human smuggling, which is so logical. Just like you said, black and white. Some things are black and white. Just like somebody claiming that I stalk them, they wouldn't be in the community that I've been frequenting for the last 3 years if I was stalking them. They wouldn't be there thinking they're infiltrating something if I was stalking them. That was a total mental breakdown going on there that I tried to tell people about long before. And not only you guys, but people that were in the position that, when they see people who go into movie theaters and they do this and they do that, you know, how much shit can someone do that they say isn't breaking the rules until they start breaking the rules and then it's too late? I mean, it seems to me that if I was, if she truly felt sad, her, she had zero reason to be sorry for everything. Yeah, she totally felt terrible. Yeah, me too. It was funny as shit. Yeah, that was one of the funniest things I've ever heard. I'm telling you, I woke up the next morning, Vlad, thinking about that mariachi band, and I don't care what anybody says. I still laugh about it. Still do. Because she was totally honest. She said, to be honest with you, she couldn't see anything in that picture. To be honest with you guys, I couldn't see nothing. It's the same thing like when I look at, like for a while there, I would look at, you guys all know, I'll look at somebody's picture in their avatar and I can't tell what the hell it is. And even though he was showing them on the screen, all I saw was it looked like white ruffled blouses and much color. Like there was a lot of color. It didn't look like something where, people were, and he was on a donkey. That's what he said. And so, you know, not, and that's a true nice. He has, right. And then that person, oh my God, who was it? Moonchild said, yeah, but where's the humans? When he said he was human trafficking. He is unique and funny as fuck. And to be quite honest, I honestly kind of think that he got set up because he admitted what he did between me and Rourke. He took responsibility for those actions. So I don't know how to do it. Like, how do you like look and see who's blocked and unblock them? Because quite frankly, I would unblock him. I would unblock Jose because, well, okay, let me rephrase that. As long as Mr. Rourke said it was okay. Because, same thing with you, Vlad, which quite frankly, I would never unblock that person that I know you have a problem with there, and I do too. That person, not. That wouldn't even be, but just say I would, but I wouldn't. But I'd want to know that it wouldn't bother you first. If you were going to say, oh, I'll never come back to your channel then I wouldn't unblock. But I feel like I was sent the screenshot, okay, of where it occurred. And all I'm saying is, I almost feel like he didn't know what we were talking about. Now, looking back, and he kept saying this, yeah, but all I put was 777. And I feel like he would have called me or texted me and tried to say something. And the only one, there's only one person who did. And it was the one person. You think so? Well, you know what? There was something that came in earlier when you and Spaceman were in the room last. And it was something like kick something, right? And said, I know you probably won't let me in, but I just want to let you guys know that I miss you all. But I'm always so scared thinking that I'm going to get porn bombed or something that I wasn't sure if it was him.
All done and dusted. Back again.
Yeah, I know. And I feel like maybe he I really, honest to God, and I honest to God feel like maybe he might have been a little instigated into the racist mindset of that joke. Because, how does someone come through a StreamYard without having the link? Well, he had the link. That's the thing. I had dropped it. So he kept trying to come in that night. Plus, I dropped the link tonight.
Yeah.
Right, Spaceman?
Yeah, I like Joe. So I think he's
Jose, yeah.
He's trying to work things out, and I just he's in a vulnerable place at the moment. I really think he needs support rather than being attacked, and accused, and and I don't know exactly what's going on, like Bubbles is saying he did this and he's saying he didn't, and she's saying, well, I got proof of it, and he's saying, well, that's not me, I didn't put that there, and
and I'm kind of curious now.
He's still even today denying that he did it.
You saw him today?
Well, he's commenting on Cray Cray's channel. So.
Oh, is she live streamed now?
No, she was probably about a week ago or something, 5 days ago.
Oh, a week ago, yeah.
Well, not long after you guys had sort of kicked him out of that live stream. About the phone number and all that bizzo. He ended up on her live stream because you were talking about her on or about you'd mentioned about Cray Cray's channel on that. And I thought, who's Cray Cray? Oh, that's bloody because I saw her on Burns' channel, and I thought, oh yeah, I remember who she is. So I went over to sort of see what she was about, and then she had a live stream going. I ended up. She actually went to block me, thought I was a troll.
Oh, that was the night I said, don't block Spaceman, he's nice. Blocked Rourke, she blocked Jose, she blocked you.
Yeah.
And I said, don't block they're all nice people.
Charlie just sorted it out like a day or two ago.
Right.
She tried unblocking it and she was doing it on YouTube, but it still wouldn't let me text to her. And so anyway, she sorted it out. She said that she had to go back into the live stream to actually unblock it. But so she got one of my texts just recently and said, "Oh, so sorry, yeah, blah blah blah," and yeah, but so we all ended up on there. Me and Jose ended up on her live stream that night, and he was even then, so like he had the same thing. He was blocked and that, but he got a message through recently, and yeah, he was still saying about how he's claiming he was innocent. He still doesn't believe he didn't do it. But
That's why, I think is like, I think the most alarming thing was that he was saying something about being in love.
being in love,
Yeah.
yeah. I think, well, we all say we love each other,
Yeah,
and
but he said on Kensington too. And I'm not trying to say, I just want him to understand that because all in my mind, I'm going over the whole thing and thinking how bad I feel. But I just want him to also realize that he has to rein in that because I've never met or talked to Jose, on the phone
mm,
and I've seen him. He's a good
in
looking guy.
private.
I'm not saying that, I will say that Jose and I, we talked on YouTube for 7 months and then we started talking on the phone and then, it advanced.
If you had met him under different circumstances.
Well, no, not even under different circumstances. I'm saying, but 3 weeks into knowing somebody on YouTube,
Hmm.
never speaking to them on the phone, then falling in love with somebody is
Well,
kind of,
I think he's probably. I mean, because he's been in gangs and all that sort of business, like it's a very um, unemotional uh, scene.
been in
So,
gangs. So that's even,
well,
well, as see, there's a rumor he is a 10-inch hog. So,
you can't be a sook or anything, when you're in a gang. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, I understand. Oh, you mean emotional? So then when they get the opportunity to be emotional, then they.
well, I think he's sort of did something that he's felt guilty for, and it was a big awakening for him, and he started to. I think he's starting to feel a bit of guilt for the things he's done to others in his past, and you know,
I
uh,
understand that. But do you remember when I said that who I thought had reported me for that World Health Organization thing, even though we weren't even talking about them? You remember that?
yeah, yeah, I think
Was
so.
the
Yeah.
pirate person, right?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Okay. And as it turned out that it was true, then I get how you're who you are and you try to see why they would be doing it. But
who,
I based
who
it on
reported? Who reported it though? Was it?
based
Yeah.
RR.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah.
She
Well,
she said it. She admitted it. She said it.
I got a bit of a taste of her. Um, like she like when Cray Cray was on your channel the other night talking about how he was abusing me on her channel, like and Cray Cray as well, like basically telling, oh
And
yeah, but
Jose, from what I heard.
yeah. Well, the thing was, it was friggin' Cray Cray's channel. She can talk about whatever she friggin' likes, and if she doesn't like it, she can piss off,
That's what
and
I'm saying. And you had
yeah,
been here plenty of times when you know that I literally, there would be times that I would be, see, Debbie, at least she did it right away, where because I had been friends with Rachel, not friends so much, but, friends, love hate kind of thing, for so long that I was having a hard time feeling like I was maybe hurting her feelings. Like nobody said to Debbie, oh, second chance. Oh, you're hurting her feelings. Nobody said that to her. But when I would do it
mm,
to Rachel, people would
yeah,
make
but
me feel like I was doing something wrong.
well, when
And
you
that's
said to
why.
me when you said to me about her being on V's channel when he was doing all that insulting shit, like then I realized, oh well, that's well, that's not real cool at all,
Yeah,
you
but
know.
that the night when what happened? Oh, you and her were up, and she was saying stuff, and I didn't really want to let her up. Oh, I know what it was. It was when everybody and Vlad left the room too. And
Mm.
I also see social vampires. Just what he said, like sucks the air out of the room. Right
Mm.
here it's late, so it's 2:54 a.m. here.
Yeah,
So
well,
this
I sort of didn't get much experience with her, so I only saw her in the chat time to times. I never saw her live and
right.
all
But
that.
when
So,
you saw it happening in somebody else's channel, then you saw, oh, wait a minute, this is
well, she's lecturing me about, and Cray about talking, we shouldn't be talking bad mouthing people while she's on the live with us because she hasn't got a beef with him and it's not fair on her and all this sort of bizarre, that
who was she talking about?
about me. Because she liked him, she reckoned, and it's not fair that you're insulting him and doing all this stuff while I'm on the
I
live with
was?
you. Because no, Cray and me, because Cray um, mentioned about how V was sending her text messages on her phone now because they were Cray used to go to his channel. She didn't know what he was like, see, and
Right.
she was going to his channel and saying things about I've been missed you, how you been, that kind of thing. And anyway, she'd mentioned him, and I said, oh yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about that dude. I said he's a bad person. I said he's the one that gave Tracy and me a hard time. Oh, I didn't know about that. What happened?
Well, she did, but she,
Well, with
you
me, she didn't
know,
know. She didn't know I'd also copped it as well. And I said, "Yeah, he was a prick."
right.
I said I could handle it though, but Tracy was very upset about it.
Well, I
And
could handle it, but the thing is I keep thinking about that movie Rear Window, where the guy is watching the person who's like threatening, and then all of a sudden, when the guy isn't in the window anymore, he's at his front door. So for me, I was thinking this guy could fucking do whatever the hell, and
well,
nobody is paying attention to how serious it
well,
is when somebody obsesses over somebody they don't know, and not in a good way. It wasn't love; it was hatred,
mm, oh
pure
yeah,
hatred.
he's
I mean,
sick.
he was talking about cutting my head off.
I know he's a sick individual. He should be in jail really for the things he
Yes, he
said.
should. Yeah, yes,
And
absolutely.
anyway, when RR was telling me off and that, oh, well, I shouldn't be doing this and that, I said, look, as far as I'm concerned. If I class you guys as my friend, and I know you're getting mixed up, or you aren't aware of some personality of a person that I know you've just met up with, and I do, it's my obligation to warn you. All right, if I care about you, I'm going to warn you. Because I don't want you to go through that experience. Just because I mean, fair enough. Make your own judgment, but be aware of what you're getting into. Like I'm not going to try and stop you from going there. It's your choice, but I
Oh,
just
you're
want
talking
you to
about
know.
Vern?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, she was
About
trying to
I
like
was.
justify
She was
him and
trying to.
defend him.
Yeah, yeah, and I was. Well, she was trying to tell me off for incriminating her and my insults, while she was on the live, like she would cop flack from Vern because of me. And I said, well, and I shouldn't do that, like I'm putting her on the spot. And I thought, well, that's not, hang on, my phone's ringing again. Hang on.
Okay. Uh, yeah, Vlad. She wasn't there tonight, which I found odd. But I will tell you what was there was what I told you about that address thing. That was there. And I know who you told me who sent it, but I mean, that could just be, you know what I think? Sometimes I think that everything that V person says is so totally reversed that, that it's them. Yeah. Oh, she wasn't, oh, when XX showed up and she didn't come back. And now you're saying she had left the last one when oh, I wasn't there all night. I came in maybe 23 minutes into it. So perhaps my live stream, my chat didn't go that far up at that time. Her, Bobbles, because I didn't see her and she didn't come back. And I think she wasn't there. Oh, maybe I'm not certain. Like I said, for 23 minutes, I wasn't there right from the beginning. And then when I came in there was that. Oh, not tonight. Oh, the last one. I'm sorry. I actually left her. She didn't come back. Yeah, isn't that odd? Isn't that's odd to me? And then that thing came around tonight with that address, and I just feel like perhaps how he complains about, oh, this is a hacking group, that's a hacking group, this is a hacking group, that's a hacking group. I'm thinking, that's a trolling thing. I know who fucking cares, but yeah, you're exactly right. But I just feel like, on the flip side, the people who are actually doing it are the ones, okay, on the flip side, the people who are accusing people of it are the ones who really do it. That's what I think, from what I'm seeing. But on the positive side of that, sometimes if it wasn't for like a bad situation, you don't come across people like you guys and all of us. And that, I think we're a good group of people here. And you know what I mean? Like, okay, for instance, okay, Vlad, we love about your duck, your duck that you take care of, and Spaceman, we love about his magpie, right? That other channel could have cared less about that sensitive side of people, right? So at least through that kind of trial by fire, maybe kind of thing, we end up knowing, you know, why we're here and in each other's lives and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm, over analyzing it, but sometimes that's how I come to terms with things that happen in my life. I have to analyze it because when yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, he's talking about yeah. Uh, she exposed herself. XX did? No, she did. Did I missed that she exposed herself? XX. I mean, Ace is probably thinking she fucking flashed us or something. Ace is so funny the other night when I was like, sometimes people will talk in the chat and I end up not in the chat on the panel, and so I'll start like watching the chat go by and responding like just by typing in. And Ace was talking about, well, they were talking about on the piano about vibration, knowing that you like somebody, you feel a certain kind of way. And I said something like a vibrator, not vibration. Something like that, right?
I just got back in. What are we talking about? Vibrators.
Yeah, right. I'm not, and you know what? I'm not laughing at you, Ace. So don't even think this, because I love you, love you, love you to the moon and back, and you know that. Okay, but because I knew that there was a possibility you weren't going to know what I was talking. But just let me tell you this: I didn't even know those terms until how lately we've been learning these slang terms. So I said, yeah, that was when we were scissoring.
Oh,
Do you know what that means,
no,
Spaceman?
no.
Okay, see? So that explains why Ace didn't, because she's in Australia as well.
Scissoring.
Apparently, they don't call it scissoring there,
So
which is
what's
like bumping tacos. Do you know what bumping tacos is?
yeah, two girls.
Yeah, two girls, right?
Hmm. Scissoring. Oh
It's
yeah, actually,
okay.
I have heard of that. I have heard of that term actually.
Okay, right. In pornos, which
Yep.
I never, ever, like I'm not saying, I'm saying I was I'm fairly like new to the slang shit too. Um, and and yeah, she goes, oh yeah, now I do. So when I said, oh, you mean scissoring? When we were scissoring, that's what I said. But I put just kidding, lol, whatever, like, and laughing emojis. And she goes, exactly, bub. She goes, you know exactly what I mean. We were just like that. So, so
Joined at the hips.
yeah, yeah, join at the hip, right? And so she says, um, somebody like said what, right? And I go, yeah, bumping tacos. And she goes, I'm still pretty lost on the taco thing, right? And so that's when like I was said, so I thought Survivor Girl meant cutting cord. Yeah, the vibrating cords. Oh, cutting cords. Scissoring. Oh my god, now I get it. Because she kept saying, it was something to do with the cords in your body and the vibration. And I was like, oh, you mean like when we were scissoring? And she was like, exactly, Bob, right?
uh,
Oh, it was so
I
cute.
love that game, Chinese Whispers. Yeah,
What
when you
is
got
that?
well, you have a part when you got a party going, got a few friends around that. You start a like a rumor, so
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
whisper it in someone's ear, and then they got to whisper it in the next person's ear, and then they add to it and pass on, And by the time it comes back to you, like the whole thing's mixed up, But you got to add to it each time, though. Like, um, so you say, "Oh, yeah, I went out last night and I got a hamburger," and then
Right, right.
someone,
And then like the gossip, like Norman Rockwell did a painting like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah, with all the people in it and how it comes out at the end.
yeah,
Yeah, he was from
just
around here. You know what I keep saying I want to do is play Would You Rather. Like, okay, so would you rather um okay, would you rather have to camp on an island that had was known for its venomous snakes? Okay, no, let's say that. Would you rather sleep on an island that was known for Komodo dragons, or would you rather sleep one night camping on an island that was known for its like indigenous natives that want nothing to do with any other outsiders
like
and
a
will kill you?
cannibal tribe.
Cannibal tribe, yeah. Would you rather sleep on an island where there's Komodo dragons, or would you rather sleep on an island with a cannibal tribe?
Komodo dragons because I can get up in a tree at least and get
They
away
can't
from them.
climb trees, no.
No, they
Yeah, but then
can't
how are you going to get off the island, right?
when they're not around. But at least the cannibals can blow dart you out of the tree.
Right. That's what they do. Yeah, I was watching this
So
thing. Yeah,
yeah,
where like
Komodo.
almost I watched that the thing of Mr. Ballin, and he was talking about this place Sentinel Island, and he was talking about this tribe that's there that does that, and they hadn't been, they didn't want
Never met
any
any. Yeah,
contact, yeah, with the outside world. And if you went on the island, they would kill you. But then I was watching. I actually Googled them now to see like what's going on with them now, and there's like
the,
only 40 left and shit.
yeah. Well,
Because
they
the
just.
outside world is coming in.
But that's how cruel society is, and that they just poison them or do some shit to get rid of them,
Yeah,
and
just
take
to get rid
over.
of them. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to use that land, area and stuff. It's
Mm.
like really
Get
crazy.
their resources or minerals. Maybe there's gold
Yep,
there or something.
whatever's in the ground, just
Greedy
to fucking
bastards.
mine it out
Yeah.
to where there's nothing. And that's when I think that the earth collapses within
Mm.
itself. And then
But
all of a sudden they build over. That's why they keep finding, like, they'll find lost city on top of lost city on top of lost city. And they'll have
mm,
these, you ever seen when they have the, I can't think of what they're called, like a mural maybe made out
uh,
of like tiles, ceramic tiles, and
Oh
it's so
yeah,
intricate and beautiful,
yeah. I've made them. I did an art course years ago,
right? But
and
I'm talking about they're like,
yeah,
you ever
oh,
seen that show,
ancient
Lost
ones.
Cities or Cities
Yeah,
Underground?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and they'll
They
have them
found
from like,
ancient.
yeah, ancient,
They found
and
ancient tunnels that were all tiled and lined with tiles. You
exactly,
know,
yeah.
so yeah, yeah. I mean, well, that's what I mean. There's been advanced technology on this earth way before us.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
and
Mhm.
I mean, we can't replicate a pyramid at all. Like the Chinese tried to build a pyramid, a small one, and they couldn't even do that. You know, so yeah, there's hidden knowledge though, like tech. I really believe it's all about resonance and stuff. You know, vibration. I A lot of people don't realize that the pyramids actually had, like, everyone knows they had gold tips on the top of them, right? But a lot of them didn't realize that they actually had aerials on those tips as well. You know, and there's old
Yeah.
books from the 50s that actually have drawings of them coming out of sticking out of the sand dunes when they first discovered them, and they had all their aerials and stuff still on them at that
Well,
stage,
look at
right?
the monolith, like that one that's in you know, in Central Park. That amazed me that
Mm.
this 4,000-year-old monolith that the
Mm.
Masons, paid off
Yeah, they
somewhere to get
brought it there. Yeah,
Egypt. I'm
yeah.
sorry, Egypt. And they didn't pay them off. What it was an offering that Egypt made to the Masons in 18 something, 1800 something, so that they wouldn't attack them.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, well, they were raping and pillaging their land. Every country was going there and looking for
No, but I'm
the.
talking about in the 1840s. I have it
Yeah,
written down because I wanted to do because it
yeah.
made ow, I just gave myself a fucking paper
But
cut.
they
Oh
were
my
looking
god,
for
that's the worst.
that hidden technology, you know, like they were looking for the key to how they built those things, and they were all hunting for that tomb that had the secret on how it was built and what technologies were used and stuff, you know.
Right.
And
Well, they said I can't believe I gave myself a paper cut. That's the worst thing in the world.
it's
Um,
like the story I was telling you about Tutankhamun. I got to see the live recording that they filmed of the opening of his tomb. Today they're teaching people that the servant's the king. They swap the bodies over.
yeah, to into the valley where the out of the Valley of the King into like the Potter's Field almost.
Well, yeah, because I got to see the live recording and that, I saw that the servant was the one buried in resin, and they did that because servants weren't allowed to be mummified, and they snuck the resin in big tall vases into the chamber, and then poured it into his wooden casket and down his throat and everything, and covered him in resin to try and preserve him that way. And they took a lot of risks. The guy, the archaeologist that was doing the commentary, was saying about how risky that was for them to do that. And they must have really liked the bloke for them to do that, because they weren't allowed to mummify servants.
That's
And
sometimes what I think about. Okay, and don't like crucify me for saying
mm,
this,
mm,
but and like what a pun on words, but sometimes I think that about the crucifixion. Like when they,
mm.
first of all, there was no pictures back then. There was no way they could have, known for certain if the person they thought was
Oh,
Jesus was Jesus.
it's all interpretation, isn't it, of
Well,
the words that
yeah, it
were
is. But
written?
what I'm saying is, we don't know if perhaps they said, that this particular, what was it, Lazarus or something, was the robber that was it Lazarus that
Who turned on Jesus and
No, no, no.
handed
That was
him.
Judas. I'm talking about the person who was the thief that when Pontius Pilate said, okay, then who do you want me to release? Instead of
Oh
being
yeah,
crucified.
yeah, yeah. Because
Yeah, that person took, the people were yelling,
yeah,
the thief,
yeah,
right?
yeah. That's
And,
right. So he may not have even been crucified.
right. Like, I'm wondering if that person said, to save you, I'll go in your place. Maybe they looked very similar,
Well,
long
they
hair,
did.
beard, like most of them.
Did you see that video on YouTube a while back where they discovered a tomb that had his family? It was supposed to be the actual mother and father of Jesus and all this sort of busy. They reckon that the whole family was buried in this tomb.
I did
And
see that with a Thomas Aquinas at the twin or something.
wow, that was the question, wasn't it? Like, did Jesus die or did he get buried with his family? You know, because
Right.
um,
That's what the Book of Thomas, it says, which has been, the Dead Sea Scrolls. And that's the
mm,
only writing about that, that's been authenticated to be actually from the biblical times.
mm,
And it's not, the gospel based on, or the book of Matthew based on the writings of Matt, whatever. It's the
mm.
actual, Thomas saying his conversation with Jesus. And he said that he lived to be a ripe old age.
Mm, that's right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
same as with Hitler, you know, they claim they killed Hitler at the end of the war, but there was
I don't believe that,
soldiers.
Or that
No, well,
he killed himself, they claim.
no, there was soldiers. They reckon it was the body double that they showed, and that
Yeah.
when they
I don't
surrounded Hitler's house, yeah, like his castle or whatever he was living in, they surrounded his house, and they reckon like there's people that have whistleblowed about it, like back in the early days. It was saying when they surrounded his house, this they were talking about a UFO, an anti gravity craft. They said this this
I'm not gonna lie to
device
you
that.
because you brought that up, Spaceman. I'm not
Mm,
gonna lie to you. For a long time, I have thought that that had something to do with Area 51 because the timing and all
well,
the, yep.
Well, they went to Antarctica when World War II ended. They sent a heap of ships to Antarctica because that's where
I
they
thought it
trapped
was
him.
Brazil that a lot of those Nazi
No,
criminals.
no, they had an underground base in the ice in Antarctica, and that's why they
Hmm.
all went there. And that because they saw the craft he took off in went to that location, so they all went there and that. But they got their asses kicked because the actual Germans were in contact with some other alien race, and that's why they had the anti gravity in the first place. Because when you start to discover knowledge and stuff like that these people have, they they expose themselves to you, you know, like to warn you of the dangers and things, you know, that are going to come from that, you know. So, um, the Germans got help with all that stuff in the end, and
And here's the thing too, you know how they kept saying that it was the race for the atomic bomb, right? Or whatever, right?
mm, yeah. Oh, what happened? We paused, did we? We still there?
And
Hello.
did we ever even find any evidence of them having it?
Oh, sorry. You went quiet there for a minute. I couldn't hear you.
Huh?
What
Oh,
was
you
what was?
couldn't hear me? Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just wondering when they kept saying, "Oh, if we didn't do that, then Hitler would have had the atomic bomb." And how Einstein had said that they had
Mm,
put the atom and this and that. You know that.
well,
Hi, Cheryl. How are you?
they may have. You know. I mean,
But what I'm saying
it,
is, did they ever find any evidence of that?
of that,
Because
yeah.
that was what their whole thing was about.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah. No, they found a ship with a bunch of purified uranium in it and stuff. One of their German battleships that they were taking over there to make an atom bomb.
well,
Yeah.
all I'm
So.
saying is that I feel like that um a lot of the stuff was kind of,
Well,
like that Ghost Army that had a lot of the actors that ended up in Hollywood. Okay,
yeah,
even that one of those, Bill Blass or whatever his name was, that an actor
the
in
rocket
Hollywood who's a,
scientists,
huh?
the rocket scientists and all that they got
It,
from.
even the rocket scientists. I mean, they seem to be like Jewish scientists too that were
Mm,
made to come here, and probably every day that they were lax on creating that, more Jews died. You
mm,
know, so they were like locked up in this Manhattan Project kind of thing. And then for like, okay, here's for instance, okay, and
mm,
I'm not trying to sound funny to anybody, okay, but the other night somebody was on and they were talking about something. I don't know if I think it was an airplane that
mm,
went from one place to another in a matter of minutes. That seemed impossible. Okay.
mm,
And so the only other place that I had heard that story was you and Jose talking about the Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Oh, when it was Mr. Whippy, is that fucking the ice cream truck?
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
it?
wow, the Mr. Whiskey just came past. Yeah. Yeah.
I
It
like
is
the
ice
ice
cream
cream
truck.
truck. I
Yeah.
never see the ice cream truck anymore. I
I
wish the
haven't.
ice cream truck would come around.
We only see them at holiday time. They come around here, but they
Really?
yeah. But he actually makes traditional ice cream.
Like 99s with flake bars?
Yeah, flake bars and
Oh, those
sherbet
are
and all
so
that would
good.
go. And
I love 99.
the boats with cherries and chocolate on top and all that stuff.
All right, listen, let me say something to Spaceman right now. In the back room, there's somebody, it says, tell Vlad I miss him.
Mhm.
Okay? Now, I
Yeah.
don't know, should I let him in or not? Whoever tell Vlad I miss him. Oh, nope, they clicked right out. They clicked out.
Oh, that maybe they just wanted you to tell Vlad that they miss him. They miss him,
If
but
it's Jose, why don't you just say it's you and then it'll all be fine? Don't play games like that, see?
yeah,
Like,
but yeah,
be straight out, Jose, if it's you, and say, yeah, it's me. I miss you guys. Even if it's in another name.
no, he's still
You know what I
using
mean?
Ghost and that. Yeah, he should just be upfront and come on if he wants to. Yeah, or
If he wants to, yeah,
at
just
least
tell me that it's you because I think pretty much if he's been watching, he pretty much knows that we were saying,
Hmm.
you're okay. This is, I miss you all. You know,
Yeah, he's a great lad.
okay. Who is that?
It's me.
Yeah, good on you
Hi.
guys.
Hi. I miss you guys, but I
Yeah.
gotta
We
go
miss
jump in the
you
shower.
too.
I'm serious, but I do miss you guys.
You're really getting in the shower right now.
I swear to God.
Are you
You're a
kidding
dag.
me?
You're a
Yeah,
dag.
it's midnight over here.
Yeah,
Why
I know,
can't
but
you just like pause your fucking going on a
yeah.
shower for 5 minutes?
Because I gotta get up at 6,
Oh, you're
like in
working.
5.5 hours.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
but what
work?
I'm saying is you're just gonna taunt us with yourself.
No, I swear. But everybody knows.
Oh, well, you're welcome, man. Hey, it's good to hear your voice again.
But I
Yeah,
do
I
miss you
know.
guys
And
though.
I don't know how to like unblock you. How do I unblock you?
I don't know. We'll
Oh,
figure it out though with time.
that's it. Oh, well, I don't know
Let
about
me ask you a
streaming.
question, Jose. Serious question right
Um,
now, okay? And be totally honest. Was it you who posted some phone number on Bamba's live stream before she went live?
no, it wasn't, but I investigated and it did have my name on it. It had
It
my
did.
name and it
Yep.
had both names. It had Jose Guzman and Cruz Guzman.
Yep.
And
It
she
did.
sent me
And that's
she sent me the message. She did
Yep.
have a message. She sent it to me, emailed it to me, and the
Right.
number is on there. But I never
Yeah.
called it.
Jose, was
Right.
it both names on the title? Was it?
Both my names, and you know how
Yeah.
there's a letter
Well,
and a capital.
that's how they created the fake ID. That's what I was trying to tell you the other day, Tracy. That
No, I
you
know, but that's
only
why I want to hear what Jose's saying. Go ahead, Jose.
And I tried to see if I could do something like that, and I couldn't make it happen. I tried and tried to see how they did it, and it doesn't. I couldn't do it. So they must be better than me or something. But I was trying to figure it out because you know how I figured out how to do the stupid little picture.
well, you can do it in
Yeah.
different ways.
I mean, so what happened? Because I feel like that was gone, so you couldn't see it when it happened. So you received a screenshot, right?
Yeah, they sent me a screenshot through email. So I was like, what the hell? How'd they do that then? And I tried to
That was
figure it
what
out.
made me think, wait a minute, I think this is fake.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I tried
Well,
and I couldn't copy it. And don't get me wrong, I have a screenshot of that, but I wouldn't call it. You know what I mean?
Right.
you
That's
can.
what I'm saying, that they're sending the screenshot, and the screenshot is actually what they were thinking would be proof of it happening.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah, but
screenshot is what
it's on
made
there
me
though,
think,
you know? And I
Mm.
was like, what the heck? Like
There
I
are.
tripped out when I saw it.
Well, see, if they put both your names on the title, then that's not the same as cloning so because they've used both your names, that's just a whole totally new name then, right? So they can create a copy of you with both your names on there, and that'll go through because you're not using one or the other. You know what I mean? So they're not copying one of your accounts; they're creating an account with both of yours joined together on that one. So
Right, but I
Yeah.
think for Jose, what he's saying is when he tried to create an account, which is his same account, which looks like what the clone did, right?
That's
mm,
what
He
I tried to
can't do
do.
it.
I couldn't do it. I could
Right,
not
yeah,
they
do it. I
tell
and
you
tried
there's
and
yeah,
tried.
already an account with that name, right?
that's
Because it's
right.
your account.
Oh,
Well, no, 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 no. What
I
happened
know.
was this. Okay, you know how I have my name, right? I tried to
Yeah.
see if I could change it and then change that capital letter, and I couldn't figure it out. I was like, how did they do that? And then I tried and tried and tried, and I went to because you can go to your YouTube or whatever account, and you can
Yeah.
change it, but it won't change the letter. So they must have like had to open like a whole nother name with a
But
different email and then done it.
But didn't you say they had both your names listed as one, like both names in the one
No,
title?
no, no. They were separate. They were separate. Yeah.
Yeah, they were separate. One was like hello
But they
sounds
were both my names.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
And I just think that,
And it messed
I
me up
just
when I
wanna
saw it. I was like, what the hell? How the hell?
well,
You
I
know?
was trying to
Like I was
say
kind of
too,
upset.
I was also going to say too, though, you can, if people have got any coding skills and that, you can actually go into the browser itself and change the color of text and whatnot, right? And they could easily put an extra letter in on your name and then color it white so that when it comes up on our screen or whatever, it doesn't show because it's the same color as whatever the background is on the text. So, like in this, it's grey background, they could just write a letter and then make it grey like the background, and you wouldn't see that letter. You'd see the rest of the letters, but not the one they changed the color
well,
on.
here's what I thought was kind of weird. Tonight, my address was on Miss Bobbles.
Well,
And
it wasn't me. I don't have that.
no, I know. And listen to this,
You know?
though. That person who said that it was you who put that phone number wasn't
Hmm.
on Miss Bobbles at all tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
you wouldn't know if they didn't communicate. You know what I mean? Like if
right,
they
if they
just
don't
sat there.
communicate, so you don't know. Right. I get that. Hey.
I can't I can't see the chat from here though, but good night everybody. I'll be back though. Okay?
Yeah, good on you, Josh. Joe.
Okay.
If
All right.
that's all right with everybody.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I
Fine.
miss
Yeah.
you guys.
I'm
Okay.
glad
Bye
you.
Yep.
guys.
I'm glad you heard us and came on. Good on you.
There is a certain time frame though. Like I think if you change your name, then you have to wait 30 days to rechange it, right?
Yeah, but they're
So
not changing it. They're just creating an account with whatever,
I know,
And
but
you
what
can
I'm
just.
saying is, so if somebody changed their name, no, because he said he went to change, yeah, because he went to change, right? So yeah, so no, that wouldn't make sense.
Well, see, I could create a whole new account on my YouTube and um, use your icon as my icon, and I reckon I could create a fake account easy. I mean, I'd work it out. You know what I mean? Because I've done a bit of programming and stuff. So, but
Mhm.
I just don't see the sense in it all. I wish it hadn't have gone so out of control. I sort of think to myself, damn you, Survivor Girl. I wish you didn't post that up in the first place. None of this would have happened.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the thing though. Here's the thing though, Spaceman, about that is that I've never received any phone calls, okay, or
Nah.
text or anything, any kind
Yeah,
of
well,
harassment or anything.
that,
The only person is from the one that claims other people posted it. That's the only person
that rang
who
you.
has reached out to me since then is the one that claims everybody else, or not everybody else, but at least Jose.
Hmm.
That's the only person who's used it. So,
Yeah, but it's
so
just because of the search situation, though. Like when it did happen, I was just thinking, well, Christ, it could be anybody. There's so many people where it could have been on that.
yeah, but what I'm saying is only one person used it.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anybody else who was here was a person of integrity.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I didn't.
And yeah, was a person of integrity that didn't go that far.
I didn't even write it down because I thought, well, if you wanted me to have it, you'd let me have it, So
Right,
I didn't even
exactly.
bother, to
Okay. Um,
copy or anything.
so where we would all think, oh my God, a mishap like that might create every single person that hates you fucking all of a sudden calling and doing this, doing that. Okay.
Mm.
Only one
Yeah.
person.
Well, Rachel hates Jose.
She hates what?
Hates Jose. She was
I
giving him
can.
a hard. She hates him. She was giving him a hard time on Craig
No, no,
Dave's
no. She.
channel that night.
Okay. She might hate him, but she might hate me.
No,
And
well, no, she thinks she reckons she gets bad vibes from him and all this sort of thing, and was telling him to
I
be
understand
quiet.
you, but that doesn't make any. That's no justification to do that or to report me. To
No,
actually
no, no.
write.
I'm just saying that if it was her who
That's
was
the only
making
person
the claim, you know what I mean?
who has continuously brought that issue up. Everyone else, right?
Yeah,
Everyone else has just totally never mentioned it again. The
yeah, that's good.
only one person that it became a problem with was her.
Well, at
And
least you haven't copped any crap from anyone. I'd say dare
right, because
say,
everybody else, you know how everybody would assume that most people don't have the courtesy and the respect to not, you know,
well,
to not do that.
maybe they haven't rang you because they know that you'd recognise them.
I'm saying the only person who has is the one person who has continuously brought the situation up.
Mm.
The only person who actually ever has filled out the form to report somebody
Mm.
was that person as well.
Yeah,
Who does
yeah,
that?
yeah. That's an arsehole act, man. I
I
don't
don't,
like
Mark
reporting on.
who? It says Mark. I don't know who Mark. I mean, I
I,
know Mark Kropka, but I'm not sure if that's Mark Kropka. So
I don't like reporting on anybody. You know what I mean?
who would do that?
You know.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Mm,
just fucking wrong, and especially, to fucking even me with Vern, I might report for being bullying, but I haven't in a long time. I mean, whenever he's doing what he does now, whatever.
well,
But
he deserved to be reported. That prick, the
right,
things he was
but
saying.
for somebody to give YouTube timestamps and come up with some shit saying that we were um you do what now? Glad.
Let up.
Do what? I'll do it now. Do what? Oh, sorry, I'm just kidding. Um, for somebody who you think is your friend to actually take the time to sit there writing a complaint out about you, you know,
Mm,
is, and then
yeah,
for them to sit there and say, oh, well, my finger was on the report button.
yeah. I hit it with my thumb accidentally.
Yeah, I hit it with my thumb accidentally.
Yeah, it was a bit hard to
You know
believe.
what? No, then it comes up report for what?
Yeah, exactly. You can't just hit it one button and it does it.
Yeah, it's not like
And
she
then
was,
when
like prudently last night. She, saying, the side bitch. Oh, that's so funny. Right. That's what you did, side bitch. Yeah, it's not unless you're a mod, like when prudently last night she fell asleep on her phone on my live stream. So she was deleting comments and blocking people. Did you see that?
no, I heard it.
Oh my God, it was so funny.
Yeah,
Hi
I'm
Cheryl.
just
She
imagining it happening.
oh my God, Babos said she was gonna, be doing something, but she would leave, she would be listening to the live stream. And then she
Mhm.
came back like in maybe 15 minutes and said, "Oh my God, what's happening to your live stream? Everybody's being blocked and deleted and timed out." And I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, by Prudently." I was like, "Oh my God, somebody's cloned Prudently. Some mod has cloned Prudently," right? So that's what I was thinking. And when, oh, hi, Mark Kropka, was that you trying to get into my live stream? Because I don't know if it was or not. So, yeah. See, now I'm not a moderator like I am with my other account. But, right. Because you have this, that was what you used to be when I modded you, but not that same account. It wasn't. It was that same account, the name, but not the same avatar. It's the same
Oh
of the
yeah,
one, yeah, Cheryl the Enforcer Lewis. Yeah, right. So,
I didn't
so
realize
when I
you.
texted Prudently, and she texted me right back, thank God, and said, "Oh my God, it is me. I fell asleep on the live stream, watching your live stream, and I've been rolling over on the phone and shit." Can
Oh,
you
that's
ev-
so funny.
can, can you imagine that? I mean,
Yeah.
oh my God, there was people like there was somebody named Louise Miller, like new people that I hadn't had on my live stream before. And those poor people were blocked, timed out, everything. I couldn't figure out why when I said to Louise Miller, "Oh, sure you come back again sometime." And then that was like the end of the conversation. It was because fucking
and
brutally
and
blocked her.
I guess Prudently wasn't answering anyone either, of course, because she's passed out.
Yeah, she was passed out, but fortunately, she said her when I sent her the text message, it
Mm.
was a louder notification than,
Yeah,
stuff that
she
was
probably got a
silent. Yeah.
probably
And it
she
woke her up.
probably got
And
some
she came on the
song or
screen,
two.
and Rourke was going, "How long's this been going on?" You know, when he does that as
Yeah.
Rita,
Yeah.
it was hysterical. Yeah,
I
he's like,
still haven't heard that
"How
Rita.
long? Keep your finger off that
Is Rita
screen."
that bird that is Rita that bird that showed up that time and she was started lecturing us about Vern and that, and we were all giving her. Oh no, that was a different lady, wasn't it?
No, on Bob's channel, it was like one of her mods. Yeah,
Uh,
Mark, you can come up on that panel. I didn't know who
hey,
it was. I'm so sorry. Let me just look.
hi
Okay,
Cheryl.
so
Hi Cheryl too. I forgot to say hello to you. I didn't realize you'd said hello.
I know we haven't seen it. Pink, I mean, really, Pink, please just say hey so we know that you're okay. Because I know
Pink
that
got upset
she
about the
felt like she
thing.
wanted to stay away from YouTube for a while, and
Mm.
that, you know, her, but I don't want her to stay away from us. I want her to just I mean, she can if she wants to, but I want to know that she's okay and that nothing
Mm.
drastic happened.
I think she was just feeling a bit drained. Even I got a bit drained with all the yeah, all the comments. I'm trying to read everything and listen to everyone, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell was going on, and I was just sort of like, oh, I can't do this
I,
anymore. I just got to take a break. And yeah, sort of. I think all the arguing and that just drained everybody. And
that's
you
why I had to get
yourself.
rid of that person too. And I know you guys,
Mm.
not all of you, but I know you for one at first were, and even me, I was still
Oh,
trying to.
give her a chance to
Yeah,
work
it's
things
hard
out.
when you don't, hi Ace, when you just don't mix with somebody.
It's
And I
hard
just
to
couldn't mix with her.
Yeah, it's hard to understand Rachel where she's coming from. A lot of the times she reminds me of someone that's lived a sheltered life, like homeschooled or something, or you know, not real hasn't really socialized with groups of people much. You know what I mean? Just the
I'm not
family.
sure. Like in my mind, I see her as one way, and then sometimes as another way. Like sometimes she sounds like she really is, like this caring individual, and she's definitely smart,
Yeah,
and she
yeah, she's
sounds nice
smart.
and everything. But
Mm.
then there's other times that she does things like, saying, Miss Bobbles, Survivor Girl removed a comment. She's breaking the rules, and we're not
Yeah.
fighting.
And then she goes and does the same shit, That's the thing that got me.
Yeah.
I thought, it's a bit double standard there, going on. Like,
It's like,
yeah.
come on. As smart as she is, if you know a little about everything, then you know that that's like playground bullshit, like a snitch.
Mm. Well,
Yeah.
when she defended Vern that time on Cray Cray's channel, I just sort of was a bit disappointed with her after that. I just thought, well, if you're sticking up for someone like that, and if you were on there when he was doing that shit about you, I just thought, well, I don't respect people that
Yeah, she
haven't
was
got,
definitely on there when he was saying that shit. So when she
yeah.
was saying, and then when she said, oh, he's never done nothing to me,
Well, it doesn't
even
matter.
though I'll say, oh, when two people are nice to me, but here's the thing, she wasn't like, oh, you and Vern are nice to me, so I'm nice to both of you. No.
No.
And here's another thing. When somebody is threatening to keep, to cut somebody's head off
Mm.
and they're
That's
running a wither away and die live stream,
mm,
at
that's sick.
least say, yeah, I know, and I did that and that was wrong. So when
Yeah.
she'll like compare somebody else that came from there to her,
Well, I wouldn't
it's
even
two
support
different
someone
things.
like that. I wouldn't even give them my time of day. You know what I mean? I don't. I'm not gonna go around rubbishing him or anything, but I'm just not gonna spend my time, waste my, or incriminate myself by being on that channel. You know what I mean?
Right, but
Even if
she wanted
he's,
to be, like she wanted me to unblock her. She made it
mm,
about her everything.
mm,
Yeah, like
yeah,
she does
so
with everything. But
that
she
was
does that. Yeah. I
the
mean,
last
what
thing for
I'm
me.
telling you right now, the last night I think that I was in Chosen One, then the next day and I was a mod, and I should have blocked her that night, but I didn't because I don't know, because of what me and Rachel, whatever, we seemed like we were friends.
Mm,
Um, but she goes, and this cancer thing, I was the first one who brought up cancer. I'm
mm.
like, did she just say that? She was the first one. No, I was the first one who had to deal with cancer. I'm like, but I hadn't brought up cancer, but everybody
It
knew
was
that
some
I'd been
other. There
recently
was some
diagnosed.
other. There was some other person in the chat that brought up the
No, no,
cancer
no.
thing.
I'm talking about 2 years. No, a year ago. A year ago.
Right.
A year ago when we
Mm.
first fell out. The night we fell out,
All
and
right.
she comes out with something stupid like that. And then she went
Mm.
through every single one of my videos and any encouraging comment that she or any comment that she had put throughout that, time that we knew each other on Chosen One,
Yeah.
she deleted. And then
Uh,
she bombarded him basically with text messages saying that I was making it uncomfortable for everybody and shit. But anybody will tell you that was there will tell you
mm.
that, you know,
If
she
you
really,
don't,
I should have blocked her that
if
night.
you, well, yeah, she obviously felt some sort of guilt about the things she'd written because she went there and deleted it all. So, you
No, no,
know,
no. She deleted every kind thing she had written.
oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
and started replacing it with lies and shit like that and timestamps for a video that um Chosen One didn't even keep up. He didn't keep it up. He
Mm,
just got rid of both of us. Now see, that pissed me off because I didn't do anything that night. She
mm,
attacked me and um then she was right there in Burn. And I mean, that girl would talk. She said, I am the only one that cares about Survivor Girl. Then went, because I wrote, it's not about you. Yeah, she went ballistic. Yeah, yes, she made, yes, that's when she went. Yeah, she said, am I the only, this was here, actually. that she said that she was the only. What, am I the only one who cares about Survivor Girl? And
Hmm.
A said, what are you making it about you again? You know what I mean? Basically,
Mm, mm.
like she was making it about her, like
Like she
so
was
that
trying to
everybody
prove
would
it.
either argue with her because nobody's
Mm.
going to say yes, Rachel, you are. So
Yeah,
everybody would start arguing with her, and it would become about her again.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, she likes to be center of attention, I think.
yeah. But in the meantime, everybody in the chat room was saying that they were concerned about whatever it was we were talking about. Like nobody seemed like they weren't concerned. So it
Mm.
didn't make any sense. Then she came in here that night, and this is before I even knew who Vlad was, and um, said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. So, oh, down from 16 to 10, my 6 friends left."
Mm.
And we were like, but her first initial comment when she came in, yeah, then said sorry to me, then said all that shit to poor Willow. All that night, I know, telling Willow that she was clearly telling Willow, which was an absolute out and out and out lie, right? Anybody who was watching it could see it. She was saying, Ace is trying to make it look like I'm trying to make you hurt. And all Ace was doing was her regular encouraging thing, saying, "Oh my God, Willow, I'm sad. I'm sorry to hear that you feel hurt." But Ace didn't even know what it was about. She just caught like the words hurt and Willow in the same statement. And then she said, "I'm so sorry that you feel hurt, but you're a strong woman. You'll get through it." And then Rachel said, "Willow, Ace is trying to make it seem like I'm the one making you feel hurt."
Huh.
Like, what the
Bloody.
hell?
I just, sorry, I need to change the subject, right? Yeah, the house is up for sale that I'm in, right? Now,
Yeah.
we've had people coming and looking at the place. Well, one of them got a condition report done on the house, to see, like what work needs to be done on it,
Like
things
an
like that.
inspection, yeah.
Yeah. And this bloody lady, when they bought the house, they knew we'd been here a long period and, said, oh, well, am I interested in renting? And, I said to her, well, it depends how expensive the rent gets, and they decided to leave it as it was, because we'd been good tenants, for all that time. And because the person who was going to buy it ended up deciding not to after getting the condition report, because it's a 30-year-old house, right? Nothing's been ever done to it.
Yep.
She sent me this letter. She says, "Hi Bruce, I just thought I'd share this building report that one of the potential buyers has done. Now I've looked after the place. I've painted the walls. I've repatched all the damage in the walls. Because plaster and that breaks down after time on the corners and shit like that. So I repaired all that stuff. I work in the building industry, so I know how it's all done. And I repaired it all, painted it the same color, matched it and everything, and replaced the laundry sink. The kitchen benches were swelling up. I bloody dug out the loose material underneath and resealed it all, and so they can get more life out. I do everything I can, to keep everything good, But anyway, so she's saying, for years, we've charged you and Kathy minimum rent. Now they offered the cheap rent because we were good tenants, right? So now rent comparison to what others were paying. Now this is a lie because the rent we were paying was on par with everyone else, but recently it's all gone up because of all the COVID and people moving away from the cities coming up here. They selling
Hmm.
their houses for twice the price, see. So the real estate's up here went, oh, we've got all these people moving up from down south, with plenty of money. Let's bump the price of housing up, and the rent went up, of course, as well, right?
Hmm.
So now they're sort of bitching about, oh, well, we could have got, like they reckon the real estate reckon they can get $390 for this house. I pay $350, right? So, but
350 what? Like, what's your
per 350 a week. I pay
Three
rent.
hundred and $50?
Yeah.
No,
So
but do you guys go by dollars? Like, what
yeah,
do the
yeah.
Australians go by? Euros or our
No,
dollars?
dollars.
American dollars?
Well, now your dollar's worth a little bit more than ours. So if I was to give you like that money I gave you the other day, it cost me $115, but you only got 90 or something, you know. So
So it was say $300 a week
yeah, yeah,
to
that's what I
rent.
that's what I pay rent.
How many? Is it a house or an apartment?
It's a 3-bedroom house with an office.
Oh, okay, okay. That's yeah, okay.
So anyway, yeah. So she's saying like but I'm just sort of giving you an example. Like the rents have only just gone up in the last 6 months, sort of thing. But she's trying to make out like they've been good to me all this time because every time the lease is renewed, that goes up $10 anyway. So it was cheaper to begin with. I've been renting it for 11 years. I think we were paying 260 or something when we first come in here.
Hmm.
So anyway, so yeah, minimum rent in comparison to others were paying with the belief that you were maintaining the property well, as Kath always stated. We unfortunately now Kath stated like that I'm the one that takes care of the place. She didn't say like, we've always looked after the place or anything like that. She just said I'm the one that maintains everything. Because when Kath left, she was like, oh, he's not going to destroy the house or get go ballistic and destroy everything and blah all this crap. Oh, we'll have to write up a new lease and all this sort of thing, right? And she said, no, he's not going to do any damage. We're not. Hating it. We don't hate each other. We're just growing apart. So, there's no issue there. Anyway, but so with
Right.
the belief that, so she reckons, like Kath's always stated, this woman lies all the time. She promises one thing and just doesn't do it. But anyway, unfortunately, that doesn't seem to have been the case. And I'm so disappointed and obviously out of pocket. They've never spent any
So when
money in
you
the
say you're selling the house, do you mean you're selling the house
no,
or
no,
the person you're
they are.
renting it from?
Yeah, yeah. The people we're renting it from are selling it. Now, they've owned it for 11 years. And,
Right. I don't
right,
understand. Why are you supposed to make the
that's right.
changes?
I'm not going to spend my money. Like, I put they, last time I signed the lease, they said to me, oh, you can stay here as long as you want now because we're not going to move in anymore. Because they said they bought it as an investment. We're going to sell their house and then move into this one eventually. Well, then they decided, no, we're not going to move in here anymore. You can rent it as long as you want. But then the COVID shit happened and the rents went up and the price of housing went up. And
So your
now
lease is no good anymore?
well, my lease is till the mid of October, so they can't do shit about it. But because they told me I could stay here as long as I wanted, I went and put a roof on the pergola. I paid for it out of my own pocket, did other repairs and stuff. And then I find out now she's selling the place, and I've spent all this money putting things
Yeah,
in
I
it. And
don't understand though. I mean, how come if there was things that needed to be done? I mean, I could see like
oh yeah, I
cosmetic.
could ask her. I could ask her to do it, but she didn't have to put a roof on the pergola. It's
It was something
um,
you wanted, like a
Oh
cosmetic.
yeah, yeah. So I could sit outside there when it
Do
was
you still
raining or
have that
whatever.
thing where they said that you could stay there as long as you want?
No, because she only verbally told me when I was signing the lease when she come over and
Well,
did the
yeah, I
inspection and
mean,
that. But that's not a
mhm.
problem. I can take the roof off again and take the panels with me and that because I paid for it, right? Like she didn't pay what
Yeah.
I did. So I've already spoken to the rental bond authority and all that. But I mean, they um we had a tree that we'd planted when we first moved in here many years ago, the previous tenant owners,
And
and
they
that's
chopped that down.
yeah, yeah, and that was put there to block the sun off our bedrooms and that because first thing this morning the sun shines in the
Right. And they
window and
shouldn't
it.
be allowed to do that. Like, who chopped that down? The city or the owner?
No, the owners did right, and it was a red cedar, Australian red cedar tree, and it was perfectly healthy and everything, but. They wanted it down because it was putting leaves in the gutter. But I used to get up and clean the gutters and shit.
Right.
Um,
That's such a
I
double
even
standard.
Well, yeah, and I was even started washing the roof and that, right? But like, because it's a tiled roof and the glaze is gone and all that, so I started pressure cleaning it. I thought, oh well, I'll pressure clean it And then some of the water was coming out. I thought, oh shit, I better be careful there because if water gets inside the roof, it's going to destroy the plaster
Oh
because
yeah.
there's no insulation inside the roof, right?
Yeah, they should have been responsible
So
for that.
I thought, oh well, what
Didn't
I'll
it get
do.
inside when it rained?
Well, it didn't, but if I had to use a high pressure hose cleaning the tiles, I may have got water inside. It would have gone under the tiles or whatever in places. So I
Yeah.
decided I'd give it a break. I'll get some cement and that, and I'll knock out all the mortar, and I'll put some new mortar in it first, and then clean it, right? And then I was
Yeah.
going to ask them if they could get the money or give me some money to get the paint, and I'll paint the roof for them because I thought I was going to be staying here a long time, and I thought, oh, well, this will fix the house up, make it look nicer, and worth more money anyway, so they'd go for it. But so I got half the roof clean before I started realizing that the mortar was coming out in places, and anyway, she tried to get me to clean the rest of the roof for her because now I know I'm going to be possibly evicted. I thought, well, stop it then. I'm not going to bother then. Why should I spend my time and my money fixing your house and when you've just gone back on what you said and now you're selling the place and I've potentially got to go at mid-October. So I said,
Right.
but she's tried to tell me, oh, well, if you don't clean it, I'm going to have someone finish the job and they'll bill you for it and all that. You can't do half a job and blah, blah, blah. I
There's
said,
got
well,
to be laws against that.
oh yeah, the bond authority said if they try anything like that, just fill a Form 16 out. They're on my side. So, but she's trying to put like the guilt trip on me, like, oh, I haven't looked after the place, and they're out of pocket now because,
But it's
um, you
right.
know,
So that's why when you move into a place, I don't know if it's the same in Australia, but they take first, last, and security. So
oh
I
yeah, yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah. I've got a deposit and all that. But
yeah.
the thing is, I mean, I've done everything I can to keep it in good order. But this condition report, like as I said, it's a 30-year house and it needs to be painted inside and out, really, and the whole house. You know what I mean, properly and things like that. But I'm not going to spend $7,000 or so doing all that. And when
You're
I
not
when I did
supposed to
all
do
the
that. They
well,
are.
yeah, and
When
when I
they get
repair,
when they get reports back from, people who are doing they're like the oh my god, what's it called? They're like a quality
yeah,
kind of thing. They're checking to make sure that the house is, the roof is good and all that stuff is good. Oh, you know what I mean.
yeah, yeah.
The real estate person who comes to make sure everything is good. Um, they're a personal, they come and they make sure that everything's good, the foundation and stuff. That's supposed to be on the people who's selling the house to fix those things, not the person who's renting it.
Yeah, well, see, the condition report saying it like things like the dwelling was furnished, occupied at the time of the inspection, which prevented complete, thorough internal and external inspection. Well, they did everything I thought they needed to do. They got in the roof and all that bizzo. So anyway, complete and thorough internal.
Yeah, but you're
Uh,
not gaining anything from their sale of the house. So
no,
if
no,
they,
that's right. But they're talking about
right, all
they're
you're
talking.
getting is evicted.
Well, that's right. But there's this condition report, because it's a 30-year-old house, right? They're saying water pipes that have corrosion need to be maintained and monitored to avoid possible water damage. The hot water tank needs to sit above the ground, which is their son replaced the hot water tank, right? And they didn't do anything about putting it on a slab or anything like that. They put it in, but they're bitching. They're saying in this report it's not elevated off the ground and blah blah blah.
Right. So whoever they hired to put that in
That
should
was their
have been
son.
licensed and known that.
Yeah, that's right, and that's their son. But they're sort of saying like all
Oh, it's
the
their son who did it?
yeah,
Right. So he
yeah.
probably wasn't licensed and now,
Oh yeah, he's licensed, but he's a lazy bastard, right? Like
mhm.
we had a light outside, an outdoor light that was exposed by the rain and sun, corroded all the plastic. And it was just a light bulb hanging by the fixture, and I
I
asked
didn't
him to
hear what you just said.
replace it.
What'd you say?
There was a light bulb outside at the side of the house that was exposed to the weather, and the sun deteriorated the plastic fittings and that, and it all just fell apart. It was just this light bulb hanging by the fixture, by the cable. And I
Mhm.
said to him, it needs to be replaced, because if it gets heavy rain, that it might cause a short or something. Yeah, we'll get our son on it. Well, their son came 3 times to do fire alarms, bloody put new fans in. And I reminded him of it, and he said, "Oh, I haven't got time right now. I'll do it next time." But next time came, he never done it again. In the end, I just got done it myself. In the end, because I just got sick of waiting. But that's how it's been with these people all along. Like they offered to like the carpets that were in here were like disgusting. Like 30 years they've been here. By law, they're meant to replace them every curtains and carpets every 8 years or something. You know what I mean? Because of
Yeah.
dust mites and shit like that.
Especially if they go up on the rent. They're supposed
Yeah,
to
yeah,
make
but
it worth, to be able to justify why they're even going up on the rent is
yeah.
because
Well,
they're making updates and stuff.
when they chopped the tree down, they reckon they were going to put these blackout curtains up for us, and that so that the sun wouldn't come through and all that. They never did that either. We ended up buying our own and putting them up, and then eventually they saw that, and when they come to do an inspection, and we'll get some curtains for you and that, but they said that like friggin' 2 years earlier. Never done any. They don't do anything they claim they're going to do, and now they're bitching about. They must have got this condition report. Must have devalued the house or something. I don't know, but they're saying like they're out of pocket now. But when I repaired the walls, they were telling me how happy they were, and that they sent an email to CAF saying that they got their house was valued $20,000 extra than what they expected, and were very pleased with the
I
work
would
I'd
say
done.
keep all those things.
Oh, we do. We've got all that shit. But I just thought, what a fucking hide, this bitch. She's trying to make out like she was kind to me and being nice to me. Like her last comment. I just thought you'd be interested, and at least be grateful for having been looked after so well by us in the last 11 years. I thought, fuck you, bitch. You look after me. You've done nothing. You fucking everything you promised you never did. I'm the only one that fucking looked after anything. And the
That's
things
such a
that they
weird email for her to send
oh,
too.
that's what she's like. That's what I mean. She's just so fucking yeah,
One way. She just sees
thanks.
like herself. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's just self interest. That's all she is.
Well, I
I
mean, she also cut down a tree that, fucking is a living thing that you planted and
well
had no
I
qualms about that. But something like a roof, she
well
fucking thinks you
there's
should take care of that.
cracked tiles on the roof, right? Tiles crack on their own just because of movement in the house. You know what I mean? Like the houses sink and roofs sink a bit and move and whatnot. There was always cracked tiles on the roof, but I got up there and put silicon between them and glued them back together and, like made sure they weren't going to leak or anything. I mean, I could get tiles and replace them and that, but whether I can get the right color or not, because these are basically like grey because all the glaze has gone on them. So they go from grey to moldy black and shit like that. But
Hmm.
she's just trying to blame me. I don't, yeah, like saying I haven't been looking after the place. All the taps were dripping a while back. I actually went and bought the tool that I needed to reseat all the seals and stuff, and replace taps and everything because they were dripping. And there's another one in the bathroom that I didn't do because I didn't need it at the time, but now it's dripping. Yeah, and I'm thinking, should I fix it or shouldn't I? Because like it's not my problem anymore. And I just get letters like this from this bitch, and I just think fucking ungrateful, fucking piece of shit. Like making out like she looked after me. She offered the cheap rent if I stayed here, you know,
Hmm.
because I'm not the sort of person that goes knocking holes in the walls and burn the carpet and do shit. I just
Yeah.
can't believe the height of this chick. Fucking
I guess 1,200 is kind of cheap rent for a 3-bedroom house, like around
mm,
here it would be. So, you did
well,
kind of get lucky there, but isn't your other option to move to is that guest
well,
house on your mother's? And in
yeah, yeah.
actual, and she said she would, I don't know if she said she would charge you rent or no
No,
rent.
no, she won't charge me any rent. I can live there rent
Right.
free.
So at the
Even I
at
don't
the
even
end of
have
the
to
day,
pay.
you might end up seeing like a relief
Oh
from.
yeah, look, I sort of was a bit dreading at first, but because they've chopped down everything I cared about, and I don't think I want to pay their house off for them any longer. Anyway, they can get some other idiot in here.
Right.
It's um, and I'm sort of thinking to myself too. My mum's getting old now, and she's going to need a hand to be looked after and stuff. So it's probably a good thing that I go
Yeah,
out
it probably
there.
is. Like you'll
And
probably feel so much relief
well, I
getting
want to get.
away from somewhere where you've been so mad what's going on.
Well, it leaves me into the routine, looking after and that, like cooking meals for them and things. So, I'll be glad to sort of be out there anyway. I've got 5 acres. And I'll grow a good
Yeah,
veggie
all
garden
the
and all
birds
that.
you want there.
Yeah, that too. So,
Right.
yeah.
So it might turn out to be something that where you
Oh
thought
yeah.
was,
Look, I'm
yeah.
not too concerned. It's just a big move because we've been here for 22 years. I've accumulated a bit of stuff, and
Like instead of your landlords thinking about keeping a good tenant that did those things, they were just, harassing you, thinking like you had no other option, but they made a different option more
well,
appealing
the
because of
only
their
people
behavior.
there's a lot of homeless people at the moment because they can't afford to pay the rents. They're too high. The income here in our country, in Queensland, doesn't sustain high rent. There's no industry here really that or good paying jobs and that people can afford to pay the rent, and the only people that can are mothers with groups of kids. You know what I mean? Because
Or what?
well, mother, because of the unemployment. Like if you've got say 5 kids or something, and you're a single mother, you'll get paid something like $1,700 a fortnight or more, right, off the dole,
Hmm.
right? So they're the only sort of people that will be able to afford these sort of rents and that anyway, and they trash the joint. They don't look after it.
Oh, people who are on like
They
aid. Well, that's the
well,
thing too. Like
they're
in this
unemployed.
area, like they have
They're
Section 8, not this area only, but
mm,
in like, I don't know about other states, but in Massachusetts, they have things like, housing and Section 8, and where all those people who are renting out apartments, they can turn their places into Section 8, and they're guaranteed to get, their high rate rent paid by the government.
so what's Section 8 require? They've got to have a certain standard of living.
Right, right. They have certain standards, but I think by law, even somebody who's paying rent is also eligible to have their apartment held to certain standards. So
Oh yeah,
nothing
look,
really changes except the fact that the government is paying the rent now. So they'll like just lift them up higher, and like I was saying, when I was left
it's
my other
silly.
apartment that I was in for 20 years, at
Yeah,
that point the rent was almost $1,000 a month that I was paying, right? And
so it's
they
too
ended
too.
up, when I moved in, they didn't allow Section 8. And I'm not against Section 8 or anything. I'm not saying that. But by the time I moved out, they did allow Section 8 people. So to me, it didn't seem fair that these people who were coming in and, act in a certain way, like you said, trashing things and stuff, act in a certain way and
Well,
paying $40 a month rent while
well,
I'm still paying $1,000 a month rent. It shouldn't
yeah,
be that way.
yeah. Well, the thing is, like, they look at these sort of unemployed people with big families like that as secure income because they know that the dole's going to pay them so much each fortnight, right? But
Right.
the thing is with kids, they like to get into mischief, draw on walls, spill stuff on the carpet, and you know what I mean. Like, the accidents happen, of course, but these mothers are like, because they're kids themselves. You know what I mean. They don't reprimand their kids probably. They just let them run amok, and they just um, yeah, you take a lot of risk. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Um, So that's why they were interested in keeping the rent low and keeping me in here because they knew that I was looking after the place and maintaining things, But it's an old house. Like they got paving tiles everywhere, bricks everywhere, in the driveway and then upper paths and that. They're all sinking. All that shit's supposed to be flipped over every 10 years. They're meant to pull all the bricks up, rebed the ground, and reset them again. You know what I mean? But none of that gets done. Because they're renting.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit. But
Where I lived, I'd been there 20 years, right? And I
yeah,
wasn't behind on my rent or anything. Okay. And I'm not saying that in the 20 years I'd never been behind, but I'm just saying that you don't stay in a place for 20 years if you haven't paid your rent. You know what I mean?
mm,
So, but at the time that this happened, let me tell you, everybody thinks, oh, that the law is on the side of the tenants and stuff and how hard it is to do this and do that. Well, if they don't give you a lease and you're on a month to month basis or whatever, then
I'd never do
yeah,
that.
yep, and they do. And
Yeah,
no matter what, even if you're not on a lease, they can still keep raising the rent every year.
yeah.
And then mind you, I was not behind on my rent. In fact, I had a $50 credit on my rent,
Mm.
and they were able to give me a notice that within this amount of time, I should move. And I was like, now this was a new company that had bought the whole premises from the
Yeah, they want
family
to.
that had owned
They'll
it.
want to make excuses up to get you out so they can bump the rent up higher.
Yeah, they had no excuse.
Mm.
Their excuse was, we just think it's best. I
Mm.
said, you just think it's
Oh,
best?
you're kidding? No, they can't do that.
No. And 20 years, after 20 years of living there, this new company comes in. And then, for the first year, I'm seeing what they're doing and they're changing everything to Section 8 and all that. And
Mm.
then there was probably just a few people who were still there that weren't Section 8 that were paying full rent. And next thing I get a notice and I'm like, well, so of course I go to the housing court, and
Mm.
try to fight it with all my receipts, showing everything. And it was like, well, um, they don't, okay, this was how they got me, right? They said, um, you don't have a lease. It was month to month. So if you keep fighting it and it ends up an eviction, then
You
you'll
may
have an
not
eviction on your record,
eviction notice and
right?
not be able to get
Yep,
another
you'll have
one.
not an eviction notice, but an
Yeah, yeah,
eviction.
yeah,
Yeah, um, where it was ordered by the court because I don't have a lease, so they can it's their prerogative to. I'm
yeah,
like, even after 20 years, if you're even $50 in the black, like credit,
yeah,
like next
yeah,
month I don't owe the, $1,000. It's $50 less I owe because I paid, extra.
yeah.
Um, and it was, well, if you want an eviction on your rental history, or do you want to just move out of your own accord? So it's like, okay, well, they have the ability to ruin 20 years of rental history because they what? Have no excuse?
Yeah, it's just greed. It just sucks, man. It's like this bitch. She says I can stay here as long as I want, and then all of a sudden the houses are going up in price, and oh no, we're selling there. You'll have to go. And I've been here 24 years. And shit.
Yeah, that's
I
what I mean. Like they think it's gonna be the grass is gonna be greener, but in the
yeah.
end, I bet you they're gonna have people now who's like in and out, in and out. Hi, Kai Bear. Yep.
I hope
Hi,
they
hi, Mark. Yeah,
yeah, because things are not looking good on the stock market and shit like that. So, you know,
I don't
um,
follow that stuff. Yeah.
no, I'm just thinking like there might be another crash soon, because they just keep printing money and you just can't keep doing that, because you're devaluing your own money.
Really,
So,
I don't know anything about that. I know I like research a lot of stuff, but some shit that I just, you know, uh, so much shit is out of our control that to keep researching it all and know that even though I hate to go by that old adage of I'm just one person, what am I supposed to do? And usually I'll say, oh no, people should speak about it. But when I see what actually happens when people do speak about stuff, it,
Mm.
disappointing. And that's why there's more people on a channel that's a drama channel bitching about, people as opposed to what's going on to everybody in the grand scheme of things. Because people don't want to be, because people know that, you know, nobody can do anything against a small group of the richest people, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, we've got certain rights here. We can sort of put complaints in and stuff. And yeah, no, I've
Yeah, you
seen
think you can, and then there's nothing done. Like, same with that V person. That's for instance, that's for example. When he was saying he was going to cut off my head, and I called, oh, and that, and I didn't want to have to resort to this, he says, but he'd have to hurt, his kids and his ex and all this stuff. Um, when I called and his local police department, which mind you was only open 9 to 5, but when I called them, the person on the phone said, well, that's not illegal. I mean, it's not illegal to say you're going to kill people. Okay, so here's the steps you got to go through. You got to call your local police department. They got to feel that it's, serious enough to fax to us, and then we'll take care of it. So that's what I did. And my local police department did think it was serious enough and did fax to his local. Okay. His local told me, well, that's not illegal. I get death threats all the time. That's what the cop said.
Wow.
I get death threats all the time. So what do you want me to do about it? You want me to go there and tell him to stop? What do you want me to do about it? That was his
Wow,
response.
that's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
With all this sick asses in the world today, you think they'd act on it pretty swiftly,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
at least give the person a warning that you keep this shit
Say
up, mate.
something. Yeah. I was like, yeah, well, kinda. That is kind of what I want you to do. I mean, you're a police officer. You go into your job knowing that you're
Serve and
putting your
protect.
life on the line. I'm just some woman who's fighting for my life right now with cancer, and you're telling me that on top of the cancer, I should have to fear dying from someone cutting my head off? Because at that point, he was saying I was possessed, and the only way to get rid of the demon was to cut their head off.
Who was possessed?
Me. Yeah, I
Wow.
was a demon,
Holy fuck.
and he would have to.
Who said this to you?
That V person.
Oh, right. I thought you were saying the authorities were saying that to you again. Bloody hell.
No, that V person. And so that's what I showed to my local police department. I said, you see, he's like even giving my name on the bottom of his screen and telling people this,
that's illegal.
and my police department took it serious. And then his police department said, once again, when I followed what they told me what to do, and I did what I was supposed to do, that police officer said, I don't know what you want me to do about it. It's not illegal, and then he went into this whole other thing. So you should do this around your area, and then this.
It's like if they can't make money out of it anymore, they're not interested. Isn't it?
Well, it's
like
like,
they don't mind.
what are they waiting for that person to finally follow through with everything they were saying?
Yeah, probably.
Right?
It's like that's what I mean. Like it's like if they can't make money from it, they don't want to know anything about it. It's like when I reported that prick across the road shooting the birds and that. Oh, you should just report it to Crime Stoppers. They didn't want to act on it. I thought you're fucking kidding me. I know that he's only shooting birds and that, but he's got a gun, mate. Like he shouldn't own.
Right. Like if he'd have shot you, then it would be all over the news.
Yeah. Yeah.
but then it would be too late, right? I mean,
Yeah.
they definitely probably wouldn't say, oh, well, he had contacted us plenty of times. You know, that's what
Yeah.
they wouldn't say that. He
No.
contacted us plenty of times and said, oh, we should watch out for this person because they seem to be displaying some kind of odd behavior. That's
It's
not what they say.
it's like
They just, yeah,
yeah, like when women report a domestic violence or something, you know, or there's a fight breaking out, in the house, and you ring the cops and that. You don't have to fear anything because they won't show up for at least 2 or 3 hours, until they know the fight's over and everyone's dissipated.
do you know that
It's
I
pathetic.
was in a relationship? It was only for 6 weeks where
Mm.
I was stalked for 3 years from it. And people who have never gone through it, can I can only liken it to like a movie, like you would see on a movie, where somebody you barely know at all, um,
Mm.
like for some reason in his mind, he
Yeah, it's
felt
good.
that the fact that we just didn't mesh. We dated for 6 weeks, we didn't mesh. It turned out that he was lying about a lot of things. And then he started to be very controlling and think he could just show up at my house anytime. And he was living with somebody. He had made it seem like he was a responsible adult, but he wasn't. So, when he used to show up at my house at any time, and I mean, every single waking moment I had to be around this person, that's what you know, and I was like, oh my God, I'm an independent woman. I don't need this shit. So,
Mm.
6 weeks into when I knew this person's toxic, and they get this thought in their mind that, everything that you have should be theirs too. Like, so they're going to destroy it. Like my
Oh, yeah.
car, that I've always had a car. So
Yeah.
why should this guy be vandalizing my car at every
Mm.
moment, at every turn, And no matter how many times I would go to the
Yeah.
authorities,
It
they would
amazes
say,
me.
huh?
It amazes me how much effort people go to seek revenge. I mean,
Seek revenge for what? I mean, I was like,
yeah.
oh, I go, I don't think this is quite working out. Like, no harm, no foul. We can still be friends and everything, but I don't think it's working out. And then from that point on, my life for 3 years became hell.
Yeah.
And I could never like wrap my head around that somebody I didn't even know their middle name
Oh,
was,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
yeah,
I've
was
seen.
saying, you think you're going to leave me out for dead? You
Yeah.
think you're going to leave me for dead?
Yeah. And
I'm gonna bury and destroy you. Now there's a video, right, that you can watch that
mm,
is me, right? I'm gonna drop the link. Hold on one second, Spaceman.
yeah.
This video is the only thing that actually helped me get out of that situation when this
Uh,
woman made this video. She changed my name. I don't know if you ever saw it. Have you ever seen it?
no, I don't think so.
I well, if
But
she hadn't have made this video, they would have never listened to these recordings.
yeah.
And yeah,
It's
hold
like
on.
I've seen people act that way, even where they've been asked to leave and that because they weren't contributing to paying rent or doing anything, just wanted to come and crash and stay and bring friends over and all this shit and make out like they care about that person, but they don't. They just abuse the situation, and then when they get kicked out, or they say, "Oh, it's not working out," you'll have to move out, and they get, "Oh, why, what have I done?" But
Or they
you know,
smash everything.
well, yeah, they act the same way. Like I said, like you were saying, they start getting all aggro and wanting to break everything and kick the car doors in, and
Yeah.
smash windows, and like
It's like just
try to
because they have nothing of their own, they feel like they can fucking destroy something that somebody else has fucking worked for.
yeah, yeah,
That
like it
right there,
belongs
that link
their
that I
right.
just dropped in there,
Mm.
it leads to a video where she changed my name to Sue. Okay. But the recordings that you hear, the two, that she plays are just the tip. They're just like a 1% of the other things that were going on. But when you hear those record, and now this guy would say, "Go ahead, call the cops. I hid drugs in your apartment. I'll show them where this is. I'll show them where that is." Now, in my mind,
Jeez.
when I heard that, right,
Mm.
never did I ever entertain the thought of somebody that you let in your house hiding something that could make you be scared to call the police on them.
Yeah,
Okay?
right.
That
Yeah.
idea had never crossed my mind.
Well,
You know?
he's obviously played the game before then.
Yeah,
He's-
exactly. It
Yeah.
had never crossed my mind that somebody. So when people would say, "Well, why didn't you just call the police?" That's part of the reason, because here I have a dog. I've been there 20 years. I didn't. Uh, you know, I mean, I never entertained the thought of somebody hiding something.
Mm. Well,
During
people,
the time
yeah.
they were welcome in the home
Oh, yeah.
to.
I have heard people say that crap even after they've moved out. You know what I mean? Like planted shit, and called the cops and set them up.
Right. And the
Mm.
thing is, I mean, this person didn't live with me. We only dated 6 weeks. It took 3 years before I finally was able to get a restraining order on him. My car had been vandalized 5 times to where I was just like, I'm just driving it with the smashed windshield and no windshield wipers because
Wow.
it was pointless for
Yeah,
me to
because
fix
you'd fix
these
it and then
things.
he'd just do it
Yeah,
again. Mm.
it was every day. If I fixed the windshield wiper, every fucking day I'd come out and they were fucking twisted up. And he wouldn't.
What an
He broke them to the point where the whole inside under the hood, the whole mechanism for the windshield wipers had to be fixed and replaced because he would twist them, twist them, twist. It
yeah,
wasn't.
and just destroyed the thread on that held them
Yeah,
on there.
he
Yeah.
just fucking smashed the
Oh,
windshield and all that shit. The cops would say, "Oh well, if you have it on camera." Like, how did you fuckers solve crimes before there was cameras,
yeah. Yeah,
right?
can't you do fingerprint dusting or something, man?
Yeah,
Christ.
right. I mean, come on. Of course I don't have a camera. What do they want me to do? And here's the thing. So when I
Oh,
had recordings of him, what he was saying, right?
mm.
I couldn't play them for the police because they were illegal. So
You
I
know, I've always believed most police work that is done by people ringing up and giving evidence. Yeah, I don't believe police do fuck all police work. That's all they rely on people to ring up and dob
yeah,
someone
well,
in.
this is the thing. I had evidence in the way that it. I mean, if you have,
You did get film footage of it, did you?
I couldn't play the police officer when I went to say, yeah, but look the things he says. Listen to
Oh,
and the threats he makes. They said, oh, don't play that, don't play that, or we'll have to arrest you. It's
what?
like, yeah. So if
You're kidding
I
me?
could only have a camera
Arrest you for
filming
what?
them
Arrest you for what?
because you're not supposed to record somebody. Apparently, you can film them against their
Oh,
knowledge, without their
yeah.
knowledge. So I'm supposed to buy what? A whole setup filming my parking lot? I mean, don't they realize that? What if I had? What if somebody had put record on their phone right as somebody was killing them? Okay,
Mm.
would that police
Would they use
department?
their evidence or not? Yeah.
Yeah, would they use it for evidence or not?
Hey, mate, smile for me, will you? I'm filming you.
Right,
Yeah.
go ahead. Yeah, stab me. I have to film you. I can't record you. Because it was
Yeah.
easier to be able to record somebody than it was, to film somebody, of course. So,
Wow, that's ridiculous.
and the thing is the audio is what matters. So someone could be screaming at me, and if I record audio, then they could say, well, they could be saying anything. How do we know what they're saying? It's illegal to record the audio. So I just couldn't understand it. But this woman here who has a big channel, which I don't know if you ever, checked it out, or if if you do, um, that she does get one fact wrong about the two black eyes,
Uh,
because it was
I haven't
me
got
that
it.
got the two black eyes. I had the two black eyes.
Ah,
See, she's saying,
I have got
I,
it here. I haven't played it yet because I don't want to.
huh?
I have got it here, but I open the tab open, but I haven't played it because I'm listening.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah. It was me that got the two black eyes. If you want to watch it and then come back, but you can, but she does have the black eye thing wrong, because it was him that like karate chopped me in between the eyes while I was driving after I said, look, we just don't get along and blah, blah, blah. And he just started punching my dashboard. And then all of a sudden he just kind of swung
Whacked
out and hit me
sideways.
right between the eyes. But it was the black eyes that kind of saved me, because when I opened the door to the police, the reason why I didn't go to the police, because I was like, didn't even know I would get two black eyes. First of all, I didn't know that if somebody hits you between the eyes, you get two black eyes.
Mm.
So when I answered the door, they were like, but he had said that I hit and ran him over. Okay.
What?
He walked to a store, after I finally got him out of my car at his house. And I was like, please just go. I'm not even going to go
And
to the
then he
police.
made
I
a
just want
complaint.
this ended. You know, I just
Mm.
want this ended. I'm not even going to go to the police about you hitting me. Right? I just want this ended. And fucking, I go home. I fall asleep. I'm asleep for about a half an hour. Next thing, police looking for me. This fucker had walked back to some store, not walked back, but walked to some store, and laid down in the parking lot of it and started screaming,
Oh,
saying
right.
that I had hit and ran him,
Oh, eh,
and
fucking
had like the
hell.
employees call the cops and everything. And so when they
Wow.
finally check it all out and see that he was lying, and see him walking drunk back to the store on like the video cameras on the intersections on the way,
Mm. Yeah.
um, they, I don't get pressed with anything. They see the two black guys, okay. But
Mm.
then when I wanted to press charges, saying, okay, so this is almost a complete stranger to me that wants me to suffer, really um, steep charges. They made up lies. I want to press charges against him for filing a false police report. I was told that was up to the police if they wanted to do that. And,
Bullshit.
you
You can
know,
go and make official fucking complaint.
no, the police had to decide if they wanted to press charges for filing a false police report, even though it wouldn't have affected them.
That's crazy. Yeah, I'm sure you can lay your own charges against him.
Tried to. Nope. I was told the police are the ones who have to,
Wow, that's fucking different over there.
instigate the whole case against a false police report. Yep. And so it finally came to where this person was, they'd be like trying to kick my door in. So I'd be at my house, like where I'd been for 20 years. My daughter's home. Luckily, she was, she wasn't home, I think, but it was her home her whole life. But she was away at college, thankfully.
Mm.
Um, Kicking my door, screaming in the middle of it. So I'd open the door to be like, oh my God, because you're like, oh my God, right?
Mm.
So freaking, I couldn't use he broke my finger. I couldn't use my own. He got me fired from every job. I mean, this fucker would
Yeah.
call where I work five. This is not a lie. I mean, a whole shift of a 6-hour shift, calling the business phone of the place. Every time like somebody would hang up,
I'm
ring
sure
again.
there's laws against that though, like as far as
If the
you-
manager would have picked up and said, this is a business, and if they would have like initiated the whole maybe calling the cops and everything as a business, perhaps they would have gotten taken more seriously. But I got fired. So he got what he wanted. They gave him exactly what he wanted at like 3 different jobs. And I wasn't telling him where I mean, he was blocked from it, but he just was so adamant that I'm, it was like sickness to me. As soon as I'd be at a different job and not saying anything to anybody, and then that phone would ring. Every time the phone rang at a job, I would fucking, my heart would go in my throat. And I spent so long just sitting with no TV, my lights off, with a screwdriver in my hand and the phone in the other, just listening for noises because I was so scared to death. And fucking, it wasn't until that lady made that video and a, an attorney listened to it and said, and ran his record and everything and showed it to the DA's office,
yeah.
that I got that restraining order for a long, long time.
Mm,
But it
fucking
took
unreal.
years, 3 years. Jobs, it took jobs, it took 3 years. It took money because my car kept getting fucking completely vandalized. I had to move, like I was glad when they were like, oh, you should just move or whatever, because I was like, I didn't feel safe there anymore anyway.
Mm,
So
fucking
I
hell.
just, it's amazing to think that. Oh, so what I was saying was, so finally, like I'd be so scared that I'd just open the door. So it
Yeah.
came a point where I wasn't even leaving my house anymore. And I would purposely kind of, when I was in the bathroom, I'd pray for one of us to die. Because I didn't want to kill him. I wasn't going to jail for that. But I would pray for one of us to die. Because he would be spitting lungers in my face and shit. You know? You there,
Mm.
Spaceman?
Yeah. I'm listening.
You know what lungers are, right?
Hey, the what? Longers.
Lungers, like when you like, to spit and you hack up the,
Oh, yeah, we call them gollies or
yeah,
whatever. Yeah.
in my face and shit. And
Uh-huh.
like I said, he broke my finger. And if I ever picked up my phone, he would start squeezing my hand like he was gonna, just keep it broken. And I'm a bartender. I use my hands, but
Fucking
and
hell, I would
to be
have
called pig, skank, whore,
pity
pig,
didn't
skank,
pity
whore.
pity he didn't know Jose then. He would have fucking sorted him out for you.
I know, right? That's
Fucking
what everybody said, but
hell, what a
people
prick.
didn't. And finally, the last, not last, but the only thing I could think of resorting to was I said, oh no, I'm just on Facebook. I'm not calling anyone. And so I posted, I am being held hostage in my own home by this person, you know? Okay.
Mm, mm.
So the police did come. Someone who didn't bother even calling me, even after the police came to see if I was okay. They never even said, still don't know who it was who called, but because they never reached out to see if I was okay. So I don't know if they just called to cause trouble or if it was one of his friends. Because what ended up happening was they did come, okay, and I
Mm.
answered the door and I walked out into the hallway. And they told me, they'd gotten some kind of a phone call saying that, and they said, "Is he still there?" I said, "Yeah." And they saw how I had to like splint my own finger. I fixed my own broken finger, okay,
Mm,
because I
shit.
basically couldn't go anywhere. And I mean, this fucker would torture me for hours upon hours, just all night long. Just, oh my God. and I was like starving myself because he would not, like it wasn't like he was supposed to even be there eating, but he wouldn't leave. So if I bought food, normally like it would be for me, it'd be there. But this motherfucker would just eat everything and had no money for food, no money for his
Yeah, he's just a leech.
yeah, but wouldn't
It's all he
leave
fucking
either.
was.
Like he
Just
was a big guy. He was an ex corrections officer and wouldn't leave and was a big guy and intimidating and I mean, this
that's
motherfucker was
that's what I mean. I can't believe you didn't have anyone that could fucking sort that prick out.
no,
Over and
I have no men in my family and shit, and
yeah.
nobody would speak up, nobody. And if I talked about it, they'd say, "Oh, don't lower yourself to his level."
No, look,
Yeah, don't lower yourself to his
and
level. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. So here the cops come. I go out in the hall. Yeah, I go, yeah, he's still here. Yes, he
it
did break my finger.
wouldn't
So
matter
they go,
how.
well, we'd like to at least get this though. Listen, Spaceman.
Mm,
They go, well, we'd like to talk to him. I go, okay. So now I'm at the mindset where I don't allow police in my home.
yeah,
Okay, wherever I live.
yeah.
Okay, so this is another thing too. Now I could have really, pressed the issue that they came in my house without a warrant or being given permission to.
Mm.
I said, okay, I'll get him. So I opened the door and I go, went to say his name. They grabbed me and they yanked me into the hallway, went into my house. Okay. And I hear them in there going, hey, Rich, how you doing? What kind of drugs is she on?
Wow.
Yep. Yep.
So he'd
And
made.
I said, I turned my head towards I go, what is it being said? And the cop out in the hall with me said, don't even look towards your apartment or I'll put you in cuffs.
These cops sound like they're fucking male
They were
chauvinistic
friends with
pricks.
him.
Yeah,
They were friends with
they'd
him.
have to have been, or they just don't like women.
They were friends with him. They said so. They go and they were leaving, and the older one goes, "Oh, let's just go. There's nothing going on here." Okay, they're
Mm.
leaving him there, and I said, "I go. You know something?" I
Wow.
said, "I'm so on the fence right now." I said, "I go. I was happy when you showed up." I said, "But now I'm not so sure how I feel." And that cop, the older one, goes, just be glad someone cared about you enough to call us anyway.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, and they left him there.
What a
And he was like
worthless bunch
laughing
of
and
cunts.
shit. And then he was on the phone with his friend who was like the shift supervisor for the police department of the town that I lived in. And was saying, yeah, I know. They did end up coming. I think he had told him already they were on the way. And he knew.
We had a lady friend that had someone come and like she just took on a border, and he acted the same way as what you were
Yeah, they just
describing.
won't leave. Yeah.
Yeah, and what we just fucking went over there one night, balaclavas on, just went in and fucking grabbed him, beat the crap out of him, threw him out the house, and told him if he ever came there again, we'd be back.
It's so much harder when they're friends with the police department and it's a small
Well, it
town.
wouldn't
I
matter.
mean,
He couldn't describe us. He tried to do that, but he couldn't
I
give a
hear you,
description.
but I couldn't believe
uh,
they left him with me. Now, if he'd have killed me,
Arsehole.
what would have fucking happened then?
Well, they probably still would have blamed you.
Yep, they would have.
Oh, she attacked me. Yeah, I had to defend myself or
Yep,
some shit.
yeah. This fucker used to
Yeah.
sit outside my house
Okay.
and, from the, in the parking lot, and I could see him just sitting there smoking cigarettes, staring up at my window at like 4 a.m. in the morning and shit. And it was like, what if I didn't know he was there and went out to take my trash? What if my daughter happened to come home and was walking across the parking lot and these cops were like, well, if you want to do this, you can get a restraining order. I did that. I got that emergency restraining order. When I called and said, oh, he's still calling, he's still doing this, they told me, oh, you expect us to take your word for it? My word for it. The judge gave it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've even had to do the same thing to a guy that was living with his mother, who was acting that way.
Yep. Yep.
You know, because she wanted him to get out of the house because he was the same thing, just doing what he wasn't on the dole either. He wouldn't go and get unemployment because he had to go and look for work. You know, so he just wouldn't go looking for work. He got cut off that. He wasn't paying any, contributing to anything. He was eating everything that she had, like you say, and he
Ugh.
beat her up and everything. You know, and we just when we found out like what was going on, we just fucking no way. You know,
This
so
motherfucker, he would like say I brought, like something home from work, like a dinner. This
mm,
fucker had no qualms with eating 3/4 of it. Like, say it's like this heavy container when you put it in the fridge,
yeah,
and then you go to eat some yourself, you pick it up,
nothing
and you're
left.
like, what the fuck? It's like light
All,
as a feather.
and all the good bits are gone, like all the
Yeah,
meat
he had
parts.
no, and you know what else he would do? He would eat over the leftovers. Like he'd wake up and I'd see him through the corner of my eye because I would just sleep on the couch and I'd see him fucking eating right over the leftovers and fucking pieces of food would
uh,
be falling right back into it. And I'm like, I'm
uh,
good. And I was literally living on ramen noodles because I was like, there's no fucking way.
yeah, he should have just bought no food, just ate out all the time, so that there
I
was
should have
nothing
just
there
what?
for him. Should have just ate out all the time, so there was nothing there for him to eat.
Yeah, but it was no, but see, it was I would have had to pay. And at that time, I mean, I
No,
just
no,
felt
like
so
that.
ugly. You don't know when somebody is calling you. All he used to say to me consistently, if you
Mm,
listen to
I
the
will.
recordings on that
Yeah,
link that I just dropped.
yeah, yeah, I
So,
will. I'll keep it.
the lady, she, changed my name to Sue. But those recordings are real. And if you listen
Mm,
to those, I mean, all I ever got called was skank, whore, pig, skank, whore, pig, skank, whore, pig.
mm.
Watch what happens to you now. Watch what happens to you now.
You should have bought yourself a
And,
taser and bloody zapped him with the bastard.
huh?
Should have got yourself a taser and zapped him.
Not when the cops were
Well, probably,
not when it
yeah,
came
no,
like that.
he'd end
Because
up
then I
grabbing it
pretty
off
much
you.
knew that if
Mm,
he ended up killing me and throwing me in some dumpster somewhere,
mm.
those cops were never going to put out that
We,
I
we,
had made
we,
multiple.
we knew this couple for a long, long time, right? He was this Awog fella, and he had this girlfriend named Ingrid, and she was a really lovely, placid, kind person, lovely, lovely person. She had kids as well to him. And this guy, her husband or whatever, I can't remember his name right now for some reason, but anyway, he always come across as a nice guy, to everyone else. He had a fruit market, and like he was, yeah, like he did, like um, he wasn't like a dull bludger, and then he was sort of business orientated or whatever. But anyway, he used to beat her up all the time. We didn't know anything about this because ignorant Ingrid would never talk about it. She sort of, and maybe because she was being threatened by him or not, I don't know. But she'd cover her bruises up with makeup and things like that. Well, um, in the end, she left him. She couldn't cope with it anymore, and she ended up getting the courage up to leave him, or tell him to move out or whatever, because she had kids, so he was the one that would have to have left. Um, he fucking paid some bloke to come up from down Victoria to fucking kill her. Right? But
He did or she
yeah,
did
he did, and
to kill
he
her.
yeah, but he got kicked out, right? So he's gone back to Victoria, and he paid someone down there to come up and kill her, but he decided he wanted to come up and watch, right?
Oh wow.
And this guy didn't just kill her, he chopped her up and that, and they kicked her body parts around the house and shit like
Ugh,
that. And then
terrible.
he went back to Melbourne and that, and anyway, what got him busted though was that was camera footage from service stations and shit like that showing that he'd come up there at that time when it was to happen. and that's
Mhm.
what got him busted in the end, and they found
Yeah, but
paper.
in the beginning, she probably had made reports about what was going on.
Probably, yeah,
Yeah,
but none of us knew how violent he really was because he always
right.
come
But in
across
the
as
end, she didn't get any justice, because she's dead.
no, she got murdered. Yeah, she
Yeah,
was such
she's
a
dead.
lovely person, but no one knew
Mhm.
to help her. Maybe her
Well,
mum
it's
knew or
not even the
something.
point, though. It's not that you didn't know, but you said nobody, like, I think it's like people can't wrap, if they haven't been through it, they can't wrap their head around that could be possible. And it's the same way, like, for me, I couldn't wrap my head around that this person that I had no children with, I
Mm,
dated for 6 weeks, it just didn't work out, was still,
so possessive. Yeah.
yeah, and it not even, it was like, he didn't care if he buried and destroy me. That was his word. I will bury you and destroy you. Watch what happens to you now. And I could never, like, think to myself, how much is going to be enough?
He's
All
mental.
I did was break up with you after 6 weeks. So what's the
Mm,
measure of punishment for that? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I was like stunned.
mm,
And then people can't, they can't relate to something like this. Say say I had gotten like say I forgot my phone in my car and I
yeah.
got home from work, ran up my stairs, right, and got in safe, okay,
Mm, yeah.
and I'm safe inside, but I realized I forgot my phone outside. Now, normal
Mm,
people would be able to just walk outside, get their phone, but for me, at that time, I would start crying because
yeah.
it
Yeah.
would give
No.
me such a sense of anxiety knowing that, oh no, I've got to go outside again. The phone's so important. I need it in case something happens. So it would give me such panic just to run out to my car because of the fact that, so that it would become something like where maybe some people act panic from some big traumatic situation. He made it so just me running out to my car to get my phone was unsafe for me, so that I spent so much time with a fucking, screwdriver and my phone clenched in my hands and a knot in my stomach every night, just waiting for this
Mm.
person to bury and destroy me, to
I'm
destroy
glad
and
you
bury me.
bloody got him sorted eventually, though. Jesus.
No, it's just that he ended up with a different girlfriend. He got a new girlfriend. So thank God.
Kidding
Yeah,
me.
thank
Oh,
God.
well, that poor girl's
Because
probably
that,
going through.
she says that in that, the only, and then
Shit.
she even reached out to me and was like, and she sent me some recordings she made of him and her fighting, right? Which I thought it was odd that she did that. Seems like she recorded everything with him. So it sounded almost like she was just as big a narcissist and she wouldn't argue with him. She would just sit there, yep, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So it would get him in this particular recording she said, it was almost an hour long,
Mm.
um, that she would get him to where he would go from yelling and screaming, but he was also pretending that he was calling the cops on her. And he was the one with the open beer in the car, but he was calling the cops on her saying, yep, this is the license plate number. We're headed this way. And she's drinking and driving erratically. But I don't think he
Mm.
really was calling them because then he'd start crying, saying,
Well, they
please
put it on a
don't
breath.
leave me.
They have breathalyzers, don't they?
Yeah, but the thing was that um, if you know someone, which is what he uses, that he had to have known people because he kicked in her freaking apartment door, crashes while drunk after taking a car with no license, and gets arrested, and was literally texting her from the police station. I've never known anybody to be able to
Oh.
have their phone still because he used to do it when I would call the police on him. He'd be texting
Nah,
me from the back seat.
not if he's locked up. He shouldn't be.
You would hope, but that wasn't what was happening. Oh no, locked up. No, he got 30 days, and they combined that with him robbing his ex mother-in-law online of over $1,000. An elderly lady online. He did something, some kind of
Scammed her.
scam. Yep, that he
Yeah,
robbed his
probably
ex
said
mother
that he
and.
had to get the money to help his daughter, help her daughter, or some shit, and then.
Who knows what it was? Yeah, who knows how he did it? But they combined the two things into a 30-day sentence.
Fucking hell.
Isn't that crazy?
That's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't
I
have
just
faith
couldn't
in
believe
police.
it. It's
I
who
don't
you
have faith in
know.
police at all. Yeah.
Who you
They're,
know.
mm. I've seen some horrific stuff. I've seen coppers beat up other coppers and that, like corrupt coppers beating up non-corrupt coppers because they wouldn't pull in line with them.
It's just
Shit like that.
crazy. Some
Yeah.
people, they go into, fields for the right reasons, and then they find out once they're in them, they're kind of outnumbered by people who are in it for the wrong reasons. And then you get that, internal affairs or whatever, and they say
Mhm.
tell us everything you know about these corrupt cops, or you're the one who's going to take the blame, you know?
Yeah, well, you
So
got
they
to.
know they've got like this wet behind the ears guy who came in wanting to do the right thing. Then something goes down and all the corrupt cops blame him.
Well,
Then
there
they
was
come around.
three. When I saw this cop get beat, he was on his own. There was three. Yeah, I mean, he came in a car with one other copper, and there was another cop car with a sergeant and another younger cop as well. And they came over to my mum's place to get on the grog with my stepfather. He knew him from years ago, so they used to come over, and this is while they're on duty. They're supposed to be driving around patrolling the streets, but they just come to my mum's place and drink bloody rum straight out of the bottle, and they
Yeah.
get blind drunk, and then get in their police cars and go hooning around the streets doing burnouts and all sorts of shit. They just used to get away with all sorts of things. Well, this cop, the straight copper, he said, was warning them if they pulled their keys out and went to drive the car, he was going to book them. And then the sergeant said to the other two young cops, "Will you deal with this prick?" And then they just started beating into him, And when he went down, every time he tried to get up, they just kept kicking him in the ribs and making him roll over away from them. And as he tried to get up again, they just kept kicking him until he ended up in the gutter out front. And
Hmm.
and then he sort of collapsed in the gutter. They didn't check if he was all right or not. They just walked back inside and polished off the rum bottle, and then went back. My stepfather had to go to bed because he had to work the next day. And they go out the front and say their goodbyes and whatnot. This cop's still laying in the gutter where he was left. They just picked him up, threw him in the back seat of the car, and drove away. And those cops came back another week later or something, got on the grog again. And I said, "Oh, what happened to that dude? Got caught the hiding the other week?" Oh yeah, he decided to transfer up north, like so he disappeared. I don't know if he got killed or anything. He probably could have died for all I know, and they just threw him in a river or something. You know what I mean? Like they're fucking corrupt as shit, mate. I don't fucking. Most of them think they're above the law. So yeah, I don't trust them. Hello, still there? Mr. Barbago? Tracy? Some reason I can't hear anything again. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. Volume's gone.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? The volume dropped off when we are talking about
No, no,
corrupt.
no. It was because I was looking something up for you too, because I could hear you, but I guess you couldn't hear
Uh,
me.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, see how she said no one deserves that? Do you know what? That's what people would say. Like, I remember being at jobs when people would be sitting there and the phone would just keep ringing, 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 ringing. And I mean that not my phone, the business phone. And
Oh, righto.
people would
And that,
leave,
and that was
because the phone was ringing so much. And I remember people saying, "Oh my God, no one deserves that." I felt like walking around with a fucking my head in the ground. I couldn't even look people in the eyes because this guy was saying so much ugly,
bullshit. Yeah.
ugly shit. Did you listen to
Oh,
it, man?
no, I haven't yet. I don't want to disturb the
Yeah, go
livestream.
listen to it because Ace listened to it. I don't know if anybody
Oh,
else did, but it was I. The only thing I can like compare it to is something that I would see in a Lifetime movie because I
oh.
was
All right. Well,
in
I'll listen
shock.
to it. But I'll have to mute this so it doesn't come
All
over.
right, go ahead. Yeah, mute me and go listen. And if you have to like fast forward till she gets to the recordings, go ahead. But whatever you want to do, go ahead and listen. You don't have to listen to the end where she's talking about writing a letter and forgiving things. Just,
All right.
just listen to,
Yeah,
you
no, I'll
know,
listen to it now. I've got it
all right.
open. I just didn't want to disturb
All right,
the.
I'll stay on till you come back. But yeah,
All right. All right. Hang on.
yeah. But yeah, Ace, it was so incredible that um I just couldn't understand that I couldn't comprehend in my head, and I don't think a lot of people they just like think that it's just regular stuff, they think it's regular, oh, you broke up with somebody and they're angry. They're not comprehend. It's not like they can't comprehend. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about when this was going on. That they maybe because it hadn't happened to them, that they wouldn't comprehend that I only had dated that person for 6 weeks. I saw people would blame people and say, oh, one of their favorite things was, oh, you sure can pick them, right? Like I would pick somebody like that. Who would pick somebody like that? He didn't act like that when I first met him. He put on, like I think it was Lee who said the other night, people should come with warning labels. That is true because when I, met him that night, and he was with like a girl, a female friend who was just his friend, and she was, so it was her that I initially started talking to. And then when he came up and he was really funny, and I like a sense of humor, but I wasn't really, real big on him because I didn't care for how he just started eating my food. I didn't like that shit. Um, but she's going, oh, he's a really nice guy. He's a really nice guy. We're just friends. He's like a best, one of my best friends. He's a good guy. So when there's a female telling you something like that, then, that seems like, okay, well, that's the kind of guy who, you know, would understand if you have male friends that are like best friends, you know? But man, I couldn't fucking go nowhere without this fucker being. He would take garbage bags at the end, right before I moved. Okay, that last week or two, he would take garbage bags out of the dumpster of a 42 unit apartment building. Okay, and carry them into my hallway. There were 6 apartments, three on one side, three on the other, on each door. And he would carry them up to my front door. I lived on the top floor and dump strangers' garbage in front of my door. And every night I would come home from working and it would be like 2 in the morning. And I remember the first night I walked in the hallway and I could smell garbage. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it was all this Chinese food and shit from somebody's old garbage. And then every night, so I'd have to like climb over it to get into my house. get like gloves and everything and clean it all up. So I'd be vulnerable out in the hallway. And I would think to myself, nobody thinks it's fucking weird that a guy over 6 feet tall is taking garbage out of the dumpster in the middle of the parking lot, okay? And bringing it upstairs to an apartment every night. Not one of those neighbors. I find it hard to believe that none of those neighbors. I had pictures, okay, where there was boot prints on my door, shoe prints, boot prints, all muddy from kicking my door. There's no way none of those residents of that place. I wasn't home. I came home to it. There's no way none of those people called the cops. They just weren't doing nothing to him. They would give him right home. They would leave their jurisdiction. They would leave their town and bring him to his and give him a ride. And he'd call me from the back seat and I would hear them laughing. And one of them told, and I heard him, told him, oh, she's just mad now. Just call her in the morning. Mad now? I just got home from work. Why should I not be able to go home? You know, why is this guy outside of my house, destroying things and I'm the one who's mad and you're telling him to call me in the morning? I mean, I couldn't believe it. At first, they wouldn't even go to my apartment. I wouldn't go home. I wouldn't go home. I just got out of work. I wanted nothing more than to go home. You don't know how many nights I had to sleep on my friend's chair. And when I'd have to work the next day and I couldn't go home, I sometimes I would park in the parking lot across the street from my house and sneak through my back door to get in my house. Isn't that horrible? In the dark though, at 2 in the morning. But I should be able to fucking use my parking space and park in front of my house and not have to keep worrying. You know, you should only have to call the police so many freaking times before they're like, yeah, there is a common denominator here. But if they know somebody, forget it. That's it. They won't do nothing. You know, and then that's why sometimes I'll be like, you know, I still remember when I was gonna move, I was, kind of pissed off because I'd been there for 20 years. It's kind of pretty shitty, first of all, what they did to me and then what was going on. So, like, he got everything he wanted from society. I lost my job because of him. Perhaps that's why my apartment said, oh, you should just move. You know what I mean? So he got everything he set out to do. The fortunate thing was that I remember driving down the street here, near where I live, and I was like, oh, that apartment was for rent, and then there it was for rent, and then I ended up living here. So, and it was cheaper than where I was living. So, you know, that's the only thing I think in my head. Oh, and one other thing was that I got Roscoe, because he's the one who was like, I can't keep this dog. I live in a motel. And I'm like, well, you're the one who bought the dog, but he knew that I love dogs and always was talking about getting one. So I said, okay, fine, fine, I'll take it. He wasn't even there when I picked it up, like I said, outside in the crate with the food. And so I took him and, I wasn't like looking for a dog at the time, but it just so happened that fortunately, because I had moved, the landlord here was okay with letting me have the dog. I don't know if Spaceman doesn't have the link anymore, or let me try. I'll put the link again just in case. But yeah. So one other, good thing about, like I said, I was trying to look for the girl in the oyster, and that one happens to be that, I ended up getting my dog from that. So Roscoe is the saving grace for that. I'm just waiting for Spaceman to come back because I don't want to just clock out. But it is 5 a.m. here. I know it's only 5 p.m. where you guys are, right? But I don't know if he's up, doing something. But it's pretty late. Well, early, I should say. Yeah. Now you guys can hear the birds. Yeah, it was. You can get PTSD from shit like that too. I want to wait for him, but then again, I'm wicked tired, so I don't know if he's coming back or he's watching the whole thing. How long ago was it that he left? All right. Whoops. Hey, hey, hey. Simmer down. I know I was just talking about you, but be shit. Yeah, I see him back. Maybe he could just like email me and comments or something. Oh, there he is. Nope. It's don't call me up. Good night. Hello?
I tell you not to pull me up.
I know, but you're so funny with your fucking messages and your name. That's so funny. Hmm.
No, but I just want to say good night to everybody.
I know, I do too, and I was waiting for Space Bear to come back, but I don't know if he's trying to come. I see like his icon back there, but it's just like if they turn off their audio and their camera, so it's
Yeah,
not
it's weird.
giving me like the option to let him in. So I feel bad because I said, "Oh yeah, go watch that video. Tell me what you think of it." But now I'm tired and I want to end the live stream. Did you see the video I
N-
was talking about, Jose?
No, because I was gone. I was gone for a little bit. Remember, I went to go do what I had to do,
Yeah.
but I didn't get to see it. But it's crazy because I had a dream and it had to do with space. Well, not spaceman, but aliens. I got abducted in my dream.
Really?
Yeah, that was kind of creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, they see Cheryl said she looked at it and yes, that was me,
What was it?
Cheryl.
That video?
It was fucking like I was being stalked for 3 years
Are you
from
serious?
somebody I dated for 6 weeks. And so, I couldn't play what the recordings, what was going on, because everybody would say, like, simply, oh, call the police, call the police. But if you listen to the recording, you can hear him saying, nah, I'm going to show him where your drugs are, show him where I hid them. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, and I was telling Spaceman, it never crossed my mind that somebody would hide something, or maybe they didn't, but could have in your house so that when they were like totally abusing you, you couldn't call the police because you're in fear that they really did plant something in your house. Like that kind of a malicious thought. Yeah, he was, Cheryl, right?
That's
I
scary.
mean,
Yeah.
I couldn't even, if you heard how he's screaming there, um, if you scroll up, um, Jose, it's somewhere, there's got to be a link here somewhere that I put, right? I'm sure I did.
And it's
Yeah,
there somewhere.
there's a link.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll check it out. That's kind of creepy though,
Uh,
and I've heard of stuff like that. I heard of people leaving like, how there's happy relationships, like
mhm.
people like will leave lipstick and like underclothes in people's cars so that they can get like in trouble and have like difficult time with their relationship and stuff like that. Like I've
Yeah,
heard about ugly stuff like that. That's kind of like that, but setting you up
it
and like
works.
leaving like drugs or a weapon, that's ugly.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
this fucker was ready to literally ruin my life. Somebody I dated for 6 weeks. Yeah, I know, right, Cheryl? And I couldn't use any of those recordings because
Why
it
not?
wasn't because it was illegal for me to have recordings of this guy saying, "Go ahead, call the police. I'll show them where the drugs are that I hid." And I'm sitting there stunned. That whole
So what if you?
conversation there, Cheryl, when you hear
I
me
don't
going,
understand that though. What if you have surveillance in your home? You can't use that.
not with audio,
That's
evidently, but that's
crazy.
a good question. That's the thing that so what if he was yelling that at me, but didn't know that if the person doesn't know that it's there, because nothing that he did would the police do anything about because it wasn't on camera, but it was on recording, but I couldn't use that. So basically, they didn't have to do anything. And I was being literally tortured, like held hostage in my own home. I couldn't comprehend when one day I was outside and my downstairs neighbor said to me, they mouthed it. Yeah, but only 6 weeks. Lucky you got away from him. No, no, no. It went on for 3 years, Cheryl. I only dated him for 6 weeks. The stalking went on for 3 years. I couldn't comprehend or wrap my head around how this guy, like when he would say, "Now watch what happens to you next. Watch what happens to you now." I never could quite figure out like how long do I pay for dating somebody for 6 weeks
Yeah, that's
and breaking
terrible.
up with them. I couldn't figure it out. And then my
Like
neighbor, when
domestic
I said,
disputes
he
like
just
that
like
are
mouthed
scary.
to me. He mouthed to me. He goes, "He's a bully, right?" That's what my neighbor mouthed to me. And he goes, "I
Spaceman too.
hear you." Yeah, spaceman's here. He said, "I hear you crying through the heater vent." And I was doing it on purpose because I was hoping someone would call the police, but nobody would. Nobody thought it fucking odd. This is crazy. Hi, spaceman. Oh, where'd he go now? What the fuck? Where'd he go, spaceman?
I think his audio and the mic might have been off or whatever.
I
Maybe he
don't know.
hit something on accident.
But it's weird, because I read some of the comments on that particular video and she's got a good channel. Like she's a popular person on YouTube who did the video. Um, let's see, here he is.
So I'm confused. The video's about you or it's about somebody else?
No, it's about me, but she
About
changes
her.
my name to Sue, and then
Okay.
yeah, because of their lies and harassment, and I won. At least they heard it. See, but you live in a different state, so it might be. But it did take an attorney to finally be able to play those tapes to the district attorney. And, unfortunately, this attorney was just kind hearted because everybody was like, "Oh, get an attorney, get an attorney." It's like, I can't afford an attorney. But this particular attorney was kind hearted because they saw that this guy was just torturing me. And then when he met the new girl, she was joining in on it with him. She was filing
That's
false.
terrible.
Wow, you're
That's
kidding
Yep.
me.
terrible.
Yeah, she was filing false reports and stuff. And I didn't even know her. I didn't know her name. I didn't. And I said to the police, and the police was saying, this cop that called me was saying, "I know all about women like you." He was yelling at me. And I was
Holy
like, "I
hell.
don't understand this." I said, "Don't you guys see that I have a restraining order on this guy?" But at that point, it was like not as long as it ended up being turned into. But I said, "I don't understand how these people can lie and sign something And the cops were like, well, anybody can say whatever they want on a police report. Well, then why does it say signed under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Mm.
If there's no pains and penalties, then I
Um,
don't understand that statement.
What's the point of having it there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Christ.
So my friend and I lived with boyfriend used to beat her and threaten us with a gun. He was stalking us. She got a restraining order. Police said they can't do anything unless he is present when they come. Exactly. So if he killed her and they left, as long as there's nobody to call the police, then he gets away with it scot free. Because they're not going to say that, oh, well, she tried plenty of times to get help, but we just ignored her. Yeah.
Mm.
So you listen to it, Spaceman?
Yeah, I did. I didn't know the phone call that she played, or the messages and that she played. I thought there
You
was might.
listen to him, right?
Yeah. I thought there might have
Yeah.
been more at the end or whatever because you were saying about the black eyes and stuff. I didn't hear her say about that though.
No, but that was him in the calls. You
Oh
heard
yeah,
him
yeah. He sounds like a creep.
where he was screaming so bad
Mm.
that you can't make out what he's saying.
Well, I kept bleeping out all the disgusting
Yeah,
words he was
well,
using.
yeah, those were all swears, but that's
Mm.
how he would be. Like, and I would just imagine somebody who was like over 6 feet tall, ex corrections officer, just fucking like screaming in your face,
Yeah,
and
that's the
all
sort of
night
bloke.
long.
That's
What's
the
this?
sort of bloke. If they're that big, you just need to hit them with a baseball bat at the kneecaps first before you get carried away. Bring them down fast.
I know, but all I'm saying is,
What a
fucking,
fucking prick.
it just appeared to me that this person never got any repercussions for anything he ever did in life because of somebody he must
I
have
bet.
known.
I bet you that chick that was sticking up for him has got second thoughts now, though.
Oh, the
Yeah.
girl, no, they're still together.
You kidding
Oh
me?
God.
No, they're still together. I'm telling you. And in that recording that she sent me, you know how she talks about her reaching out to, in that recording she sent me. So here you've got two narcissists, I think, that
Yeah.
are,
I was going to say she'd have to be a bit of a creep herself, or
yeah, because
someone
she
that
was already recording him with
some people
everything he said.
like being dominated by others. You know.
She seemed like she was cold as him, and he would get in a panic where his yelling, just in this one recording she sent me, and it went on a good, 40 minutes.
Maybe she's just too scared to leave him.
I don't think so. I mean, this fucker was telling her he was going to cut the head off some friend of hers and shit, and then they ended up still together. Um, all I
Yeah,
can
but
say is I am thankful that they ended up still together. You
yeah,
know?
yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
maybe she realizes that he is mental enough, or fears that he's mental enough to do something like that. And that's why she'll never leave him. She's too scared that
Maybe
he'll
he
track her
treats her
down.
different.
No, I don't
You
reckon.
know? I don't know, and but I will tell you this much. I know for a fact that he was at that Vern's channel. For a
Oh,
fact. I
Christ.
know it. Which, everybody was like, because I was saying,
Yeah, well,
um,
he'd get on well with Vern.
right,
Yeah.
well, this is what was going on. I know it was him because he was saying things that nobody from YouTube
Would have
would know.
known. Yeah.
Yeah, would know. And so I knew it was him. And I found that to be really alarming as well. So here I go from this person who I think isn't, is in their own life now, right?
Tracy, you could wipe all these pricks out if all you need to do is shut down your YouTube channel and create yourself a new name,
Mm-mm,
right? And only share it with the people you like on your stream,
mm-mm.
and then they won't know how to find you.
No. See,
It's
yeah,
not that easy.
yeah, it's not that easy. Like if you've been working on a stream and, on a channel and, you've been working to get over those watch time amounts, even though I'm not up to enough subscribers, but I still am over watch time in it. And then all of a sudden I'm a new name. So what do I got to do then? Send it out to people or not, and then have less and start all over again? It's not
Yeah, but
fair. I shouldn't have to
you
do
always
that.
get some arsehole that comes on that you trust
Right,
that turns against you
right,
and goes and shares it. So yeah, I guess you got that side of it. Mm.
right. You know, I
I
mean,
understand.
it's not fair that just like somebody said to me when, and that job was good too. I was making like $1,000 a week, and this fucker called 2 days in a row, 6 hours every day. Now, this is a 49-year-old man doing this.
Mm. Mm.
And any woman that answered the phone, if, he wasn't sure if it was me or not, so he'd just go, "You think you're going to leave me for dead? Leave him for dead? Leave him for
Yeah.
dead? How the hell did I leave him for dead?" And saying, "I will bury and destroy you." And I remember the owner's little girl, she was like 12, and she'd help out sometimes. And she
Mm.
answered the phone. I mean, she started crying. And I remember one of the cooks in the kitchen
That's
by
crazy.
the end of the night, we all were just kind of like staring at this phone ringing
Well, that's probably
in
why he had
amazement.
to. That's
Huh?
that's probably why he had to lay off. Because he couldn't afford to have his own staff getting abused by him. Like.
Right. But if that manager would have picked up that phone and
Mm.
said something, you know what I mean? Because we had police officers that would come in that were regular customers. Then I'm sure if a manager of a business of a couple of places in town would have made a complaint about somebody, it would have been taken a lot more serious than it was for me.
Mm.
But
It
instead, they
depends.
just gave him what he wanted. He wanted to get
Yeah.
me fired, they gave him that. And, but I remember one of the cooks in the kitchen saying, like, everybody was saying, "Oh, you just gotta, do everything like to
Uh,
change my whole life, like change my number, get rid of myself, get rid of social media, get rid of this." And that
well,
guy said, he goes, "You know what?" He said, "That's fucked up." He goes, "Because you pay for your phone." He said, "That's a luxury for you." It wasn't my phone even that he was calling on, but that's why I would had my phone off because, and I was thinking in my head, there's no way he'll start calling the business phone. Nope, this fucker did. And
mm,
the guy said, "That's not fair to you to have to deny yourself something that, you've afforded yourself that luxury and now you can't even use it." I would go, if I stepped in a store and I say I maybe had like the notes on my phone of things I wanted to get, a list. I could
mm,
never even use it because the phone was ringing all the time so much that I couldn't even use my alarm because I'd have to turn it off to sleep at night. It never stopped. It never
mm.
charged. It never anything. It was just full of hundreds of text
Jesus.
messages and messages every freaking day. And then when I did finally eventually say, "Okay, this number is being changed." Okay, I changed it. And then
What a
what
man!
ended up happening
He's
was,
obviously got a mental problem.
yeah, but he was a corrections officer and he knew police officers. And
Fuck my life.
Yeah,
is he?
amazing, eh?
That's
Corrections.
fucking insane. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
But
he was
a lot
a
of the
corrections
correctional
officer.
officers, they're ex-military, and I'm not saying all military are bad people, because I got a lot of friends that are military, but they're aggressive, and
Aggressive,
police
yeah,
officers are aggressive, you know.
yeah, yeah.
That's why
And when
they.
they
That's
fucking
why
left
they.
him there, when I fucking like a covert note I put on Facebook, Jose, saying I'm being held hostage in my own home by, and I put the name. When they came, they fucking threatened to arrest me and came in my apartment with no permission and were asking him what kind of drugs I was on. They were like, "Hey, how you doing, Rich? Hey, we haven't seen you in a while," you know?
Yeah,
And he would
That's
bastards.
know
terrible.
everything I said to them.
Mm.
Everything. If I called the police on him, he would know everything
Well,
I
see
said.
a lot of these police officers are actually part of a secret society as well.
Yeah, I know.
The House of Rome is the ones that the police in Australia are part of, and it's all linked to the Rothschild, Freemasonry and all that. But
People
see,
talk about the Rothschilds a lot,
the
but
thing
I'm just
is,
saying.
well, the Rothschilds are like the head of the spear, but these other entities, like Freemasonry and things like that, they're not all bad. You know what I mean? It's the Rothschilds sent people out to infiltrate all these other secret societies to put their bad element into them. So a lot of the, not all of them even know what's going on in the higher up parts of their society.
So yeah, I know. I
Um,
watched some video one time where somebody was saying they were gonna reveal it, what's going on, and they came and they took him in the middle of the night, and nobody ever saw him again.
oh yeah, yeah. You don't.
Yeah,
They
I
got
think
their
that
own. They deal with their own.
sometimes with those pyramids being empty already, when some of them were opened and they
Mm.
had like big cement doors, I think the Masons probably built those pyramids and had some way to get into them, like they burrowed into them.
Oh, yeah, a lot of them get burrowed into from underneath and shit like that.
Yeah,
Pretty secret.
I
Because I
think it's
mean,
odd that some of them were just empty.
it was big business in the day when they used to bury them. Like that's why they had to sort of try and be secret about where they did bury them because there's always grave robbers that were ready to get
Well,
in
not
there.
all of them they were that secret about. They built those pyramids, you know?
Yeah, but the pyramids weren't burial chambers; they were energy generators. That's why
Right.
King Tutankhamun and all that were buried in a tomb in a different area in the
Yeah,
King
but
of Tomb of
that's
Kings
just
or whatever.
one, for instance. I'm saying that,
Um,
and they found that in like not in the Valley of the Kings, but in
mm.
the, you know,
Oh,
other
they did
area.
find. Yeah, they did find a king and queen in one of them, but they were buried or positioned in the beam of the energy that the pyramid was producing, and all the ones who discovered it actually died of radiation sickness because of the
Right. Yeah.
energy that was coming up through them. And even the people who did the autopsies on the corpses, on the mummies, also died from it because they didn't
Well,
realize
that's
that
what, now I think is probably
they didn't
going
know they
on
were
too. We're probably all
radioactive.
dying of radiation signals too.
Yeah, because it beams this high voltage energy up through the middle of the pyramid, and they put them in there. They knew the energy was there because one of the archaeologists went to have a drink of lemonade out of someone's bottle, and it had he got electric shock from it. He went, oh, hang on, and he put a bit of foil around the bottle and put it in the energy field, and yeah, sure enough, it charged up like um, oh yeah, what they call those batteries, But anyway, yeah. So, but yeah,
Yeah, I,
Where was
even
that
though,
at?
hey, what
Where
pyramid?
was that? Oh, in the
It was
pyramids. Well,
yeah, one
well,
of the
you,
pyramids. Yeah.
you know that sand, like a lot of sand together, it conducts a charge. Like your body will absorb the charge from the sand. It's just like a carpet, like static electricity. So
Yeah,
there's constant friction there. So there is power.
yeah, yeah, oh, definitely. We got static. Nikola Tesla, I got a video on my channel about this orgon generator. I had a patent on it years ago, and I borrowed it to my mate's dad. And when I remembered to get it back off him, he claimed that his wife
talk a
had.
little louder, spaceman. My volume's up high and I can
Oh,
barely
I
hear you.
didn't. I didn't want to bring my mic too close because the breathing
I know,
issue the
I
other day.
know.
But anyway, so yeah, yeah, yeah. So I borrowed this paint to my mate's dad, and he claimed he'd lost it, but it was Nikola Tesla's orgon generator that he developed when he after he went to Egypt, and he discovered that uh, in this paint, and it was a very simple device, a wooden box, and it had these layers of about 7 different minerals, and it had 2 rods at each end that went to the bottom of the box, and it had to have a sheet of gold on it, right? So those pyramids aren't producing the power they could be produced because they used to be covered in limestone. And the limestone's like the insulation that we put on electrical wires. It would insulate the electrical current from the outside, and the gold cap was sort of like the terminal, the output terminal, and they in this patent Nikola Tesla developed, he had a motor and generator that he developed as well that he had connected to this box. Now scientists replicated this patent, to see if it was real or not, and it worked. And they said the hardest part about making it was this layer in the center because it was such a small amount of mineral, and it had to be covered, like fully covered the layer, so it was very thin. But he said that was the hardest part about making this device. But to turn it on, you had to have it hooked up to something so that it would use the power, had something draining on the power. And to turn it on, you just had two cables coming off the other terminals at the other end of the box. You just pushed them into the dirt, right? And this thing would power up, and it produced, the energy it was producing was 20,000 times greater than the electrical current we use today. And
Well, look, didn't they used to light a light bulb with a potato?
Well, yeah, potatoes, you put a copper and a galvanized nail in it and you'll get charged from it. But that's electrolysis. This is actually static energy that runs into in the earth.
Mhm.
Tesla claimed the earth's like a big dynamo, and the atmosphere, the stratosphere, is the one of the cathode sort of thing, And anyway, but he was producing this energy directly out of the earth, and the thing was, even though it was 20,000 times greater than what we're using now, it was absolutely harmless to humans. You could pass this energy through your body and it wouldn't hurt you. It actually goes over your body, over the surface, not through it. And we could be all using that free energy, but that's another thing they suppressed,
Spaceman.
Mm.
So I used to hydroblast and sandblast and also pull the grit, right? And we used a vacuum, right? So what happened was the vacuum would pull the grit inside, and then that would cause the static buildup of energy. And then like our bodies would be like constantly zapping. Like every time we touch something, pop, pop, pop.
Yeah.
And we carried it for a while until we took a shower.
Yeah, it's the friction that creates the static.
But your body holds it,
Oh yeah. It runs through us. We've got power running through us all the time. That's what makes us operate.
It's strange though because it's not harmful,
it's because when you go to above a certain voltage, it moves over the surface, it doesn't penetrate into your body. It just wraps around it.
But when it's higher, that's when it makes your blood coagulate, and that's what kills you.
It's the amps that kills you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, the amps then.
Yeah. So if you
my cousin
short
got
out between, if you were to short out between the two outputs, the positive and negative, you would amp out, and if it's got a lot of, which the Earth would be producing a lot of amps, of course,
Do you think it could though? Or your cousin got electrocuted?
Yeah, my cousin did. Yeah, but by touching the rail on the train track, that particular rail.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Man, that's terrible.
They're fucking arguing again downstairs. Holy shit.
That's a lot of voltage in them train tracks.
Oh my god, listen, you guys. Hold on. See if you guys can hear it. Oh my god, that's freaking. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
No, I'm trying to listen, but I can't.
Open my door, you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Shit. Hold on. I'm going to just open my door.
Don't let them catch you.
I know.
Yeah, they come out.
I heard it.
Now, what time is it here? I just shut the door because my dog went out. The door is like 5.
They come outside. Here's Tracy with the glass on the wall. They're listening in.
Can you hear this?
We heard the girl.
Yeah, I heard the girl, and I thought I heard the guy at first. But that's true though with the glass.
Oh yeah. It works well.
5:30 in the morning. No. This is the mother and
Mm.
daughter. This isn't the guy and girl.
Okay, I
This
thought
is
it was a
mother,
guy because
mother
I
and
heard
daughter.
somebody at the beginning.
How come 5:30
5:30.
in the morning? Shit.
5:30 in the fucking morning. This is another night. What was it when I waited for you guys? It was like fucking 3 in the morning or some shit, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what time of night it is. They just fucking, they don't care. It's a constant. It's so fucked up. My animals, you heard my dog start.
It's wonder
Listen,
they haven't had complaints put against them and booted out.
here, I'm trying to sneak it again. Hold on. Oh my God, my
You
dog
know,
started again, so I had to close it.
we had
Isn't
we
it
had
awesome?
friends or not friends, people living next door that used to do that shit. And we used to just yell out, "Shut the fuck up!" At them, and they'd all go quiet then because they realise everyone's listening to their argument.
Yeah, but they don't care. This is the owner of the property's daughter lives on the first floor, and she's complaining, saying they're bringing like anxiety to her kids,
Mm.
and
And this is the owner's daughter.
not the one arguing, but the
No, the
girl on the
one.
floor is
Yeah.
the owner's daughter, and she's like, you know, that constant shit is bringing anxiety to my kids. And I'm like, my animals run and hide. I get like, what the fuck? For a while there, if I did like, you were saying, to yell out, shut up or whatever, or bang on the floor, they would run up my stairs and start kicking my door.
Fuck.
hmm And this is somebody I knew since I was 15, by the way. Like I referred her for this apartment.
You've
Like
been in that area since you were 16?
no, no, but I've known her since I was 15. Like we've
Oh,
been
okay.
friends since I was 15. And so when I got my apartment here, then she happened to be looking at the same time, and the people on the second floor were moving out. So since, I gave her a reference, my landlord was like, okay, and let her move in, but I'd never lived close to her or anything. And she wasn't like this when we were kids, but now it's, I'm like, oh my God, I wish I hadn't said a word, and got her the apartment at all, you know?
Shit.
Because it's like, what the fuck? It's torturous. Yeah. They just don't have any kind of courtesy to think it's 5:30 in the morning. Oh my God, if you guys
I'm
could
here.
hear what's going on right now, the banging and shit. They're like, knock them. That's just her and the daughter and the mother. That's who that is. That's not a boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh shit. Well, yeah. I know how bad my daughter used to go off, man. When she's attacked me and shit, and she never did it when her mum was around. Only when I was on my own, and shit. I would always cop the blame too, no matter what. All I would do is try and hold her from bloody trying to bash me. She was a third dan black belt, so she knew how to fight, and and I taught her boxing as well. So, you know, out of all the people I've ever fought, my stepdaughter was probably the most challenging of them all. you know,
Right.
because she knew my own tactics, but the only thing that saved me was that I'm extremely fast. So she couldn't quite get the speed up she needed to.
Dominic says he's going to work, so have a good day. See, he says, hey there, spaceman. And that's Jose
Oh, no
actually
worries, mate.
too. He said he has to get ready for
Cool.
work. I
Dominic
have
in the chat.
Dominic Seaford.
Is he
people.
regular? Is he? I haven't seen him before. I don't think.
Huh?
I haven't seen Dominic here before. I'm just wondering if he was regular.
You haven't? Oh,
No.
I'm surprised.
No.
Dominic's been here since the beginning.
Oh, okay.
But he works and he misses the chat sometimes because sometimes it's late for him. Like, see, that's my cat hiding right now. Everybody, all my cats are running right now. All my cats.
So what
Oh
happened
my
with you,
God.
Jose? I thought you were going to work as well. Had to go to bed.
I gotta go. Oh, I took a shower. That's what I was trying to do
Oh yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
I wanted to get ready, and I only got like maybe 3.5 hours after this,
So what work are you
and
going
it's
to do?
unload a truck.
Oh,
It's
okay. You
kitchenware.
doing? Yep. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
I'm
helping
going to end
out.
the live stream though because I'm tired. So can we all do the countdown?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no worries.
Mhm.
All right.
I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here, both of you, and Cheryl and Dominic and anybody else who's listening to the chat. And you know,
Yeah.
oh my God,
Thanks.
I can't get over what's going on
Thanks for
underneath.
hanging around, everyone.
It's incredible. My dog is like running around in circles, and my two cats are hiding.
Well, you can
And
imagine they got good hearing, so they would be.
but can you
hearing.
imagine the people underneath them with the two little kids?
Yeah, they'd
You
Oh
know?
probably
yeah, they
hear
gotta
it.
be going nuts.
Yeah, waking up to that 5:30 in the morning.
That's fucked.
It is. And if you say anything to these people, they
They
just
go off at you instead. They attack you.
go off on us. Yeah, like it's our fault. So yeah.
Fucking hell.
Okay, Cheryl. Thank you. All right, let's start. Here we go.
See you,
1, 2,
Cheryl.
3.
Good
Let's
night,
go.
Cheryl.
Okay.
5,
5, 4,
4,
3,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Peace, love, and
Peace, love, and
tacos.
Peace, love,
tacos.
and
Love you
tacos.
guys. Good night, everyone.
Good
Bye.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, Survivor Girl.
See
Take
you,
care.
Jose. See
Good
you,
night.
Bye,
Spaceman.
Jose.
Good night. Bye.
It's been.